"This mad woman," he said gently, "needs no prayer. She needs no anointing oil. She needs no miracle to be healed." Leonard looked at him, stunned. "Prophet, what do you mean?" he asked. "Please don't speak in parables. I don't understand." The prophet turned and looked into Leonard's eyes. "The solution to her madness is simple," he said. "So simple that most people would never imagine it. Her healing lies in the eyes of your wife." Leonard's confusion deepened. "In the eyes of my wife?" he repeated. "Yes," the prophet affirmed. "There is no medicine, no fasting, and no prayer that can cure this madness. The only thing that will heal her is for her to look directly into your wife's eyes, eyeball to eyeball. When that happens, not only will she be restored, but your wife will also be healed. And you, Leonard, your own eyes will be opened, and a long-hidden secret will be revealed." Leonard stood speechless, bewildered. "Prophet, are you saying my wife and this mad woman are connected somehow?" The prophet simply nodded. "Until that moment happens, you will not understand. But when it does, everything will be clear." Leonard looked from the prophet to No Wahala, who was still giggling and making funny faces, unaware of the weight of what had just been said. "You will go and return with your wife tomorrow," the prophet said. "This mad woman will remain here tonight." Leonard nodded, still overwhelmed by the prophet's strange instructions. He returned home, but that night, sleep escaped him. He sat by his wife's side, watching her weak, motionless body lying in bed. His thoughts raced. What kind of mystery is this? The solution is in her eyes. And what secret will be revealed? He glanced at the clock again. Time crawled. Every second felt like an hour. "Oh my God," he whispered, clutching his hands together. "This is the longest night of my life." He sat there, wide awake, his mind spinning, praying desperately for the dawn. At last, morning came. Without delay, Leonard carried his wife to the prophet's house. She was barely conscious. As they entered, the prophet stood waiting. "Mr. Leonard," he said calmly, "gently wake your wife. Open her eyes. It is time." Leonard tapped her shoulder gently. "Darling, sweetheart, please wake up." He held her hand and shook her gently. Slowly, she opened her eyes, blinking weakly at the light around her. It was the first time in days that she was fully conscious. The prophet turned to the mad woman and spoke. "Now you must look into her eyes. Do not look away." But No Wahala was confused. Wetin una dey do here? Una carry me come here. Now una dey tell me say make I look person for eye. I no understand, oh. A big make una free me. I want go my bungalow. All of una, na mad people, una be. I no want wahala oh." Leonard quickly stepped in, his voice gentle but firm. "Please just do this one thing. Look into my wife's eyes, and I will give you big money, and take you back to your bungalow. I promise." No Wahala blinked, suddenly interested. "Big money? You dey serious? Okay, nah, I go do am. But no forget my money oh, because I no want wahala." Then, hesitantly, she turned her face toward Leonard's wife. And for a moment, their eyes met. No Wahala stared deep into the weak woman's eyes, eyeball to eyeball. Suddenly, like a flash, something happened. The air grew still. A light seemed to pass between them. No Wahala froze, her giggles silenced, her confused gaze cleared, her body stilled, her face changed. Slowly she began to blink, as if waking up from a long, dark dream. "Where am I?" she asked softly, her voice no longer wild or strange. She looked around with calm, alert eyes. "What happened to me?" And then, at the exact same moment, Leonard's wife sat up on her own. "Leonard," she whispered, her voice filled with clarity and strength. "Why are we here?" Leonard was frozen. He looked at them both, stunned. His wife was healed, and the mad woman was sane. No Wahala stared intently at Leonard, her voice now soft, trembling with emotion. "Leonard, my love, where have you been? After you proposed to me, you disappeared, and now here we are. What is going on?" Leonard staggered backward as if a veil had just been ripped from his eyes. A rush of memories surged through him, her laugh, her smile, their time together. His breath caught in his throat. Wait a minute. You are Tiffany, my fiancée. He turned to the woman beside him, the one he had called wife for the last 3 years. His voice trembled. And you are Rose, Tiffany's best friend. But how did I end up marrying you? And how did Tiffany go mad? Your name is Rose, not Tiffany. Yet I married you as Tiffany. What is going on? The prophet stepped forward slowly, his voice firm and calm. Speak, young woman. It is time. Confess. Rose dropped to her knees, trembling, her eyes wet with guilt. Leonard, I am sorry. I'm so sorry. I am not Tiffany. I am Rose. Tiffany was my best friend. You met her when we were in our final year. After graduation, you proposed to her. And I was jealous. Tears rolled down her cheeks. I wanted to be the one you would marry. I couldn't bear the thought of watching her live the life I wanted, so I went to a native doctor. Leonard's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth half open. Rose continued, her voice cracking with regret. I told the native doctor to make Tiffany mad, and to make you forget her face. I told him to make you see me as Tiffany. He gave me 2 charms, one to put in Tiffany's drink, and the other to rub on my face. She paused, sobbing. I did as he instructed. I put the charm in her drink. After she drank it, she started losing her mind. She ran mad. And you saw her, but did not recognize her again. I rubbed the second charm on my face, and when you looked at me, all you saw was Tiffany. You believed I was her. I became your wife. Leonard staggered. This is witchcraft. This is evil. Rose nodded slowly. Yes, but I didn't know that the day we got married, my punishment had already begun. I fell sick, and no prayer, no hospital, no fasting worked. I now know why. I took what didn't belong to me. Tiffany stood in stunned silence, tears falling down her face. You were my best friend. Everywhere was heavy with silence, thick with betrayal, pain, and unspoken truths. Rose knelt before the prophet, trembling like a leaf in a storm. The native doctor warned me, she said through sobs. He warned me never to set eyes on Tiffany again. He said the day I look into her eyes, the charm would be broken, and I would lose my life or my sanity. She turned desperately to the prophet, her face soaked with fear and regret. Please, prophet, I don't want to die. I don't want to go mad. I didn't mean for things to go this far. I just wanted Leonard to love me. I didn't know it would end like this. Please save me. Please. The prophet remained silent for a moment. Then he slowly approached her. His voice was deep and calm, yet filled with holy fire. The wages of sin is death, but mercy speaks when repentance is real. You have confessed, and now it is up to God to decide what becomes of you. Tiffany stepped forward. Her voice was soft, yet strong. You were my friend, Rose. I trusted you. I shared my heart with you. You betrayed me, but I leave your punishment to God. The prophet turned slowly to Rose, his eyes steady, his voice filled with divine authority. I will tell you why you fell sick the very moment Leonard married you, he began. The girl you sent into madness, Tiffany, is the only child of her parents. Her mother, a woman of deep faith, dedicated her life to sweeping and cleaning the house of God. Day and night she cried on the altar, calling upon heaven to intervene in her daughter's madness. Her tears moved heaven. Her prayers pierced the clouds, and it was God's hand that began to answer. It was God who made you fall sick. He troubled your peace until truth would come to light. It was God who touched Leonard's heart to notice the mad woman. It was not coincidence. It was divine orchestration that brought you all here today. Rose bowed her head and sobbed in silence, overcome with shame and the weight of what she had done. The prophet turned to Tiffany. My daughter, he said warmly, from here go straight to your village. Let your parents see you, especially your mother, who has labored before God for your restoration. Go and let her know that God has heard her cries. Her tears were not in vain." Tiffany nodded, her eyes filled with emotion. "Yes, Prophet," she whispered. "I will go." Leonard stood beside her, placing a supportive hand on her shoulder. The Prophet looked at them both. "The truth has set you free. Walk in peace, walk in purpose, and never forget God does not sleep." As Tiffany and Leonard stepped out of the Prophet's house, a gentle breeze brushed their faces. It felt like a new beginning, a cleansing wind. Tiffany looked up at the sky, then turned to Leonard. "Thank you for believing in a mad woman." Leonard smiled. Leonard drove Tiffany to her village. As they approached the compound, her parents sat outside, unaware of the miracle that was about to walk through their gate. They were surprised to see a fine car pull into their compound. The engine stopped. They watched in anticipation. When the doors opened and Tiffany stepped out, her mother gasped. "Tiffany!" she screamed, and her father dropped the cup he was holding. They both ran forward, not believing their eyes. Tears flowed freely as they embraced their daughter. "My child, my baby!" her mother cried, hugging her tightly again and again, as if to make up for all the lost years. Her father stood silently behind them, his eyes filled with tears, whispering prayers of thanksgiving. When Tiffany shared her story, how Leonard found her and how her friend Rose had caused her madness, her parents were stunned. "Jesus!" her mother exclaimed. "So this is what your own friend did you?" They turned to Leonard and thanked him with sincerity. "May God bless you, my son," her father said. "You have returned light to this family." Leonard smiled humbly. "It was all God," he replied. Later, Leonard took Tiffany to the hospital to check her health. After being mad for over 3 years, she needed proper care. The doctors were amazed at how sound her mind and body were, considering what she had been through. In time, Leonard and Tiffany got married in a quiet, joyful ceremony, filled with praise and thanksgiving. Their love had passed through fire and survived. Some months later, they decided to visit the Prophet, who had played a key role in their restoration. They wanted to say thank you in a special way. On their way, they stopped suddenly. There, roaming the street, muttering to herself and wearing torn clothes, was Rose. She was now a mad woman. Tiffany looked at her with sadness. "That's her," she said quietly. Leonard sighed. "Let's keep going." At the Prophet's house, they presented him with a generous gift, a huge amount of money, as a token of appreciation. "Thank you, man of God," Leonard said. "You allowed yourself to be used to restore 2 lives. We are forever grateful." The Prophet received the gift with joy, and after praying over them, he asked, "Have you seen Rose recently?" Leonard nodded. "Yes, we saw her wandering the street on our way here. She's mad now." The Prophet's face was sober. "That serves her right. She made another taste madness for over 3 years. Now she is tasting it herself. But unlike Tiffany, her own will be forever. The measure you give will be the measure returned unto you." Tiffany looked down, her heart a mixture of sorrow and relief. Leonard held her hand. "Let's continue to walk in light," he said softly. "Vengeance belongs to God." And with that, they stepped into the next chapter of their lives, one marked by mercy, truth, and a love that was tested, but never broken.
In the heart of a lush village, in the northern part of Nigeria, there lived a girl named Binta. She was known for her beauty. Binta's allure was such that men, both single and married, could not resist her charm. She was known far and wide for her ethereal beauty and mysterious aura. However, Binta was not known just for her beauty alone, but for the unique and strange role she held in her village. Binta was the village grave digger, a task she performed with an uncanny expertise. Whenever a burial was needed, the villagers would call for Binta, for it was said that if anyone else dug a grave, they would not live to see the next day. Despite her beauty, Binta's life was shrouded in solitude. Men admired her from afar, but they were too fearful of the dark aura that surrounded her profession. Yet, men found excuses to visit her. The single men would court her openly, while the married men would sneak into her house under the cover of night, risking their marriages and reputations for just one night with her. Little did they know, Binta was no ordinary girl. Binta harbored a dark secret.
She was cursed by an ancient spell,
A punishment for a sin committed by her ancestors. The curse dictated that any man who lay with her would soon meet his end. This sinister fate was known only to Binta, who bore her burden with quiet resignation, knowing she could never truly love or be loved without bringing doom to those who fell for her. As time passed, the men who visited Binta began to meet untimely deaths. Illness, accidents, and mysterious disappearances plagued the village. Whispers of a curse began to spread, but no one dared to connect it to the beautiful Binta. Binta's eyes carried the weight of many souls. One fateful day, a respected villager named Bala passed away. Bala was one of the men who had slept with Binta. Bala's brother, Musa, consumed by grief and anger, believed that Binta was responsible for his brother's demise. Refusing to let her dig the grave, Musa called upon the village youths to help him dig the grave, fearful of the legend. No one dared to assist Musa. Despite their loyalty to him, the villagers were paralyzed by the fear of death. Undeterred, Musa took it upon himself to dig his brother's grave. As he shoveled the earth, his anger and determination blinded him to the danger he was inviting upon himself. The village watched in anxious silence, their hearts heavy with dread. As night fell, Musa completed the grave and the burial proceeded without incident. However, the next morning, a chilling realization gripped the village. Musa had not woken up. He had fallen victim to the curse, confirming their deepest fear. This tragic event cemented Binta's role in the village. No one dared challenge the strange rule that only she could dig graves. Her beauty became a bittersweet memory, overshadowed by the grim reality of her duty. The villagers treated her with a mix of respect and fear, knowing that her presence was both a blessing and a curse. Binta carried on her task with a heavy heart. Each grave she dug, a reminder of the lives touched by the curse she bore. She wished for nothing more than to break free from this cycle. Her nights were filled with restless dreams, and her days with the somber duty of laying the dead to rest. Years passed, and Binta's story became part of the village tradition. New generations grew up with the legend of the beautiful grave digger, whose touch could save or doom. Despite the passage of time, the fear remained, and no one dared to defy the supernatural forces that seemed to protect Binta's role. One day, a wandering healer named Adamu arrived in the village. Hearing Binta's story, he was determined to find a way to break the curse. With Binta's hesitant cooperation, Adamu delved into ancient rituals. They discovered that the curse was tied to an angry widow whose spirit sought vengeance for the atrocities committed by Binta's grandfather. Decades ago, Binta's grandfather, driven by greed, had ended the life of his elder brother to seize his numerous lands. He also ended the lives of his brother's 4 children, to eliminate any claims to the properties. The widow was heartbroken and she decided to end her own life by drinking poison, but before she did that, she uttered a curse on Binta's grandfather and his generations. As you decided to end my family, I curse you and your generations. Untimely death shall be your portion and your generations. No good thing shall come out of your lineage. As you have used graves to decorate my compound, any of your generations that escape the untimely death shall be known as grave diggers and shall never be fruitful. Untimely death shall be the only thing they can offer to anyone who comes their way, and so shall it be. She went ahead and drank the substance. That was how she took her own life, and she was buried in the forest for taking her own life, and the curse dealt with Binta's family. No descendants survived the untimely death except Binta, who turned to a grave digger, and anyone who slept with her faced the wrath of the curse. Armed with this knowledge, Adamu devised a plan to break the curse. He and Binta sought out the widow's resting place, deep in the forest. There, they performed a series of intricate rituals, begging for forgiveness and peace. They offered sacrifices and spoke words of reconciliation, seeking to right the wrongs of the past. The spirits, appeased by their sincere efforts, lifted the curse. Binta was finally free from the burden she had carried for so long. The villagers, initially skeptical, soon realized the change. No longer bound by fear, they began to embrace new traditions. Binta, once the symbol of a dark curse, became a beacon of hope and redemption. The village healed, and Binta found her place within the community, not as a feared gravedigger, but as a respected and loved member. Her story, once a tale of sorrow, transformed into a legend of courage, resilience, and the power of atonement. The curse had been broken, and Binta's future was no longer bound by the sins of her ancestor.
Subscribe for more videos.
Once upon a time, in Eluma village, there lived a stranger named Jessica. The small village of Eluma was a quiet, simple place where everyone knew each other. Life was peaceful, predictable, until she arrived. Jessica was unlike anyone the villagers had ever seen. With long flowing hair, a radiant complexion, and an air of elegance, she carried herself with a confidence that made her different. She wore the finest dresses, delicate fabrics that shimmered in the sunlight, and jewelry that sparkled like stars. Jessica was a stranger who arrived in the village few months ago. The young women admired her from a distance, whispering among themselves, trying to guess her secret. How did she afford such luxury? What kind of cream made her skin glow so perfectly? Many tried to imitate her, hoping to capture just a fraction of her beauty. But they didn't succeed. The men, on the other hand, were obsessed with her. They watched her from afar, captivated by her beauty and aura of mystery. They showered her with gifts, sent her flowers. They found themselves drawn to her. Yet no one truly knew who she was, or where she had come from. After she arrived in the village of Eluma, she became the village fashionista, buying a cottage on the edge of the village with no explanation of her past. She kept to herself, never engaging in gossip or village festivities. Whispers spread like wildfire. Some said she was a noblewoman who had escaped from a distant land. Others believed she was a widow of a wealthy merchant, living off his fortune. But none of them knew the truth. The village maidens admired her. Some of them envied her. Yet they all wished to be like her. One afternoon, some village girls went to her house, eager to know her secret. They approached her with eager smiles, their eyes filled with admiration. "Jessica, you are looking beautiful as always. We wish to be like you. Tell us the secret of your beauty, the cream you use, and how you maintain your luxurious lifestyle." Jessica smiled, her eyes sparkling with mystery. She lowered her voice, as if sharing something sacred. "I don't use cream," she said. "There is a miracle water given to me by my mother. I drink it every day to maintain my beauty. It also attracts success my way." The girls gasped, their excitement growing. "I have enough," Jessica continued, her voice smooth and reassuring. "I can give it to you girls if you want." Their faces lit up. "Yes, we want the miracle water. We want to be like you," they chorused. Jessica turned and walked into her house, returning with a small container filled with a clear liquid. She handed it to them with an elegant smile. "Drink, my dear friends. Let beauty and success find you." Without hesitation, the girls drank the water, thanking her with joy in their voices. They left, spreading the news across the village. More young women, eager to glow like Jessica, flocked to her doorstep. One by one, she gave them the miracle water. Soon, even the young men, hoping to become more handsome and wealthy, came to Jessica for the secret to her fortune. She welcomed them all, handing them the same small containers, watching as they eagerly drank. Each time they took a sip, Jessica's smile grew wider. But behind her perfect smile, there was something else, something dark. "Good," she whispered to herself. "My mission is accomplishing gradually." What the villagers didn't know was that the so-called miracle water was not a blessing. It was a curse, and soon they would all discover the terrifying truth. Days passed, but the villagers who drank Jessica's so-called miracle water saw no change. Their skin did not glow like hers, their beauty remained the same, and no sudden wealth came their way. Instead, something far more disturbing began to happen. Every night, as soon as they closed their eyes, they found themselves in a strange, dark coven. The air was thick with smoke, and the scent of burning herbs filled their nostrils. They were not alone. Every man and woman who had taken the miracle water. They were all dressed in black robes. At the center of the coven sat a terrifying old witch on a black stone throne. Her wrinkled skin sagged, her yellow eyes gleamed in the dim light, and a dark crown rested on her head. She smiled wickedly, her sharp, broken teeth showing beneath her cracked lips. "Welcome, my children," the witch's voice echoed, sending chills down their spines. "You have joined me at last." Panic spread among them. "What is this place? Who are you?" one of the men cried out. The old witch let out a deep, rattling laugh. "Foolish ones," she sneered. "You drank the water of the coven. You are part of us now." The villagers looked at each other in horror. Suddenly, the truth hit them. The miracle water was not a gift, it was a trap. Jessica had lied. She had lured them in, one by one, making them drink the cursed liquid. And now they were all bound to this place, summoned here every night against their will. Some tried to run, but the air grew heavy, their bodies frozen in place. A powerful force held them still, their limbs refusing to move. "There is no escape," the witch hissed. "You belong to me now, and soon you will serve me forever." The villagers screamed, but no sound left their lips. Their bodies felt like they were sinking into the darkness itself. And back in the village, Jessica sat in her luxurious home, gazing into her mirror. A cruel smile played on her lips as she whispered, "The coven grows stronger. Soon I will take over this village." A girl named Blessing began to suspect Jessica. She had been watching. She had seen how the villagers who drank Jessica's so-called miracle water remained the same. No beauty, no wealth, only a strange look of exhaustion in their eyes. Something was wrong. Determined to uncover the truth, she made up her mind to confront Jessica directly. One morning, Blessing walked to Jessica's house, her heart pounding. She forced a bright smile as Jessica welcomed her. "Good morning, Jessica," she said sweetly. "I am here for my own miracle water. I want to look beautiful, like you." Jessica's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Ah, you finally came. I knew you would." She turned and fetched a small container filled with the liquid. "Here, my dear. Drink it now, and beauty will embrace you." Blessing hesitated for a moment, then quickly shook her head. "I want to take it home. I want to drink it every day, so I can become as beautiful as you. Even better, I want to be your twin sister." Jessica's smile faltered for the briefest moment, but then she laughed, nodding in agreement. "Of course, my dear. Take it and drink well." Blessing thanked her and hurried away, gripping the small container tightly. She wasn't heading home. She had another destination in mind. She went straight to a prophetess, a powerful woman known for her divine visions and mighty prayers. She was feared by dark forces and respected by all in the village. When Blessing arrived at the prophetess's house, she explained everything: Jessica's sudden appearance, the miracle water, and how almost the entire village had taken it. The prophetess listened, her expression growing darker with each word. Then she reached for the container. Holding it close to her face, she whispered a prayer. Suddenly, the liquid inside turned a deep shade of black. A foul, sulphuric smell filled the air. Blessing gasped. "What is that?" Prophetess's eyes flashed with divine anger. "This is no miracle water, my child. This is a potion of bondage. Jessica has been deceiving the village. She is working with dark forces." Blessing's blood ran cold. "What do we do?" she whispered. The prophetess stood tall, gripping her staff. "We must expose her. But first, I must pray. The power behind this curse is strong." She raised her hands to the heavens and began to pray, her voice echoing through the small house. The air vibrated with power as the ground beneath them trembled slightly. Somewhere far away, in the shadows of her home, Jessica's eyes snapped open. She felt the disturbance. Her hands curled into fists as a sinister growl escaped her lips. "Who dares challenge me?" The battle between light and darkness had begun. "Jessica is not who the village think she is," the prophetess said. "She is an old witch in another body. Take me to her. She must confess with her mouth." Blessing and the prophetess began their journey to Jessica's house. On their way, some villagers saw them and joined them to see where they were going. When they arrived, they saw Jessica sitting outside. She was surprised to see the crowd coming to her house. She stood up. The prophetess confronted her. "Who are you? And what is your mission in this village? Speak now, before the Holy Ghost fire will consume you." Jessica, usually composed and elegant, faltered for a brief second. But then she threw on a charming smile, her voice as smooth as silk. "Prophetess, I don't understand your question. I'm just a simple woman living peacefully in this village." The prophetess slammed her staff into the ground. "Do not lie to me, Jessica. Who are you, and what is your mission in this village?" Jessica's eyes darkened for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. "I have no mission, prophetess. I only help the people with my miracle water." "You are a liar," the prophetess shouted. "That water is a curse. It is binding the souls of these people to the kingdom of darkness. You are not who you claim to be." The villagers gasped. "A curse? What is she saying?" one of them whispered. Blessing stepped forward, her voice shaking but determined. "She's right. I took the miracle water to the prophetess, and when she prayed over it, it turned black and smelled like something rotten. That's not a blessing. That's evil." The villagers turned to Jessica, horror creeping into their eyes. The prophetess raised her staff high. "By the power of the Almighty, I command you, Jessica, reveal your true form." Before everyone, Jessica turned to an old witch. Standing before them was not Jessica, the beautiful stranger, but a hunched old witch with hollow eyes and jagged teeth. The villagers screamed. Some tried to run, others fell to their knees in shock. The prophetess pointed her staff at Jessica, her voice booming. "You have deceived this village long enough. Confess your wicked deeds." "Jessica," the old witch began. "My name is not Jessica. My real name is Beatrice. I was once a part of this village, but many years ago, I was banished for practicing dark magic." The villagers gasped in shock. The elders exchanged horrified glances, recognizing the name from their past. Beatrice continued, her voice growing darker. "After I was cast out, I found myself in a strange land, a kingdom of darkness where I grew stronger. I initiated many souls into the world of the witchcraft, but I longed to return. I wanted revenge." She let out a dry, crackling laugh. "So I changed. I took on a new body, one of beauty, wealth, and charm. I knew that if I came back as Beatrice, no one would welcome me. But as Jessica, the most beautiful, elegant woman the village had ever seen. Oh, how easy it was to make them desire what I had. The villagers shifted uneasily. Some covered their mouths in horror. I knew the girls would admire me. Beatrice continued. I knew they would want to be like me. And the men, oh, they were the easiest to control. I used their desires to my advantage. I gave them my miracle water, a potion of initiation. With every sip, they unknowingly sold their souls to the coven. She grinned wickedly, her jagged teeth showing. Now, every single person who drank it is part of my kingdom. They have turned to witches and wizards, whether they know it or not. At night, their spirits leave their bodies and join me in the coven. I was going to turn this village into a kingdom of darkness. I was going to rule it. Terror spread across the villagers. Some fell to their knees in despair. Others looked at their loved ones in horror, realizing they had unknowingly been transformed into something unholy. "You monster!" a woman cried, clutching her daughter, who had drunk the water days ago. "You tricked my daughter to drink the water," Beatrice sneered. "Foolish people. You all wanted beauty. You all wanted wealth. I simply gave you what you wished for." The prophetess raised her staff, her voice firm. "Your time of deception is over, Beatrice. The power of God is greater than your darkness." Beatrice let out a wild laugh. "You think you can undo what I have done? The villagers belong to me now. Even if you kill me, they will remain witches forever." The prophetess lifted her staff higher. "Not while I still stand." She turned to the crowd. "Everyone who drank the water, step forward." They obeyed and stepped forward. "If you want to be free, kneel now and renounce every connection to the kingdom of darkness." One by one, the villagers fell to their knees, crying out, "I renounce it. I renounce the covenant. I belong to God." The ground trembled, and Beatrice clutched her chest, her power slipping away. "No, no, this cannot be happening," she shrieked, her voice filled with rage. The prophetess lifted her staff for the final time. "Holy Ghost fire, consume every work of darkness." A great light burst from the heavens, surrounding Beatrice. She let out a final agonized scream as her body erupted into flames, burning away into ashes. The sky cleared. The wind settled. A great peace fell over the village. The villagers, now freed, wept in relief. Those who had been unknowingly turned into witches and wizards felt a heavy burden lift from their souls. Blessing turned to the prophetess, tears in her eyes. "Is it over?" The prophetess nodded. "Yes, my child. The darkness is gone. The village is free." And from that day on, the people would never forget the lesson they had learned. Never envy the beauty or wealth of another, for you never know what price they paid to get it.
Once upon a time, in a quiet village surrounded by trees and hills, there lived a young girl named Jennifer. She was kind, gentle, and full of dreams. Everyone in the village liked her because she was always polite and helpful. Jennifer lived with her father. Her mother had died when Jennifer was just a small girl. Since then, it was just her and her father. She was the only child. Her father loved her, but he was a strict man. As Jennifer grew older, she became more beautiful, smart, and responsible. One day, she met a young man named Stanley. He was handsome, charming, and strong. The two of them fell deeply in love. They walked together every evening, laughed at the riverbank, and made promises for the future. Their love was so strong that everyone in the village knew about it. People often said, "These two will surely marry. Their love is something special." But life is not always the way we expect it to be. One day, Jennifer discovered she was pregnant. At first, She was afraid, but then she remembered how much Stanley loved her. So she went to tell him, hoping he would stand by her side. But when she told Stanley, he stepped back and frowned. "What are you saying?" he asked. "I said I am pregnant. You are the father," Jennifer said softly. Stanley's face changed. He shook his head. "No, that can't be my child." Jennifer's heart broke. "Stanley, how can you say that?" But Stanley refused to listen. He denied the pregnancy, turned his back, and walked away. Jennifer wept day and night. She had no one else. She went to her father, hoping for love and support. But her father was angry. "You have brought shame to this family," he shouted. "You must leave my house at once." Jennifer begged him. She knelt down, cried, and pleaded. "Please, Father, I need you. I have nowhere to go." But he was heartless. "Get out. I don't want to see you again. Leave my house with that thing in your stomach." With a heavy heart, Jennifer packed a small bag and walked away, her belly growing with child. She had no home, no money, and no hope. Jennifer walked through the dusty path with a heavy heart. Her father had just thrown her out of the house. With nowhere else to turn, she went straight to Stanley's house. She hoped, just maybe, he would have a change of heart. She knocked gently on his door. When he opened it and saw her standing there with her small bag and tears rolling down her cheeks, he stepped outside and folded his arms. "Stanley!" she said, her voice shaking. "My father has sent me away. I have no one else. I'm not asking you to marry me anymore. But please, accept this pregnancy. Take care of the child, even if it's just for the sake of your blood." Stanley looked away, then looked back at her coldly. "Please, get out of my house," he said sharply. "I am not responsible for your pregnancy. And even if I am not ready for what you want to put me into now. I have my own life to live. So please, leave me alone." Jennifer's lips trembled. She stared at him, her eyes full of disbelief and pain. "I thought you loved me, Stanley. We promised each other everything. Why are you doing this to me?" she cried. But Stanley didn't answer. He turned and walked back into his house. Jennifer stood there for a while, alone and rejected. Then she turned away, tears falling from her eyes as she disappeared down the road. Jennifer sat beside the road. Her clothes were dusty, her eyes red from crying. She had no idea what to do next. She was hopeless. She sat on the floor beside the road. "Please, God, forgive me. I am so sorry for putting myself into this condition. I thought Stanley loved me." She cried and tears became her food. Just then, a car drove by and stopped. A man and woman stepped out. They were a kind couple with gentle hearts. "Are you okay?" the woman asked. Jennifer looked up and wept. She told them her story, the love, the betrayal, the rejection, and how her own father sent her away. The couple listened quietly. Then the woman said, "Come with us, my dear. You are not alone anymore." They took Jennifer into their big, peaceful home in the city. They had no children of their own and had prayed for years for a child. When they met Jennifer, they felt like their prayers had been answered in a different way. They cared for Jennifer as if she were their own daughter. They gave her food, clothes, and a warm bed. They took her to the hospital for checkups. Meanwhile, after Jennifer left, her father soon remarried and forgot about Jennifer. "Yes, I have married a new wife. She will give me reasonable children. Children that will not bring shame to me. Not Jennifer that brought unwanted pregnancy and expected me to be happy about it." Back in the city, the couple loved Jennifer and stood by her side when she gave birth to a bouncing baby boy. Jennifer named her son Testimony because he was a testimony of God's grace and kindness. The couple loved Testimony like their own grandson. They raised him with love, wisdom, and care. They told everyone, "This is our family, this is our daughter, this is our grandson." When Testimony was old enough, After Jennifer got stronger, the couple said to her, "We want to send you to school. You are smart and you have a bright future." Jennifer was shocked. "Me? Go to school?" she asked. "Yes," the woman smiled. "You deserve it." They sent her to school. They took care of her son while she studied. Jennifer worked hard. She studied day and night. She passed all her exams. Years passed. Jennifer finished school. And when she graduated, she got a good job. She worked in a big company. She bought a beautiful car. She remained loyal to the couple who saved her life and gave her a second chance. She called them mother and father, and testimony called them grandpa and grandma. One day, Jennifer was driving through a town near her village when she saw a young man from her village. He waved at her. She stopped the car and came down. "Jennifer, is this really you?" he asked in surprise. "Yes," she smiled. "It is me. You look rich and successful now," he said. Jennifer nodded. "God has been kind," the young man asked. "What happened to your pregnancy? Did you remove it?" Jennifer smiled. "No, I have a son. He is growing fast and doing well in school." The young man could not believe it. When he went back to the village, he told everyone what he saw. He told Jennifer's father too. "Your daughter is very successful now," he said. "She has a car and a good job." Jennifer's father sat down and wept. His heart was full of regret. "Why did I send her away?" he said. "Why didn't I help her?" Since Jennifer left, nothing went well for him. The new wife he married left him. He became poor. He had no one, no peace and no joy. Meanwhile, Stanley, the man who denied Jennifer, had also married another woman. But they had no children. They visited many pastors. They prayed. They fasted. But no child came. Back in the city, Jennifer's son was growing fast. He was very intelligent. He always came first in his class. The couple were proud of him. Testimony grew up to be a smart, humble, and respectful young man. He admired his mother's strength and loved his grandparents dearly. He later went to medical school and became a medical doctor, a very good one. As a medical doctor, Testimony worked in one of the best hospitals in the city. He was wise, humble, and kind, just like his mother. Jennifer forgave her father in her heart, but she never returned to the village to see him. When Stanley's life began to feel empty, he was filled with regret. He sat on the edge of his bed, thinking of the past. He had heard from someone in the village that Jennifer was now successful and living in the city. One morning, he decided to do something he should have done long ago. He went to Jennifer's father's house. The old man, now looking tired and weathered, opened the door and saw Stanley standing there. "What do you want?" the man asked, his tone already cold. Stanley bowed slightly. "Sir, I have come to ask for Jennifer's address. I know I was wrong. I want to go to the city and beg her for forgiveness. I also want to see my son. I heard that my son is now a medical doctor. Please, sir." Jennifer's father's eyes widened with anger. He stepped forward and pointed his finger in Stanley's face. "Get out of my house," he roared. "You are the reason I sent my only child away to suffer. You ruined her life. And now, you think I know where she lives? I don't. I have not seen her since she left." Stanley stepped back, ashamed. "Sir, please." "I also need to ask her for forgiveness," the old man said, his voice shaking with regret. "I chased her away when she needed me most, but you started it all. Now get out before I do something both of us will regret." Stanley stood silently for a moment, then turned and walked away slowly, his eyes full of tears, his heart full of sorrow. One day, Testimony took his grandpa to the hospital, where he worked because the man was sick. As Testimony checked the man's vitals and ran some tests, something strange came up in the results. He looked closer. The DNA markers didn't match. He frowned. "My grandpa? We are not biologically related?" he said to himself. That night, He came home, sat down with his mother, and asked, "Mother, I just found out today that the man I call Grandpa is not my biological grandfather. Is there something you are not telling me?" Jennifer's hands shook. She looked at her son, now a full-grown man in a white coat. She sighed deeply and told him everything, from the love she once shared with Stanley, to how he denied the pregnancy, to how her father chased her away. She told him how the kind couple rescued her from the roadside, took her in, and gave her and her baby a home. Testimony was quiet. After a long silence, he said, "So, he rejected me, even before I was born." "Yes, my son," Jennifer whispered. "He left me to suffer, but God showed me mercy." Testimony stood up. "Then I will reject him too. I don't want to see him. I already have a family, you, Grandpa and Grandma." Jennifer's eyes filled with tears. She walked over and hugged her son tightly. "I am so proud of you," she said. "You are my miracle, my testimony." From that day, Testimony continued to take care of the couple who raised him. He made sure they lacked nothing. He built a small clinic in their name and always introduced them as his true grandparents. As for Jennifer, she became an inspiration to many. She started a foundation for young girls who had been abandoned or abused, helping them find shelter, education, and love. In the village, Stanley continued to live in sorrow. He never had any child. When he learned the truth about Testimony, his son, he cried bitterly. But it was too late.
Once upon a time, in a small village, there lived a woman named Priscilla. She was married to Mr. Andrew, and they were blessed with a son named David. Although they were happily married, Priscilla always wanted more from her husband. She often complained about money and expressed her dissatisfaction with the way they were managing life. It was not the kind of life she dreamed of. Their son, David, was a student at a university in the city. He lived in the school hostel and only came home during holidays. Whenever he returned, his parents were filled with joy and they shared happy moments together as a family. Mr. Andrew and Priscilla would always advise David to be careful, stay focused, and concentrate on his studies. David would always agree with his parents' advice and promise to make them proud. In that same village, one day, Priscilla's close friend, Eunice, lost her husband. Priscilla went to console her, deeply saddened by the loss. She spent time with her, offering comfort and support, as any good friend would. However, a few weeks after the funeral, something strange began to happen. Eunice started wearing expensive clothes and jewelry. Her appearance changed. She looked more elegant, confident, and even happier than she had before her husband passed away. Priscilla was surprised and puzzled by the sudden transformation. One day, while staring at her friend from across the road, she muttered to herself, "How can this be possible? Why is Eunice shining and enjoying now that her husband is dead? Wonders shall never end." One day, Priscilla went to Eunice's house, determined to uncover the secret behind her friend's sudden transformation after the death of her husband. Upon her arrival, Eunice welcomed her warmly and offered her a seat. "My dear friend," Priscilla began with a smile, "you have been looking so beautiful and radiant lately. What is your secret? Please tell your friend." Eunice leaned back and smiled. "I will tell you," she said calmly. "After my husband died, someone introduced me to a group called the Widows Club. It's a club strictly for widows only. Politicians, rich men, and charity organizations regularly support us with money and foodstuffs. Ever since I joined them, I have lacked nothing. My life has completely changed for the better." Priscilla's eyes widened in amazement. She leaned closer. "Please, my friend, I want to join the club too. How can I become a member? What are the requirements?" Eunice shook her head gently. "No, my dear, the club is only for widows. You cannot join unless your husband is dead." But Priscilla was desperate. "I know it's for widows," she whispered, "but they don't have to know whether I'm truly a widow or not. You are the only one who knows the truth. If you keep my secret, no one else will find out. Please, I really want to join the club." I will keep your secret on one condition, said Eunice, leaning forward with a serious look. Whatever the condition is, I will do it. Priscilla replied quickly, as long as I can join the Widows Club. Eunice nodded slowly. You must give me 50% of everything you receive from the club, whether it's money or foodstuffs. If you agree, I will take you there and introduce you as a widow. Priscilla's eyes widened in surprise. 50%. That's too much, but I will do it. I really want to join the club. I need the money badly. My husband and I are just managing. We even sold the only piece of land he had, just to pay for our son's education. I am tired of living this kind of life, so, please, when are you taking me there? Tomorrow, Eunice said with a smile. Someone just gave the club a huge sum of money, and the widows are gathering tomorrow to share it. It is the perfect time to introduce you. Priscilla's heart leapt with excitement. Thank you, my friend, she said. She left for her house that day, full of joy and expectation, already dreaming of a new better life. That night, Priscilla couldn't sleep. While her husband was sleeping, she sat at the edge of the bed, eyes wide open, imagining herself as a member of the Widows Club. In her thoughts, she saw herself dressed in elegant clothes, receiving gifts and money, and finally living the life she had always dreamed of. The next morning, she woke up early, dressed neatly, and hurried to Eunice's house. Together, they made their way to the widows' gathering. When they arrived, Eunice stood up before the other women and introduced Priscilla. This is my dear friend, she began solemnly. She just lost her husband not long ago and has been struggling to care for herself and her only son, who is still in the university. Priscilla lowered her head and began to sob, faking tears as best she could. The other widows were moved by her story. They surrounded her with sympathy, comforted her, and welcomed her into the club with warm hearts. Out of pity and solidarity, they gave her a full share of the money that was being distributed that day. After the meeting, Priscilla was overjoyed. She thanked her friend Eunice repeatedly. Thank you so much, my friend. I don't know how to repay you, she said excitedly. But Eunice smiled and said, don't forget our agreement, 50% of whatever you receive, remember. Priscilla paused, her joy slightly dimmed. Reluctantly, she counted the money, divided it, and handed half to Eunice. Eunice accepted the money with a wide smile. A deal is a deal, she said, putting the money into her purse. The two women then went their separate ways, each returning to her home, one pleased with her profit, and the other walking away with mixed feelings, caught between excitement and sadness, for the share she gave her friend. When Priscilla reached home that day, her excitement began to fade. As she looked at the money she had left, she felt a sting of regret. 50% is too much, she murmured to herself. After all, I am the one pretending and taking the risk. But she had no choice, at least, not yet. A few days later, as another Widows Club meeting approached, Priscilla went to Eunice's house so they could go together. As they were getting ready, Eunice looked at her closely and said, you need to shave your head like the other widows. That's how we all look, bald. It's part of the tradition. If you keep this hair, someone might start asking questions. Priscilla hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, no problem, you can help me do it. Eunice carefully shaved Priscilla's head until it was completely bald. There, Eunice said, brushing off the final strands of hair. Now you look just like the rest of us. No one will ever suspect your husband is still alive. Priscilla looked at herself in the mirror and forced a smile. But deep inside, she felt something she hadn't expected, shame. Still, she buried that feeling quickly and focused on what mattered to her most now, the money and the better life she was chasing. After Eunice finished shaving her hair, the two women left together for the Widows Club meeting. As usual, Priscilla received her share of the money given to the club by a politician, and after the meeting, she handed Eunice her 50%. When Priscilla returned home that evening, her husband was shocked when he saw her bowed head. What happened to your hair? He asked, staring at her with concern and confusion. I was having a serious headache, Priscilla replied quickly, trying to sound casual. So I branched into a barbing salon and shaved it off. I thought it would make me feel better. Her husband nodded slowly, though he remained visibly unsettled. He didn't argue, but something about the sudden change didn't sit right with him. Later that night, Priscilla sat alone, Deep in thought, though she was getting money from the club, she was tired of giving half of it to Eunice. This is too much, she whispered to herself. She's collecting 50% of everything I get, and if I stop giving her, she might expose me. But, what if I kill my husband? She murmured. She paused as the idea took root in her mind. Yes, that's it, if I kill him, I will become a real widow, and no one, not even Eunice, can threaten me or take a share of my money anymore. I will be free. A wicked smile spread across her face. Wow, Priscilla, you are so smart, she said aloud, praising herself. Soon, I will be free, no more secrets, no more sharing, just me and the good life. The next day, Priscilla woke up early, humming softly to herself as she moved around the kitchen. She prepared her husband's favorite meal, seasoning it with extra care, and with something far more sinister. When the food was ready, she served it to Andrew with a warm smile. My dear husband, come and eat, I made your favorite, she said sweetly. Andrew sat down and began to eat quietly, unaware of the evil lurking in each bite. As he ate, Priscilla stood in the corner, watching him closely with a strange smile on her face. Suddenly, he dropped his spoon and clutched his stomach. My stomach! My stomach! He shouted in pain. Before Priscilla could move, Andrew fell to the floor, gasping. In a matter of seconds, he was gone, dead. Priscilla's smile vanished instantly as she switched into a performance. She dropped to the ground, wailing loudly. Oh my God! My husband! Somebody help me, she screamed, running outside and calling for help. Neighbors rushed into the compound in confusion and panic. Some tried to revive Andrew, but it was too late. Others consoled Priscilla as she cried bitterly, tears that were nothing more than pretense. The heartbreaking news spread quickly. Andrew was dead. When David, their only son, heard of his father's death, he was devastated. He rushed home from school, his heart heavy with sorrow. The moment he arrived, he embraced his weeping mother and cried uncontrollably. He stayed by her side, consoling her, unaware of the dark truth she was hiding. Weeks passed, and the day of Andrew's burial finally came. Family, friends, and villagers gathered, and mourning the loss of a good man. As the coffin was lowered into the grave, David stepped forward, silent tears streaming down his face. In his hand, he held a small knife. Daddy, he said through sobs, his voice trembling. I am giving you this knife, take it, and fight for yourself. I know your death is not ordinary. Go and revenge. With that, he threw the knife into the grave. Little did he know that he just gave his late father a weapon to end his mother's life. A deep silence fell over the crowd. Some people looked at David with confusion, while others bowed their heads in sorrow. Her heart pounded violently in her chest. A chill ran through her body. She tried to keep a straight face, but her hands trembled slightly. She wished she could stop her son from what he just did, but doing so might raise suspicion. So, she forced herself to cry louder, hiding her discomfort behind fake tears. Inside, however, fear began to creep into her soul. The next day, Priscilla sat down with her son in the sitting room, her heart still troubled by his words at the graveside. David, she said gently, why did you do what you did yesterday at your father's burial? David looked at her with calm determination. Mommy, I did what I did because I know that Daddy's death wasn't ordinary. I want him to fight for himself, even in the afterlife. Priscilla swallowed hard, fear rising in her voice. You should have left everything to God. He is the one who fights for us, not the dead. You shouldn't have thrown that knife into your father's grave. David smiled faintly. Don't worry, Mother, God will still fight for us, and put our enemies to shame. Priscilla lowered her head. She couldn't say another word. Guilt and fear washed over her like a wave. She sat there, silent, ashamed and afraid. The following morning, David prepared to return to school. As he stood by the door with his bag, he turned to his mother. Mother, please be strong for me, he said. I know the death of father will make this house feel empty and lonely, but stay strong, you are all I have left in this world. Priscilla nodded slowly, forcing a smile. I will be strong, my son, you can start going now before it gets dark. She watched him walk away, a lump in her throat, tears welling up in her eyes. David turned briefly, waved, and continued down the road with sorrow in his steps. But little did he know that the very woman he had just asked to stay strong was the one who had ended his father's life. As he disappeared from view, Priscilla shut the door and leaned against it, trembling. Shadows of guilt were beginning to follow her, and she couldn't run from them forever. Priscilla began to fully enjoy the benefits of the Widows' Club. Money flowed into her hands, and foodstuffs were delivered regularly. She no longer worried about managing life. Her wardrobe changed, elegant clothes, sparkling jewelry, and a brand new phone became part of her daily life. To the villagers, she looked like a woman finally rising from sorrow. But deep inside, she was hiding a terrible secret. One fateful afternoon, Priscilla sat comfortably in front of her house, scrolling through her new phone, humming with satisfaction. The sun was warm, and the air was peaceful. Suddenly, a cold chill swept over her. She shivered and looked up, and her heart nearly stopped. Standing a few feet away was her late husband, Andrew. But this was not the gentleman she had once known. This was his ghost, angry, furious, and holding a knife. Priscilla's phone slipped from her hand. She gasped, her voice shaking. "Oh my God, Andrew. You are dead. Please, please, I'm so sorry. Don't kill me, please." But the ghost did not speak. His eyes burned with rage, the pain of betrayal, the cruelty of his death, all written on his ghostly face. Before she could scream again, the ghost raised the knife and, with one swift motion, stabbed her. She fell to the ground, lifeless. By the time neighbors rushed out after hearing her scream, they found her lying in a pool of blood, alone. There was no sign of anyone else, just the lifeless body of a woman who had thought she could escape justice, but justice had found her. A few days later, the heartbreaking news reached David. His mother was dead. He cried uncontrollably, overcome with sorrow and confusion. First, he lost his father, and now his mother. It was too much for his young heart to bear. Without delay, he traveled to the village for her burial. As he watched her body lowered into the ground, he felt completely alone in the world. Both his parents were gone, he had no one left. After the burial, David sat quietly under a tree near the compound, staring into the distance. Thoughts flooded his mind. What will I do now? How will I continue my education? There was no one to care for him. No one to pay his school fees. They had already sold the only land his father had, just to support him. Now there was nothing left, nothing, except his father's house, but he couldn't bring himself to sell it. With a heavy heart, David came to a painful decision. I have no choice, I will have to quit school and return home. The next morning, David returned to the city. He walked into his hostel, packed his belongings in silence, and said goodbye to the life he once knew, the dreams, the lectures, the friends. Tears filled his eyes as he boarded the bus back to the village. A new, uncertain chapter had begun in David's life. Back in the village, David refused to give up on his dreams. Though life was hard, he was determined to rise again. He began doing small jobs around the village, anything honest to earn a living. He worked on local building sites, helped villagers on their farmlands, fetched water for the villagers, and gathered firewood to sell. There was no job too small or too difficult for him. His plan was simple: save enough money to return to school and finish what he had started. Months passed. Through sweat, discipline, and sacrifice, David managed to save a good amount of money. He packed his things and returned to school, hopeful and focused. Even as he resumed his studies, he didn't stop working. After lectures, he would take up small jobs, cleaning, loading goods, or helping at construction sites, just to support himself and pay his school fees. Many nights, he slept with an empty stomach, but he never gave up. Years passed. And finally, after all his dedication and hard work, David graduated from the university with flying colors. No one knew the pain, the loss, and the silent battles he had fought to reach that moment. David smiled with tears in his eyes. He had fulfilled the dream his parents once hoped for. Let David's story remind every young person, no matter what life throws at you, never give up on your dreams. Even when he lost everything, David worked hard, stayed focused, and achieved success. Keep believing, keep trying, your determination will lead you to greatness. Priscilla's story teaches us that greed and lack of contentment can lead to destruction. If she had appreciated what she had, she wouldn't have lost everything. Be content, be patient. True happiness doesn't come from deceit or shortcuts, but from hard work and dedication. Thanks for watching, and also subscribe for more stories.
Pastor John was a revered man in the city. His church, John Wonder Ministry, had thousands of members, and every Sunday the building overflowed with worshippers eager to hear his powerful sermons. Miracles happened in his ministry, and testimonies poured in from all corners. His followers adored him, calling him a man of wonder. But there was one thing that always raised eyebrows: his only child, Angela. Angela was the complete opposite of her father. She wanted nothing to do with church, the Bible, or anything related to God. While Pastor John preached holiness, Angela lived recklessly. She spent her nights in clubs, drank heavily, and smoked without care. She moved from one man to another, living the kind of life that many would call shameful. The church members whispered among themselves. They gossiped about her. How can a great man of God have such a daughter? Maybe Pastor John is not as holy as he seems. If he can't control his daughter, how can he lead us? Yet Pastor John remained unbothered. He never preached about Angela, his daughter, never scolded her in public, and never stopped her from living her life as she pleased. Despite the scandal surrounding his daughter, John Wonder Ministry continued to grow. More people came, more miracles happened, and testimonies multiplied. It was as if Angela's wayward life had no effect on her father's ministry. Some people whispered, "Is Pastor John using something else to grow his church? How can his ministry be flourishing while his daughter lives in sin? How can a powerful man of God have a daughter like this? Why is Pastor John never bothered? Why does his church keep growing despite his daughter's sinful life?" They believed that maybe he had sold his soul, that there was something unusual about his success. But no one could prove anything. Yet, strangely, the more Angela sinned, the more Pastor John's church grew. Each time she followed a new man, 100 new members joined the church. Each time she spent a night in a hotel, another miracle happened in John Wonder Ministry. Each time she embraced sin, her father's fame and wealth increased. What no one knew was that Angela's life of sin was no accident. But behind the pulpit, behind the miracles, lay a dark and terrifying secret. Many years ago, before Pastor John became famous, he was just another struggling preacher. His church was small and he had no money or influence. Desperate for success, he sought help from a secret occult group known as the Brotherhood of the Serpent. "Do you want power?" the cult leader asked. "Do you want the world to bow before you?" "Yes," Pastor John replied without hesitation. The cult leader smiled. "Then you must give us something precious." Pastor John was confused. "I have no money," he said. The cult leader laughed darkly. "Not your money, but your firstborn child." Pastor John froze. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Your wife is pregnant with a baby girl. Before your child is born, you will perform a ritual. You will take her ability to think for herself. She will be controlled by lust and will never resist the urge to follow men. Each time she does, your power will increase." Pastor John hesitated, but the thought of fame, wealth, and a global ministry was too tempting. He agreed. That night he performed the dark ritual while his wife was sleeping, still pregnant with Angela. From that moment his destiny changed. Angela was born with no power over her own desires. From a young age she felt an uncontrollable urge to follow men. She never understood why. No matter how much she wanted to stop, she couldn't. It wasn't normal lust. It was something deeper, something spiritual. She became infamous in the city, moving from one man to another, unable to control herself. And each time she did, her father's church grew. People worshipped Pastor John, calling him a man of wonder. But little did they know that the same daughter they mocked was the secret behind her father's success. She was unable to resist men, drawn to the nightlife. The more she sinned, the bigger his church became. Each night she spent in a hotel with a stranger, another 100 people joined his church. Each time she drowned herself in alcohol, another miracle happened in his ministry. Each time she embraced sin, his name became even more powerful. And so, while the world saw a holy man behind closed doors, he was a monster, feeding off his own daughter's destruction. But one faithful night, Angela was kidnapped. A gang of ruthless criminals ambushed her outside a nightclub, dragged her into a black van, and disappeared into the night. Hours later, her father received a call. "Pastor John," a deep voice sneered, "we have your daughter. If you want to see her alive, bring 10 million naira by tomorrow night." Most fathers would panic. Most fathers would run to the police. But Pastor John did neither. Instead, he walked into his secret room, a hidden door behind his bookshelf. Beneath his mansion lay a secret chamber, a cold, eerie room, filled with candles, ancient symbols, and a massive black serpent idol. It was the sacred altar of the Brotherhood of the Serpent. Pastor John knelt before the serpent idol. Then, in a deep and desperate voice, he began the incantation. "Brotherhood of the Serpent," he called. "I am in danger. My daughter has been taken. Without her, I am finished." The flames in the room flickered violently. The air grew heavy. "If she does not return, my ministry will crumble. I will loose my miracles, the great serpent. Please go and bring my daughter back." Then a low hissing sound filled the chamber. The idol's eyes glowed red. The shadows in the room twisted unnaturally as a giant black serpent slithered out from the darkness. Its body was covered in shimmering scaled patterns, and its golden eyes burned with an unnatural fire. Pastor John stepped back as the serpent rose high above him. "Your request has been heard. Your daughter will be returned." The serpent turned, vanishing into the darkness, at the kidnapper's hideout, an uncompleted building, inside a hidden bush. Angela sat, tied on a chair. The gang members laughed and drank, waiting for her father to bring the money. Then the light flickered. A sudden cold wind swept through the room. "Did you feel that?" one of the men asked. Before anyone could answer, a terrifying hiss echoed through the air. The men turned, and their blood ran cold. From the shadows, a massive black serpent emerged, its golden eyes glowing with fury. "What the hell is that?" one of the kidnappers screamed. The serpent struck like lightning. Immediately, it attacked one of the kidnappers as he collapsed lifeless. The other tried to run, but the serpent was faster. It coiled around 2 men at once, crushing their bones with a sickening crunch. The other kidnapper, shaking in terror, dropped his gun and fell to his knees. "Please, please have mercy," he begged. The serpent's eyes flickered, and then it struck. Angela, still tied to the chair, stared in horror as the monstrous snake turned its gaze toward her. For a moment she thought it would kill her too, but instead it slithered behind her, snapped the ropes with its fangs, and then vanished into the shadows. Angela stood up in surprise and began to find her way out. She ran as fast as her legs can carry her. When she reached home, her father was happy to see her, but Angela was still afraid. "Who are you, father?" "After the kidnappers called you for ransom, something strange happened," Angela asked. "You are safe, my child. That is all that matters." From the moment Angela returned home, she could not stop thinking about the mysterious black serpent that had saved her. Why would a giant snake appear out of nowhere? How did it know where to find her? Why did it kill only the kidnappers and leave her unharmed? And the strangest part, her father had never looked worried about her kidnapping. He did not call the police, and he did not beg the kidnappers, or even pay the ransom. Instead, he simply waited, and then she was mysteriously rescued. Deep inside her, fear began to grow. One evening, Angela met her closest friend, Bella, at a quiet cafe. Bella had always been the only person Angela trusted, the only one who didn't judge her wild lifestyle. Over a cup of coffee, Angela whispered, "Bella, I need to tell you something terrifying." Bella's eyes widened as she listened to the story about the kidnapping, the ransom call, and the giant serpent that had appeared out of nowhere and slaughtered the kidnappers. When she finished, Bella stared at her in shock. "This is strange," Bella said. "A snake saving a human? Killing only your kidnappers? Angela, this is not normal." "I know," Angela whispered. "That's why I think my father is involved. I think he called that thing to save me." Bella shivered. "Angela, I have an uncle, a powerful prophet. If you really want to know the truth, we can go see him." Angela hesitated. She had never believed in prophets or pastors, but after what she had witnessed, she needed answers. "Okay," she agreed. "Take me to him." The next day, Bella took Angela to a small village far from the city. There, in a simple house, lived Prophet Elijah, a man known for his visions and powerful prayers. The moment Angela stepped into his home, Prophet Elijah turned to look at her, his old eyes filled with wisdom. "You are Pastor John's daughter," he said. "I have been expecting you." Angela's heart pounded. "You know who I am?" "Yes," the prophet replied, "and I know why you are here. You seek the truth about your father." Angela swallowed hard. "Please tell me, who is he? What was that thing that saved me?" Prophet Elijah sighed deeply and motioned for them to sit. Then he began to speak. "Your father, Pastor John, is not a man of God. He is a servant of the Brotherhood of the Serpent, a powerful occult group that gave him fame, wealth, and power." Angela gasped, her worst fears confirmed. "Many years ago, before you were born, your father made a terrible sacrifice. He traded your destiny for his success. That is why, no matter how hard you try, you are drawn to sin. It is not your fault, it is the spell he placed on you." Angela trembled. "Oh my God," the prophet continued. "The serpent that saved you was not a miracle, it was a demon, your father's guardian spirit. Whenever he is in danger, it protects him. But make no mistake, it is a monster, and it serves only the darkness. Your father is also responsible for the death of your mother." Tears filled Angela's eyes. "So, my father is truly evil." The prophet nodded. "He wears the mask of a holy man, but in secret, he feeds on the souls of his followers. His miracles are false, and his power is stolen from the dark realm." Angela felt like the world was spinning around her. "But why did the serpent save me?" she asked, her voice shaking. Prophet Elijah's face grew serious. "Because without you, your father will fall. You are the key to his power, Angela. Each time you follow a man, his ministry grows. Each time you sin, he becomes stronger. That is why he cannot let anything happen to you." Angela gasped. "You mean I am the reason his church is powerful?" "Yes," the prophet confirmed. "You have been unknowingly fueling his evil empire." Angela buried her face in her hands. She had always thought she was just a lost girl, a sinner who couldn't control herself. But now she knew the truth. Her own father had cursed her before she was even born. Bella placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Angela, now that you know the truth, what will you do?" Angela looked up, her eyes burning with determination. "I have to stop him," she whispered. "I have to destroy my father before he destroys me." Prophet Elijah nodded solemnly. "Then listen carefully, my child. There is only one way to break the curse, but it will require great courage. Are you ready?" Angela clenched her fists. For the first time in her life, she was ready to fight back. "Tell me what to do." The prophet's eyes filled with urgency. "Listen carefully, Angela," he said. "Your father's power is tied to the dark covenant he made with the Brotherhood of the Serpent. To break that covenant, you must use the most sacred part of yourself, your blood. Angela's hands trembled. My blood? The prophet nodded. Not just any blood. You must collect your early morning urine when you are on your monthly flow. Let the monthly flow drop inside the urine. That is when your body is at its most powerful. It carries the essence of life and can break any occultic spell. Angela's heart pounded. What do I do with it? She asked. Prophet Elijah's voice became firm. Take the urine and go to your father's church. Walk straight to the altar where he stands and pour it on him in front of the congregation. The moment it touches him, his secret will be exposed. The brotherhood's hold over him will break, and he will be forced to confess his sins before everyone. Bella gasped. But Prophet, won't Pastor John fight back? The old man sighed. He will try. But if Angela follows my instructions carefully, if she does this while on her monthly flow, his powers will be useless, his demons will abandon him, and the truth will come out. Angela swallowed hard. And if I don't succeed? The prophet's face darkened. Then you will not survive. He will know what you tried to do, and the Brotherhood will come for you. A cold shiver ran down Angela's spine. Bella grabbed her hand. Angela, are you sure about this? Angela closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then nodded. I have no choice. I cannot let him control me anymore. It's time to end this. For the next few days, Angela waited for her monthly flow to begin. When it finally did, she followed Prophet Elijah's instructions carefully. At dawn, while the world was still asleep, she collected her first urine in a small glass bottle. Holding it in her hands, she whispered, This is my weapon. This is my freedom. She dressed in simple clothes, tied her hair up, and hid the bottle in her bag. Then, with Bella by her side, she set out for the John Wonder Ministry. That Sunday morning, the church was packed with worshippers. Thousands had gathered to see Pastor John, the great man of God. As the choir sang, Angela and Bella slipped into the crowd. Pastor John stood at the altar, holding the microphone with a confident smile. Hallelujah, he shouted, and the congregation roared in response. Today is a day of miracles. Today the Lord will set you free. Angela clenched her fists. Liar. She took a deep breath, pushed past the people, and walked straight to the altar. Pastor John saw her and smiled. Ah, my beloved daughter, come, share your testimony with the church. But Angela didn't stop. She climbed onto the altar, pulled the bottle from her bag, and before anyone could react, she poured the urine all over him. The church fell silent. For a moment, Pastor John stood there, drenched in Angela's urine, his face frozen in shock. Then, he let out a terrifying scream. His body convulsed. His skin began to burn. His hands trembled as he dropped the microphone. No! No! He shrieked, falling to his knees. The congregation gasped in horror. Suddenly, his voice changed. It became deep and monstrous, like something that wasn't human. You foolish girl, he growled. Do you know what you have done? Angela stepped back, her heart pounding. The church members screamed as Pastor John's body began to twist unnaturally. Dark smoke rose from his skin. His eyes turned completely black. Then he began to speak the truth. I am not a man of God, he confessed, his voice shaking. I have deceived you all. I made a covenant with the Brotherhood of the Serpent. My miracles were fake. My power came from darkness. Gasps filled the church. People cried out in shock and fear. Pastor John clutched his head, screaming as his secrets were ripped from his soul. I sold my daughter's destiny for power. Every time she sinned, my church grew. I used her as a sacrifice. I am also responsible for the death of my wife. The church erupted into chaos. Women screamed. Men fell to their knees. Some ran out of the building. Angela watched in horror as Pastor John's body began to decay before everyone's eyes. His skin cracked, his flesh blackened, and he collapsed onto the altar, lifeless. At that moment, the massive serpent idol hidden beneath the church shattered into pieces. The spell was broken. Freedom at last. Angela stood there, tears streaming down her face. She could feel it, the weight lifting off her soul. For the first time in her life, she felt free. Bella rushed to her side, grabbing her hand. "Angela, we did it," she cried. The remaining church members looked at Angela with shock. The empire of lies had fallen, the truth had finally won, and Angela's destiny was hers once again. Once upon a time, in the bustling city of Ligos, there lived a young boy named Adeleke. He lived happily with his parents, surrounded by love and laughter. But one terrible day, tragedy struck. Adeleke's parents were involved in a horrific car accident. The news came like a dark cloud over his world. Both his mother and father had died in the crash. Adeleke cried and cried until his eyes were sore. He couldn't believe they were gone. The house felt empty. The laughter, the hugs, the warm meals, all had vanished. He sat by the window for hours, hoping somehow they would return. But they never did. After the funeral in the village, Adeleke's grandmother, Mama Ireti, wept bitterly. Her son, Adeleke's father, had been her only child, and now Adeleke was her only grandchild. "My son," she said gently, holding his small hands, "you are not alone. You have me. You will stay here in the village with me, and I promise I will try my best to provide for you." So Adeleke began a new life in the quiet village with Mama Ireti. The village was peaceful, filled with green trees, chirping birds, and soft winds that whispered through the night. It was nothing like Ligos, where cars zoomed by and lights blinked late into the night. Here the stars were bright and the nights were calm. At first, Adeleke struggled. He missed his parents dearly. He missed his friends and his school in the city. But Mama Ireti was patient and kind. Every night she sat with him under the moonlight and told him stories to soothe his heart. Though she had no money to enroll Adeleke in school, Mama Ireti worked tirelessly. She labored on people's farms, fetched water, and even gathered firewood for the villagers, doing anything she could to earn money and take care of her grandson. She wanted to ensure that he lacked nothing and could return to school. As time passed, she also taught Adeleke how to farm, fetch water, and cook simple meals. Slowly, the village began to feel less strange to him. He started to smile again. Soon he was enrolled in the village school. He began to make new friends both in school and in the village. One day, something painful happened. Adeleke was punished in school for not paying his school fees. He walked home with tears streaming down his cheeks, his heart heavy with shame and sadness. When Mama Ireti saw him crying, her heart broke into pieces. "Oh, my son, what happened? Why are you crying?" she asked anxiously, rushing to hold him close. "I was punished by a teacher for not paying my school fees," he sobbed, struggling to speak through his tears. Mama Ireti began to cry too. She hugged him tightly and rocked him gently. "I'm so sorry, my child," she said softly. "I have been saving up for your school fees. With time, I will complete it. You will pay soon, I promise." Then her eyes filled with anger and sadness. "But that teacher had no right to punish my grandson like that. Tomorrow, I will follow you to school. I will plead with your teachers to give me more time and to never treat you like that again." The next morning, Mama Ireti wore her best wrapper and tied her headscarf tightly. They walked quietly to the school. When they arrived, she went straight to the teachers, and to everyone's surprise, she knelt down in front of them. "Please," she said with tears in her eyes, "do not punish my grandson again. I am trying my best. I will pay the fees soon. Just give me a little more time." The teachers were moved. They had never seen such a thing. They rushed to her side, gently lifting her up. "No, Mama, please get up," they said in unison. "We didn't know how hard things were for you. We won't punish your grandson again. Please don't kneel and don't cry." They led her to a bench and offered her water. One of the teachers stood up and said, "From today, Adeleke will not be punished for fees again. He is a good boy." Mama Ireti wiped her eyes and thanked them. Adeleke looked at her with new eyes, his heart full of love, respect, and deep admiration. After several years of hard work and dedication, Adeleke completed his secondary education. It was a proud moment for both him and Mama Ireti, but it also brought new worries. One evening, as they sat outside their home, Mama Ireti spoke gently. "My son, now that you have finished secondary school and grown into a fine young man, I must be honest with you. I don't have the money to send you to the university." She paused, trying to hold back tears. "But I want you to learn a skill, a handwork that will help you in life. There is a popular mechanic workshop at the village square. You can go there and start learning mechanic work." Adeleke nodded. "Thank you, grandmother, for everything," he said. "I can't wait to start making money and take very good care of you." The next week, Adeleke began learning at the mechanic workshop in the village square. He worked hard, getting his hands dirty, fixing engines and learning every part of a car. But sometimes, when he sat alone during breaks, his mind wandered. "What kind of life is this?" he would say to himself. "Is this really how I will take care of my grandmother? I need something bigger, something that will fetch me millions." One hot afternoon, a shiny black car rolled into the workshop. It was a luxury car, nothing like the old cars they usually repaired. A wealthy man stepped out, dressed in fine clothes and smelling of expensive perfume. The other apprentices stared in awe, but Adeleke saw something else, a chance. As the man waited for his car to be checked, Adeleke approached him. "Excuse me, sir," he said boldly. "Please, I want to be like you. I want to have money. I need to take care of my grandmother. That woman has sacrificed so much for me. Please, sir, show me the way. I can do anything." The man looked at him and smiled. "Young man," he said, reaching into his pocket, "I like your courage." He handed him a small business card. "Call me tomorrow. I will show you how to make cool money." Adeleke took the card with both hands and bowed slightly. "Thank you so much, sir," he said, his heart racing with hope. The next day, Adeleke nervously picked up his phone and dialed the number on the card. Mr. Ibrahim answered and spoke with a warm, commanding voice. "I will forward my house address to you. Come to my house this evening. I will be waiting." When Adeleke arrived, he stood frozen in front of a massive luxury mansion. The house was grand, with sleek black cars parked outside. His eyes widened with amazement. "So this is how rich people live," he whispered to himself. Inside, the living room was more stunning than he had ever imagined. Gleaming marble floors, soft velvet couches, glittering chandeliers, and a sweet scent of wealth in the air. "Sit down," Mr. Ibrahim said calmly. Adeleke sat, still in awe. Then Ibrahim looked at him and said, "You will stay here till night. I want to take you to a place where everything is possible." Adeleke nodded eagerly. "Okay, sir." That night, as darkness blanketed the village, Mr. Ibrahim drove him to an unknown location. The car sped through lonely roads and into the deep forest until they arrived at a quiet, gated compound. Inside, Adeleke found himself standing in a dimly lit room filled with strange-looking men in dark robes and the air smelled of smoke and secrecy. "Where am I?" he asked, uneasily. Their Grand Master spoke. His voice was deep and calm. "Welcome, young man. Welcome to the place where everything is possible with blood." Adeleke's eyes widened. "Blood?" he asked. The man nodded. "We can give you wealth, cars, power, anything you desire. But you must give something precious in return. A sacrifice." Adeleke hesitated, his heart pounding. "I can do anything to make this money," he finally said. "To become a millionaire, you must sacrifice your grandmother. All you have to do is call her name 3 times, and everything you want in life will be yours." Adeleke froze. He saw Mama Ireti's wrinkled hands, her warm smile, her tears when he cried, and all the nights she went to bed hungry just to feed him. His lips trembled. But then, driven by desperation and greed, he looked down and whispered in his heart, "I am sorry, grandmother. I have to do this. Rest in peace. You will forever be in my heart." He looked up, and with a heavy heart, called his grandmother's name 3 times. The room went silent. The leader smiled coldly. "It is done," he said. "Go and enjoy your wealth." When Adeleke returned to the village, he was greeted with heartbreaking news. His grandmother, Mama Ireti, had died. She passed away quietly in her sleep, the same night he had called her name 3 times. At her burial, people wept for the kind old woman who had worked so hard for her grandson. But Adeleke stood in silence, guilt bubbling beneath his clothes. After the funeral, he packed his things and left the village for the city. His heart was heavy, but his mind was focused on what he had been promised. And just as their grandmaster had said, his life changed quickly. Within a few months, Adeleke became a millionaire. He moved into a luxury mansion in the heart of the city. He wore fine clothes, drove expensive cars, and attracted admiration wherever he went. He hired a team of servants, a cook, a cleaner, a gardener, and a gateman. Life seemed perfect. He laughed, hosted parties, and enjoyed the good life. Unbeknownst to him, a terrible fate waited ahead. For a while, everything seemed fine, until one fateful night, his cook brought in a delicious meal, steaming hot rice with fried chicken and vegetables, placed neatly on a golden tray. As Adeleke sat to eat, he picked up his spoon and scooped some rice. But just as he was about to put the food into his mouth, the rice turned into a bundle of money. He gasped, dropping the spoon. "What is happening?" he whispered, staring in horror. Confused, he reached for the glass of water beside him, but as the water touched his lips, it also turned into money. Fear gripped him. He tried to eat again, then a fruit. But everything, every single thing he tried to eat or drink, turned into bundles of cash. He was afraid, panting in terror. "This is strange. This is not what I asked for," he muttered, pacing the room. Hungry, weak, and frightened, Adeleke went to bed with an empty stomach that night, surrounded by wealth but starving. And so began the haunting consequences of the sacrifice he thought was a path to freedom. The next morning he woke up, feeling weak and dizzy. His stomach grumbled loudly. He immediately called out to his cook, "Bring me breakfast, quickly!" Soon, a steaming tray of breakfast with a glass of fresh juice was placed before him. He licked his lips hungrily and reached for the food. But just like the night before, everything turned into bundles of money the moment he touched them. His hands trembled. "No, not again!" he cried. He stood up, shocked and afraid. He could no longer bear it. Desperate, he picked up his phone and called Mr. Ibrahim. "Sir, something is wrong," he said, his voice shaking. "Every time I try to eat, the food turns into money. I haven't eaten since yesterday." There was a brief silence on the other end. "This is serious," Mr. Ibrahim finally said. "You need to go and see the Grand Master. Only he can explain this." Without wasting time, Adeleke got into one of his luxury cars and drove straight to the secret location where the cult's Grand Master resided. Inside the dark chamber, filled with incense and the low hum of chanting, he fell to his knees before the Grand Master. "Grand Master, please help me. I haven't eaten. Every food I touch turns into money. I am starving." The Grand Master opened his eyes slowly and said in a calm voice, "I am sorry for what you are facing, my son, but this is the doing of your late grandmother's spirit." Adeleke was surprised. "My grandmother?" he asked, barely whispering. "Yes," the Grand Master replied. "Her spirit is unsettled. She sacrificed so much for you, and you betrayed her. But as for me, there is nothing I can do. What I can tell you is this: you are protected. No spirit can harm you." Adeleke's hands clenched into fists. He stood up slowly, anger and frustration boiling inside him. "With all due respect, Grand Master, you say no spirit can harm me, but I am already being harmed. Her ghost is tormenting me. She's turning every food I touch into money. What more do you expect? As I speak to you now, I am very hungry." The Grand Master said nothing. His eyes remained closed, his face unreadable. The silence in the chamber grew thick. Adeleke turned and stormed out, his heart pounding with fear, guilt, and regret. Weeks passed. The strange curse continued without mercy. Every food he touched, whether at home, in the market, or in a fancy restaurant, turned instantly into bundles of money. Fried rice, yam, soup, even plain water, all became cold, lifeless Naira notes the moment they touched his hands or lips. He tried everything, eating with gloves, using chopsticks, even asking others to feed him, but nothing worked. The curse followed him everywhere. One afternoon, his cook entered the dining room, just in time to witness something shocking. As he lifted a spoonful of jollof rice to his mouth, it shimmered and morphed into a neat stack of currency. The cook gasped. What did I just see? Food turned to money? Wonders shall never end. She stepped back in fear, staring at her master with wide, trembling eyes. He called his cook. "Please, can you feed me? Maybe if someone else feeds me, the food won't turn to money." The cook looked at him with pity and nodded. "All right, sir, let's try." She brought a spoonful of soft rice to his lips, hoping it would work. But the moment the spoon touched his mouth, the food instantly turned into bundles of crisp Naira notes. The cook gasped in shock. "What? It turned to money again." She bent down and picked up the notes. Her eyes widened as she counted them. "Wow, I have so much money now," she whispered, stunned but excited. Later that day, the cook gathered with the other workers outside the house. They had noticed how their boss no longer came out, how he had grown thinner by the day. With a serious look, she said, "Our boss is suffering from hunger." "Hunger?" they asked, surprised. "Yes," the cook replied. "For weeks now, any food he touches turns into money. I even tried feeding him myself, but it still turned into cash. I have been saving some money since then." But instead of being amazed, the workers looked at one another in fear. The gardener stepped back. "That means our boss is a ritualist. I don't think I can continue working here." "It's true," said the gateman nervously. "Me too. I can't stay here anymore. It's too risky. What if one day our own food starts turning into money? What if something worse happens?" One by one, fear began to grip the hearts of the servants. The mansion that once symbolized luxury was now filled with silence, suspicion, and the cold presence of death drawing nearer. Day by day, Adeleke became thinner and weaker. His once strong body was now frail, his glowing skin dull. The sparkle in his eyes was gone. He could no longer drive his luxury cars, nor attend lavish parties. His designer clothes hung loose on his bony frame. He spent most of his time lying in bed, groaning in pain,
He was dying slowly and painfully of hunger as fear spread through the mansion. One by one, the workers packed their bags and left. The gardener, the gateman, even the cleaner, all fled, unwilling to stay a moment longer in the house of a man they now believed was a ritualist. But the cook stayed behind. Despite everything, she remained loyal, not because of love or duty, but because she saw something no one else did: opportunity. Each time she attempted to feed her boss, the food turned into money, and though her master groaned in hunger, she quietly gathered the bundles, putting them in her bag. "God has remembered me," she often whispered to herself. "He is blessing me through this curse." Days passed. Adeleke grew weaker and thinner. He barely moved, barely spoke. The cook tried again and again to feed him, but his lips never tasted food again. His strength left him like the sun, disappearing behind a cloud. Then, one fateful morning, the mansion was silent. No groans, no coughing, no cries for food. The cook entered his room and found him lying still, cold and lifeless. He was dead. She stood there for a long moment, staring at his body. Slowly, tears rolled down her cheek. But it wasn't for her boss. She cried for the money that would no longer appear. Wiping her tears, she ran out of the mansion to alert the neighbors. "Come quickly, my master is dead," she shouted, drawing a small crowd. But as she led them back toward the house, a horrifying sight stopped them in their tracks. The mansion was engulfed in flames. Thick black smoke curled into the sky. Fire roared from the windows. Everything, furniture, cars, clothes, and the money she had saved, was burning to ashes. The crowd gasped. Some screamed, but the cook fell to her knees and wailed, "No, my money, my blessings, everything is gone." But no one could go near. The fire was fierce, as though fueled by something more than wood and fuel, something angry, something from beyond. As the fire devoured the last of the once mighty mansion, the crowd stood in shock, murmuring among themselves. One man turned to the cook and said firmly, "Instead of you to thank God for bringing you out of that mansion before it caught fire, you are here crying over money." The cook wiped her face quickly, looked up to the sky and whispered, "Thank you, God, for saving my life. I am so much grateful." Then an older man stepped forward and spoke to the crowd. "Mr. Adeleke was an occultic man," he said. "It is said that once such people die, all their wealth vanishes, burns with them, or fades into dust." He then turned to the cook, his eyes serious. "You are a very lucky girl," he said. "You will live the rest of your life worshipping God because He saved you. I heard how you stayed back when others left. But let me tell you, this is how greed and long throat for money could have cost you your life." The crowd murmured in agreement. The cook stood still, humbled. She nodded slowly. "I understand now. I was blind, but God saved me. Even when I didn't deserve it, I will never forget." She turned away, not with bundles of money or her clothes, but with a new heart and a story that would be told in the village for generations.
Her name was Aboma. This is her story. Aboma was renowned far and wide for her extraordinary beauty. Her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the midday sun, and her smile could light up the darkest night. It was said that her laughter could make the birds pause in their singing just to listen. As a result, men from all corners of the region came to Omonka village, each of them hoping to win her heart and take her as his bride. However, Aboma was not easily swayed by flattery or gifts. She had turned down suitor after suitor, leaving many to wonder what kind of man could possibly capture her elusive heart. Despite their persistence, Aboma remained firm in her resolve, much to the frustration of her mother, who desired to see her daughter settled and happy. One day, a young and ambitious lawyer named Ozo decided to try his luck. Ozo was known for his intelligence, charisma, and confidence, traits that had helped him achieve great success in his profession. He believed that his stature and eloquence would surely impress Agbonma. With a heart full of hope and a mind full of determination, he set off to Agbonma's house. Upon his arrival, Uzo was warmly welcomed by Agbonma's mother, Nneka. She offered him a seat and listened intently as he expressed his desire to marry her daughter. Nneka, who was eager to see her daughter wed, was overjoyed. She called out to Agbonma to come and greet her suitor. Agbonma appeared, her beauty even more striking in person. She greeted Uzo with a gentle nod. He was captivated by her presence and felt even more confident that he would succeed. Agbonma, please bring a cup of water for me. I am thirsty, Uzo requested. Agbonma obediently went inside and returned with a cup of cool, refreshing water. However, instead of handing it to Uzo, she did something unexpected. She poured the water over his head, drenching him from head to toe. Everywhere fell silent. Uzo sat in shock, the cold water running down his face. He felt humiliated and disrespected. Nneka's joy turned to anger as she confronted her daughter. Agbonma, why did you do such a thing? She demanded. Agbonma, with calm and unyielding eyes, replied, I poured the water to set an example in this village to all the men seeking my hand in marriage. I am no man's wife. My life is my own, and I will not be bound by the expectations of others. Uzo, embarrassed and defeated, left the house with a heavy heart. Word of Agbonma's bold act spread quickly through the village and beyond. Some were shocked, others admired her courage, but all understood that Agbonma was a woman who valued her independence above all else. From that day on, men ceased their pursuit of Agbonma. They respected her decision and admired her strength. Agbonma continued to live her life on her own terms, inspiring many young women in Umuka village to follow their hearts and stand up for their own beliefs. One sunny afternoon, as Agbonma walked along the village road, enjoying the warmth of the day and the beauty of the surrounding nature, a young man named Nnamdi spotted her. Nnamdi had admired Agbonma from afar for a long time. Unlike the other men who had sought her hand in marriage, Nnamdi felt a genuine affection for her. He believed that he could just express his heartfelt feelings. Agbonma might see him differently. Gathering all his courage, Nnamdi approached Agbonma. I have admired you for a long time. I cannot keep these feelings to myself any longer. I love you deeply and I wish to make you my wife. Agbonma stared at him, her expression unreadable. Before Nnamdi could react, she raised her hand and slapped him across his face. The sharp sound echoed through the still air. Nnamdi was stunned, his face burning with pain and humiliation. The villagers who had witnessed the scene were equally shocked. Nnamdi stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. With unwavering eyes, Agbonma spoke firmly. I will not tolerate being approached in this manner. I am not an object to be claimed. My life and my choices are my own, and I have made it clear that I do not seek marriage. Nnamdi, ashamed and heartbroken, lowered his head and walked away. When Agbonma's uncle heard about her rejecting yet another suitor, he believed Agbonma's behavior was bringing shame to their family and wanted to advise her on how to be more respectful towards her suitors. One evening, he visited Agbonma's compound. He approached her with a stern expression. Agbonma, he began, you have rejected many fine suitors. This is not how a young woman of our village should behave. You are bringing shame upon our family. Abomma replied, Uncle, I appreciate your concern, but I am old enough to know what I want. I have my reasons for my decisions, and I do not need advice on this matter. Her uncle's face darkened with anger. He felt disrespected and decided to teach her a lesson. He picked up a cane lying nearby and raised it, ready to flog her. Perhaps a little discipline will make you have sense, he said. Just as he was about to bring the cane down on Abomma, an invisible force snatched it from his hand. The cane hovered in the air for a moment before it turned and began to strike him. Shocked and unable to comprehend what was happening, her uncle stumbled back, trying to fend off the invisible blows. Stop! Stop! He cried out in pain and confusion. Abomma's mother, hearing the commotion, rushed out to see what was happening. She was met with the sight of her brother-in-law being flogged by an unseen force. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she clutched her chest. "What is this?" she exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. Even Abomma was stunned. She had no idea what was causing the invisible force to protect her. She watched, wide-eyed, as the cane continued to strike her uncle until he fell to his knees, gasping for breath. The cane finally dropped to the ground, and the invisible force seemed to dissipate. Her uncle, bruised and humiliated, looked up at Abomma with a mixture of fear and bewilderment. This is not normal," he stammered. "What kind of power do you have?" Abomma shook her head, her own shock evident. "I don't know, uncle. I truly have no idea what just happened." Her mother approached cautiously, still reeling from the sight. "Abomma, what is going on?" "I don't know, mother," Abomma repeated, her voice steady despite the confusion. "I didn't do anything." Word of the incident spread quickly through the village. People whispered about the mysterious force that had protected Abomma. In the neighboring village of Omunka lived a remarkable young man named Onyemechi. He was the only son of his parents. Onyemechi's father had passed away when he was just a little boy, leaving his mother to raise him alone. Despite their hardships, Onyemechi grew up to be an intelligent individual. His curiosity and determination led him to excel in school, and he eventually secured a place at a prestigious university. After graduating from the university, Onyemechi landed a well-paying job in the city that allowed him to provide for his mother. He became well known in his community not only for his professional achievements, but also for his wisdom. He was deeply spiritual and had a profound understanding of the human condition. People in the community often sought his counsel for various matters, ranging from personal issues to communal disputes. His advice was always thoughtful and fair, earning him the respect and admiration of everyone around him. Onyemechi's mother had always dreamed of seeing her son married and surrounded by grandchildren. As the years passed, her desire grew stronger. She often reminded her son of his duty to carry on the family name and bring joy to their home with the laughter of children. "Onyemechi, my son," she would say, "I am not getting any younger. I long to see you married and hold my grandchildren in my arms. You need a wife who will stand by your side and bring happiness to our family." Despite his mother's pleas, Onyemechi remained focused on his job. He knew the importance of his mother's wish, but was determined to find the right partner, not just any woman. He wanted a wife who shared his values and understood his aspirations. "Mother, I understand your wishes," Onyemechi would gently reply, "but I believe that marriage is a lifelong commitment. I want to make sure I find someone who is truly right for me. Someone who will be a partner in every sense. Please, be patient with me." His mother would sigh, but trusted her son. She knew he was wise and thoughtful, but there was something Onyemaechi's mother did not know about him. A secret he kept to himself. Onyemaechi belonged to a secret coven of dark magic, a group that promised protection and wealth to its members. There was a ring given to him by the secret coven. This ring, an ornate piece of jewelry, was said to offer protection. Whenever something bad was about to happen around him, the ring would show him a sign. Onyemaechi wore the ring on his finger, a constant reminder of the choices he had made. One evening, as Onyemaechi walked through the village, he overheard a group of young men discussing Agbomma from the neighboring village of Umunka. They spoke of her beauty and how she rejected all her suitors. When Onyemaechi returned home, he told his mother what he heard about a maiden called Agbomma. He also told her that he wanted to go to Umunka village to try his luck. He embarked on a journey to Umunka village. He hoped to try his luck, believing that if anyone could understand and appreciate his journey, it would be Agbomma. With his mother's blessing and the ring still on his finger, he set out with a heart full of hope. Upon reaching Umunka village, he asked the villagers for direction to Agbomma's compound. They pointed him to the right direction, and soon he found himself standing at the entrance of her home. As he approached, he saw Agbomma sitting outside, holding a mirror and looking at herself. The moment Onyemaechi set eyes on Agbomma, he felt a sudden warmth from the ring on his finger. Surprised, he looked down on his ring and saw an image of a river goddess appeared on the ring. It was an otherworldly vision. Unlike anything he had experienced before, he immediately understood the meaning. Agbomma was connected to the water, belonging to the river goddess, and she was destined to be no man's wife. Struggling with the revelation, Onyemaechi approached Agbomma with caution. She looked up and noticed him. Her expression curious but calm. Onyemaechi began, "I am Onyemaechi from Umudike village. What brings you here?" she asked. Onyemaechi took a deep breath, trying to steady his thoughts. "Agbomma, I came here to see you, to try my luck and ask if you would consider marrying me." Agbomma's demeanor changed instantly. Her eyes narrowed and her face twisted in anger. She said, "Onyemaechi, or whatever you call yourself, I will not marry you. Get out of my father's compound and never come back." Her words were harsh, and the venom in her voice was unmistakable. But Onyemaechi, with the experience of the river goddess's warning still fresh in his mind, knew that it wasn't truly Agbomma speaking. He recognized the signs of possession, understanding that the river goddess was speaking through her. He smiled, sadly, bowing his head slightly in respect, and he said, "I understand, Agbomma. I will leave now." As he walked away, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sorrow. He knew that the Agbomma he had fallen for was trapped under the influence of the river goddess, her true self, hidden beneath layers of supernatural control. When he returned home, his mother noticed the troubled look on his face. "Onyemaechi, my son, what happened? Did she reject you?" she asked. Onyemaechi sighed and nodded. "Yes, mother. She was very angry and asked me to leave." His mother's eyes softened with sympathy. "Do not lose hope, my son. If you truly love her, keep trying. Sometimes, persistence and genuine love can break through the hardest barriers." Onyemaechi appreciated his mother's words of encouragement, but he knew the truth that lay deeper. He didn't tell his mother about the river goddess or the vision on his ring. Instead, he kept that knowledge to himself, pondering over the mystery of Agbomma's situation. As days turned into weeks, Onyemaechi found himself thinking about Agbomma constantly. Her beauty was indeed irresistible, and the idea of such a remarkable woman being his wife filled his dreams. Yet, the reality of her possession by the river goddess weighed heavily on his heart. One evening, as he sat in quiet contemplation, he decided that if he were to continue pursuing Agbomma, he would need more than love to win her heart. He quickly remembered his affiliation with the secret coven of dark magic, realized he had his own spiritual powers at his disposal. One of his abilities was to ask questions through his palm and receive immediate answers. Desperate to win Agbomma's love, he quickly brought out his palm and posed his question: "How do I win Agbomma's love? How do I lure her to marry me?" Instantly, a dark smoke materialized on his palm and responded, "To lure Agbomma's love is very easy, as you can imagine. Buy her things that can entice water children, things that water children cannot do without. You are spiritually wise and should know better." As the smoke disappeared, Onyemaechi pondered the answer. Being spiritually wise, he knew that water children were often enticed by luxurious and beautiful things. He thought of perfumes, gold, silver, diamond, mirror, shiny materials, and more. With his good-paying job, Onyemaechi had the financial means to purchase these items. Determined to follow the advice given by the dark smoke, he decided to buy the most expensive and alluring versions of these items. He went to a high-end supermarket and bought all the things he had listed, including an extravagant complete makeup set. Armed with these gifts, Onyemaechi went straight to Agbomma's house. He arrived at her compound, carrying bags filled with the enticing items. Agbomma was outside once again, tending to her garden. She looked up, surprised to see Onyemaechi approaching with such a determined look on his face. "Onyemaechi, what are you doing here?" she asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Onyemaechi smiled warmly and set the bags down in front of her. "Agbomma, I have brought you gifts. I hope you will accept them," Onyemaechi said. Agbomma's eyes widened as she looked through the bags. The sight of the perfumes, gold, silver, diamond, and other luxurious items caught her attention. She picked up the expensive makeup set, her fingers tracing the intricate designs on the packaging. "These are for me?" she asked, a mixture of surprise and intrigue in her voice. "Yes," Onyemaechi replied. "I want to show you how much I care for you and how deeply I admire you. Please accept these gifts as a token of my affection." Agbomma hesitated, torn between her initial reluctance and the undeniable allure of the items before her. The river goddess within her stirred, recognizing the offerings as things that were beloved by water spirits. For a moment, Agbomma felt a strange pull towards Onyemaechi, a connection that was difficult to ignore. Onyemaechi watched her closely, hoping that the gift would have the desired effect. Onyemaechi knew that winning Agbomma's love required more than just material offerings, but he hoped this gesture would open a door to her heart. Finally, Agbomma looked up at him, her expression softening. "Onyemaechi, these gifts are beautiful." "Thank you," Onyemaechi, relieved and encouraged. He smiled. "Agbomma, I care for you deeply and I want to understand you better. I want to be by your side, supporting you and sharing in your journey." Agbomma's resolve wavered. The luxury items had touched something deep within her. Agbomma took a deep breath, her defenses slowly crumbling. The gift had indeed enticed her. But more than that, Onyemaechi's sincerity and persistence had begun to reach her heart. Agbomma was delighted with the gifts, Her face lit up with happiness, and she turned to Onyemechi with genuine smile. "Thank you once again, Onyemechi. The gifts are beautiful," she said. Unable to contain her joy, she then made a decision that surprised even herself. "I have accepted to marry you." As she made the comment, "I have accepted to marry you," the worst was set to happen. Watch out for part 2. The story is getting tougher. She then made a decision that surprised even herself. "I have accepted to marry you." As she made the comment, "I have accepted to marry you," the worst was set to happen. Onyemechi could hardly believe his ears. He had finally achieved his goal. The two of them embraced each other, sharing a moment of happiness that seemed to cement their newfound connection. Onyemechi felt a wave of relief and excitement wash over him as they discussed their future together. After spending some time in each other's company, Onyemechi eventually left Abonma's compound, his heart full of joy and gratitude. He was eager to share the good news with his mother. As soon as he arrived home, his mother noticed the excitement on his face. "You look happy, my son. Has she finally accepted to marry you?" she asked, her eyes filled with hope. "Yes, mother," Onyemechi replied, unable to hide his happiness. "She has accepted my proposal, and we will marry as soon as possible." His mother was overjoyed. "Oh, my son, this is wonderful news. I have longed to see you find a wife and start a family. This is a blessing." The household was filled with happiness as preparations for the upcoming wedding began. Back at Abonma's home, she approached her mother with a mix of excitement and resolve. "Mother, I have finally accepted to get married. His name is Onyemechi." Her mother was surprised, but a wide smile spread across her face. "Abonma, I am so happy to hear this. I have waited for this day for so long. Onyemechi seems like a good man." Abonma nodded, feeling a sense of relief and happiness. She then went to meet her friends in the village to share the news. "I am getting married," she announced, her eyes shining with excitement. Her friends were thrilled. "Finally, we are so happy for you, Abonma. We knew this day would come," they said, embracing her with joy. To celebrate, they decided to visit the village river, a place they often went to swim and relax. On hot afternoon, they set out together, laughing and chatting about Abonma's upcoming wedding. Upon their arrival at the river, they noticed a woman with long hair bathing in the middle of the river. They couldn't see her face. All they could see was only her cascading hair. "Good afternoon," they called out to the woman, but she did not respond to their greeting. They quickly assumed she was a villager enjoying a quiet moment in the river. As they prepared to swim, Abonma, feeling particularly buoyant, was the first to jump into the river. As soon as she hit the water, the mysterious woman disappeared. Her friends waited for her to resurface, but she did not. Seconds turned into minutes, and a growing sense of unease settled over them. The water, usually flowing and vibrant, became eerily still. "Abonma," one of her friends called out, her voice tinged with worry. There was no answer. The stillness of the water was unnatural, and an ominous silence hung in the air. Panic began to set in as they realized something was terribly wrong. "Abonma," they screamed, hoping she would reappear. They searched the water, diving in and out, but Abonma was nowhere to be found. Hours passed, and with each passing minute, their hope dwindled. Realizing they could do no more, they rushed back to the village to inform Abonma's mother, of the horrifying incident. Breathless and frantic, they burst into Abomma's home. "Mama Abomma," one of them cried out. "Something terrible has happened." Her mother, seeing the fear and urgency in their eyes, felt her heart drop. "What is it? Where is Abomma?" she asked. "We went to the river to swim, and Abomma jumped in first. There was a woman with long hair in the middle of the river, but she disappeared as soon as Abomma went inside the river. Abomma never came out. We searched and waited, but she's gone." A wave of despair crashed over Abomma's mother. She clutched her chest, tears streaming down her face. "No, no, this cannot be. Not my Abomma." The village was quickly alerted, and a search party was organized to comb the river and its surroundings. Meanwhile, news reached Onyemaechi, who was devastated by the sudden disappearance of his fiancée. Despite his deep knowledge of spiritual matters, he felt frightened. He knew that the river goddess must be involved, angered by Abomma's decision to marry him. As the search for Abomma continued, villagers kept vigil by the river, hoping for any sign of her. Days passed, but her body never surfaced, leaving everyone in a state of sorrow and confusion. Meanwhile, in an entirely different realm, Abomma found herself in the marine world, face to face with a stunning mermaid and other water beings. Fear gripped her heart. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Please don't kill me, I beg you." The mermaid smiled, a serene but powerful presence. "Welcome to where you belong, Abomma. I am your guiding angel. We made an agreement before you went to the world. Being no man's wife was part of the agreement, but you defied it. Besides breaking the agreement, the man Onyemaechi, who is about to marry you, is not the good man you think he is. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing." Abomma was bewildered, unable to grasp the full meaning of the mermaid's words. "I don't understand," she pleaded. "Please, let me go back. My mother must be worried sick." The mermaid's expression softened slightly. "Abomma, you belong here with us. You have always been a child of the water." Abomma's thoughts raced as she tried to comprehend the situation. Memories of her life on land, her friends, and her mother flooded her mind. "I want to go back," she said, tears streaming down her face. "My mother needs me." Abomma's disappearance left her mother heartbroken. The grief was too much for her to bear, and she lost her sanity, wandering the village market as a mad woman, murmuring to herself. The villagers pitied her, but there was little they could do to console a mother who had lost her beloved daughter so mysteriously. Back in the marine world, the mermaid saw Abomma's growing distress and decided to reveal her mother's condition to her. "Abomma," she called, "I have something to show you." A shimmering mirror appeared before Abomma, revealing the heartbreaking scene of her mother in the village market, disheveled and confused, picking up scraps and talking to herself. Abomma's heart shattered at the sight, and tears streamed down her face. "Please," she begged the mermaid, her voice choked with emotion, "let me go back to my mother. She needs me. I can't bear to see her like this." The mermaid's expression remained peaceful but firm. "Abomma, you are a child of the water. Your place is here with us. Returning to the human world is not possible." "But my mother is suffering," Abomma cried. "I can't let her live like this. Please, I beg you, let me go." Onyemaechi, deeply aware that Abomma was alive in the marine world, held on to the hope that she would eventually be released. However, after waiting for a week with no sign of her return, he decided to seek guidance from his dark powers. He brought out his palm and asked, "What is the way forward?" What should I do for Abomma to be released from the marine world? What type of sacrifice will the river accept? Instantly, dark smoke appeared on his palm, and a voice from within the smoke answered his questions. You must buy 1 white ram, 1 white fowl, 7 tubers of yam, 7 bottles of Fanta, 7 pieces of native white chalk, 7 pieces of kola nut, 7 yards of white cloth, and many more he listed. Take them to the river and plead for Abomma's freedom. The smoke disappeared, leaving Onyemaechi with a sense of urgency and determination. He quickly gathered all the required items, sparing no expense. Once he had everything, he set out on a journey to the river. Upon arriving at the river bank, Onyemaechi placed the items carefully on the ground. He then knelt by the water's edge, his heart pounding with anticipation. Great river goddess, he began, I come to you with these offerings. Please, I beg you, release Abomma from your ward. She is deeply missed by her mother and the entire village. Please, accept my humble plea and this sacrifice. He laid out the white ram and fowl, the 7 tubers of yam, the 7 bottles of Fanta, the pieces of native white chalk, the kola nuts, the 7 yards of white cloths, and others. Presenting them with reverence, the river remained still, and for a moment, there was no response. Onyemaechi's heart sank, but he continued his plea. Please, mighty goddess, I beg for your mercy. Let Abomma return to her people. As he spoke, the water began to ripple, a sign that his sacrifice has been accepted. Onyemaechi was so happy, and he went back to his village, hoping for Abomma's release. Back in the marine world, the mermaid called Abomma to her side. Abomma, she said gently, Onyemaechi has made a sacrifice for your release back to the human world. I will let you go, but not because of Onyemaechi's sacrifice. I do this for your aspirations in the human world and for the sake of your mother. Only your presence can restore her sanity. Abomma's heart was full of joy and gratitude. Thank you so much, my goddess. She said, I will forever be grateful to you. And for Onyemaechi, he truly loves me. For making this sacrifice, I will forever love him. The mermaid's expression turned serious as she interrupted. Point of correction, my daughter. If Onyemaechi marries you, you must be careful. Though I will always be with you and protect you, but you must remain vigilant. Abomma nodded, understanding the weight of the mermaid's words. I understand, my goddess. I will be cautious and wise. The mermaid looked at Abomma with a knowing smile. My child, you cannot return to the human world empty-handed. What do you desire as a gift? Abomma's eyes widened with excitement and gratitude. I want gold and beautiful wrappers, she replied eagerly. The mermaid smiled. You need more than gold and beautiful wrappers, my daughter. I have seen the family you are entering through marriage. You will need more than what you have asked for. I will give you a treasure stone that can make you rich and also protect you from your enemies. All you have to do is place your 2 palms on it and make your wish. When you wish for gold, the treasure stone will give you gold. If you want to fight your enemies, just place your palms on it and make your wish, and it will fight your enemies. However, the treasure stone can only act against those who have wronged you. It cannot harm innocent people. With that, the mermaid opened her palm, revealing a luminous treasure stone. She handed it to Abomma, who received it with a mix of surprise and joy. Thank you so much, my goddess, Abomma said, her voice filled with gratitude. I will forever be grateful for this gift. Use it wisely, the mermaid advised, her tone gentle but firm. And remember, I will always be with you, guiding and protecting you. Aboma nodded, understanding the gravity of the gift she had received. She thanked the mermaid one last time, holding the treasure stone. Aboma prepared to leave. The mermaid's final words echoed in her mind. Go now, my daughter. May you find happiness and prosperity in the human world. With a final blessing, the mermaid waved her hand, and Aboma felt a gentle pull. In an instant, she found herself back on the riverbank. The familiar sights and sounds of her village surrounding her. She was back in the human world. Aboma wasted no time and hurried back to her home. The villagers, shocked and overjoyed to see her, quickly spread the news. When she reached her house, she kept the treasure stone and rushed to the market to see her mother. She found her mother in the market, still in a state of madness. With a full of love and determination, Aboma approached her mother. Mother, it's me, Aboma, she said, taking her mother's hand. I'm back. Her mother's eyes widened with recognition and disbelief. Slowly, as if waking from a long nightmare, her sanity began to return. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced her daughter. Aboma, my child, you are back. The villagers watched in surprise and relief as the bond between mother and daughter restored mother's sanity. Aboma's presence had indeed brought her mother back. As the days passed, Onyemechi, hearing of Aboma's return, was overjoyed and quickly made his way to her home. Aboma welcomed him with open arms, grateful for the sacrifice he had made. She shared the story of her time in the marine world and the special gift she had received. Onyemechi married Aboma and brought her home. His mother was overjoyed to have a daughter-in-law as beautiful as Aboma. She loved Aboma so much that she never allowed her to do any house chores. Aboma in turn loved her mother-in-law and treated her as her second mother. After a few weeks, Onyemechi decided to go back to the city with his wife. His mother cried, lamenting how much she would miss Aboma. But Aboma promised to visit often. With reassurances, they left for Lagos, where Aboma began making friends with some Yoruba women. One day, Aboma decided to use her treasure stone to bless her husband. Following the goddess' instructions, she placed her palms on the stone and made her wish. I wish my husband would get a higher paying job than the one he has now. I also wish for gold. After a few seconds, just as she finished making her wish, gold appeared before her, and her eyes widened in disbelief. She handed it over to her husband and got him to sell the gold. She loved her husband and trusted him so much. Onyemechi was surprised how the treasure stone produced the real gold. Onyemechi, who was a bank manager before marrying Aboma, experienced an incredible turn of events. Within a few weeks, he received an offer for a higher paying job at an oil company where he earned 5 times his previous salary. Overwhelmed by the success of Aboma's treasure stone, he was filled with joy and amazement. The prosperity continued to flourish. Onyemechi, grateful for his wife's love and the blessing she brought, after a few months at his new job, he decided to open a luxury restaurant for Aboma. She managed the restaurant with grace and skill, making it a thriving business. Her treasure stone continued to bring blessings and she used it wisely. Aboma was overjoyed when she discovered she was pregnant. She immediately called her mother-in-law to share the good news. Her mother-in-law was overjoyed, eagerly anticipating the arrival of her grandchild. The joy spread throughout the family and Aboma felt blessed and excited for the future. However, what should have been a time of celebration turned sinister. Instead of Onyemechi sharing in the happiness that his wife was pregnant, he saw the pregnancy as an opportunity to further his dark ambitions. He planned to use Aboma's childbirth to renew his power in his secret coven of dark magic. His heart was filled with malevolent intent as he devised a plan to ensure Aboma would not survive the labor, making it seem like she had simply suffered from bad luck in the labor room. As Aboma's due date approached, Onyemechi secretly prepared for the ritual. After 9 months, it was time for Aboma to give birth. As she labored in the delivery room, Onyemechi monitored her through his palm, preparing to release his evil force to end her life. He planned to use her death to renew his spiritual powers and extend his own life on earth. When Aboma began to push, Onyemechi unleashed his powerful dark force. The moment it struck Aboma, she felt an overwhelming fatigue and started losing her strength. But the river goddess intervened, restoring her energy. Aboma regained her strength and successfully pushed her baby out. Tragically, it was too late for her baby boy. He did not survive. Onyemechi was shocked that Aboma had survived the force he had sent, but consoled himself with the thought that the baby's death would also work for his dark purposes. Pretending to be devastated by the loss, Onyemechi consoled Aboma, while deep down he felt a sense of satisfaction. Aboma cried bitterly over the loss of her child. When her mother-in-law heard about the tragedy, she was heartbroken. The grandchild she had eagerly awaited was gone. She called Aboma to console her. Watch out for part 3. But the river goddess intervened, restoring her energy. Aboma regained her strength and successfully pushed her baby out. Tragically, it was too late for her baby boy. He did not survive. Onyemechi was shocked that Aboma had survived the force he had sent, but consoled himself with the thought that the baby's death would also work for his dark purposes. Pretending to be devastated by the loss, Onyemechi consoled Aboma, while deep down he felt a sense of satisfaction. Aboma cried bitterly over the loss of her child. When her mother-in-law heard about the tragedy, she was heartbroken. The grandchild she had eagerly awaited was gone. She called Aboma to console her, promising that another child would come who would stay. In the days that followed, Aboma mourned deeply, her heart heavy with grief. Despite Onyemechi's deceitful consolations, she found some solace in the supportive words of her mother-in-law and friends. After several months, Aboma got pregnant again. She was happy, and Onyemechi seemed happy too, not because he was going to be a father, but because he saw another opportunity to end Aboma's life through childbirth for his dark ambitions. He thought to himself that she escaped the last term, but this time she wouldn't. 9 months later, Aboma entered the labor room for delivery. Onyemechi unleashed his dark powerful force as he did before. But this time, the mermaid intervened and saved both Aboma and her baby. It was another baby boy. Aboma called her mother-in-law to share the good news. Her mother-in-law rejoiced, but Onyemechi only pretended to be happy. Deep down, he was not. One day, while planning another evil way to end Aboma's life, just to renew his spiritual powers, the goddess of the river appeared before him. Onyemechi was not afraid. He who died and wined with the devil wasn't afraid of seeing a spirit, as he often saw and communicated with them. I knew you were an evil man, and I warned Aboma, but she didn't understand. The goddess said, "For your information, Onyemechi, Aboma is beyond your destruction. No matter how hard you try, you can never end her life. Change from your evil ways, or you will pay with your own life." Onyemechi, unmoved by her warning, boldly proclaimed, "I am Onyemechi. I eat with the devil himself. I am beyond human and spirit destruction, so I am not afraid of you, goddess of the river." He spoke with boldness, and the goddess disappeared. After some months, Onyemechi needed to renew his spiritual powers. He decided to use his son for the ritual, planning to make it look like a spiritual attack from their enemies. He went to work that morning, sitting in his office. He unleashed a powerful force against his own son. The baby was sleeping in the bedroom while Aboma was busy in the kitchen. The force hit the baby, and he couldn't survive it. Onyemechi succeeded in taking the life of his son for the second time. Aboma felt an awful premonition and rushed to the room to check on her baby, but it was too late. Her son was already dead. Aboma cried in anguish. When Onyemechi returned from work, he pretended to be sad about the incident. Aboma cried out that their enemies had done it again, not knowing that her greatest enemy was her husband, whom she loved so much. When her mother-in-law heard about the news, she cried, believing their enemies had sworn she would never have a grandchild. She invited Aboma to the village, saying she would take her to a place where they could ask questions about what had been happening to her grandchildren. Aboma informed Onyemechi about his mother's suggestion and said she had agreed to travel to the village. Onyemechi tried to convince her not to go, insisting it was their enemies killing their children. But Aboma was determined. Onyemechi then told her to wait until he collected his salary for that month, so he could give her some money and buy some things for his mother. Aboma told him not to worry, explaining that she had a booming restaurant and a treasure stone that produced gold for her to sell. Onyemechi insisted she should wait until the end of the month. Aboma, as usual, obeyed her husband. She finally agreed to wait till month end. Before the end of the month, Onyemechi decided to take his mother's life to renew his spiritual powers and also to stop her from taking Aboma to anywhere. He unleashed his evil force against her. On that fateful evening, while his mother was in the farm, the force hit her and she couldn't survive it. She died instantly. When Onyemechi heard the news of his mother's death, he was very happy but pretended to be sad. Aboma cried inconsolably for her mother-in-law, who she was very close to. The villagers waited for Onyemechi to come back home to bury his mother, but after a month passed with no sign of him, they sent him a message. Onyemechi replied, saying he was very busy with work and couldn't make it. He instructed them to bury his mother without him. His uncle, a brother to his mother, took the responsibility for everything and buried his sister. Believing Onyemechi was genuinely busy, Aboma returned to the village for her mother-in-law's burial. When the villagers asked her why her husband refused to come back, she told them he was busy with work, according to Onyemechi's instructions. After the burial, Aboma traveled back to the city, still surprised why her husband refused to be present at his own mother's burial. She knew that if he truly wanted to be there, he would have found a way. But Aboma did not suspect Onyemechi. The love she had for him blinded her eyes so deep that she believed anything Onyemechi told her. After some months, Aboma got pregnant again. This time, Onyemechi planned to use a different method, since his previous method couldn't kill her. When it was time for Aboma to give birth, on that fateful morning, she was in labor while Onyemechi was not at home. He was in his office, monitoring Aboma through his palm. As Aboma shouted, "Somebody help me! My baby is coming!" 3 of their neighbors, all women, heard her and rushed to help. Onyemechi, seeing everything through his palm, released an evil force that clouded the women's minds. Instead of rushing Aboma to the hospital, they began to console her. Aboma, already losing strength, struggled in labor from morning till evening, fighting for her life and the life of her unborn child. The women, influenced by the evil force, didn't think of taking Aboma to the hospital. However, the mermaid intervened, restoring the women's clarity. They immediately remembered that Aboma needed to go to the hospital. They quickly rushed her there. Although Aboma was exhausted from pushing, with the mama's help, she was able to deliver her baby safely. It was another baby boy. Onyemechi was surprised how Aboma and the baby survived. He was disappointed. After 1 year, Aboma got pregnant again. Each pregnancy was a fresh opportunity for Onyemechi to try to end her life through childbirth. Aboma never suspected Onyemaechi for the misfortune she had endured. After 9 months, she went into labor once more. Onyemaechi tried his usual dark magic to end her life, but the river goddess intervened, saving Aboma again. This time, she gave birth to a baby girl, whom she believed was the reincarnation of her beloved mother-in-law. Aboma was overjoyed after losing 2 sons. She now had 2 children, a boy and a girl. However, Onyemaechi was not happy. Desperate to renew his evil powers, he decided to use his daughter's life. One day, he unleashed his dark force against Ada, his daughter, and she became gravely ill. Aboma was worried and took Ada to the hospital, but her condition only worsened. Ada grew weaker by the day, helpless and heartbroken. Aboma cried every day. One day, she sat beside her sick daughter and began to speak to her tenderly. "My dear Ada, you are my mother-in-law's reincarnation. When my mother-in-law was alive, she loved me like her own daughter, and I loved her too. She died and reincarnated into my home. Why do you want to leave me now, Ada? When I look at you, I see my mother-in-law. Please, don't do this to me. You have been sick for so long, and I have tried everything to make you well, but nothing has worked. What can I do to make you better?" Aboma's tears fell onto Ada's tiny hand, and the baby looked at her crying mother, but couldn't respond. Onyemaechi's office, shrouded in an eerie silence, when Aboma's mother-in-law, his own late mother's spirit, appeared before him. However, Onyemaechi was not startled. His ability to see and communicate with spirits was well known to him. His mother's spirit, however, spoke with fury. "Onyemaechi, my son, why did you send me to my early grave and blame our enemies? I reincarnated into your home out of love for my daughter-in-law. And now you want to kill me the second time? Reverse what you did to Ada, your daughter. You have 2 days." With that, she vanished. Onyemaechi knew the evil force he had used on his daughter could not be easily reversed. When he returned home, he instructed Aboma to use her treasure stone to try to heal their daughter, pretending to be concerned. Aboma, unaware of the true nature of her husband, quickly rushed to her treasure stone, placed her palms on it, and made her wish. Instantly, their daughter was healed. Aboma was overjoyed and surprised, but Onyemaechi was not pleased that Ada had survived his wrath. He began to plan on how to use their son to renew his spiritual powers. This time, intending to make it look like an accident, one day he drove to his son's school to pick him up. On their way home, Onyemaechi deliberately caused a collision with another vehicle, fully aware that the little boy would not survive. Instantly, the boy died, while Onyemaechi only lost one of his teeth. He believed that the tragedy would give Aboma a heart attack, causing her to die and join their son. When he got home, Onyemaechi pretended to be devastated over their son's death. Aboma cried inconsolably. This was the 3rd son she had buried. A few months later, Aboma left her daughter with her own mother, who had come to visit, and traveled to Mecca with her Muslim friend Alaja. During the trip, she bought some wrappers for herself and for her mother. While shopping, she noticed artificial golden teeth being sold and decided to buy one for her husband, believing that he needed it since he had lost a tooth in the accident that claimed their son's life. When Aboma returned from Mecca, she presented the golden tooth to Onyemaechi. He pretended to be happy and grateful, but deep down he was not pleased. He resented that Aboma had escaped his wrath multiple times and continued to thwart his plans. A few years later, Aboma had more 4 children, 2 girls and 2 boys, including Ada, making them 5 children in total. One day, one of their sons, Uchenna, came home from school, went into his room and brought out the suit he had worn during his nursery graduation. He put on the suit, lay down on the bed, and died. When Aboma entered the room and saw Uchenna lying on the bed, she initially thought he was sleeping. She called him to come and eat, but he didn't respond or move. As she checked him, she realized he was dead. This was another evil deed orchestrated by Onyemaechi. Though Aboma was not aware, she cried and cried over the loss of her son, making it 4 children she had lost. While Onyemaechi, deep inside, was truly happy at the success of his sinister plan. After a few years, Aboma faced another devastating loss. Her 5th son succumbed to an untimely death, leaving her heartbroken and in despair. She was now left with her 3 daughters, Ada and her 2 younger sisters. The weight of losing 5 children was unbearable, and Aboma often found herself in tears. One day, while confiding in her Yoruba friend Mrs. Ajoke about her tragic losses, Ajoke suggested taking her to a powerful native doctor who could uncover the truth behind the death of her children. Aboma felt a glimmer of hope and decided to inform Onyemaechi about Ajoke's suggestion. When Aboma told Onyemaechi, he immediately opposed the idea. "You will not go anywhere," he said. But Aboma, driven by desperation and a need for answers, insisted. "I must go, Onyemaechi. I need to know the truth." Onyemaechi's anger fled. "Why will you disobey me in my house? Just because you have a restaurant that fetches you money and your treasure stone that gives you gold, you think you can disobey me? I will close down that restaurant of yours and see what else gives you the audacity to defy my orders." He struck Aboma, beating her severely. She cried and cried, feeling the weight of her grief and the oppression of her husband's control. Determined, despite her husband's violence, Aboma secretly made plans with Mrs. Ajoke. One morning, when Onyemaechi had left for work, Aboma sneaked out of the house and met with Ajoke. Together, they traveled to a distant village to see the native doctor. The native doctor listened to Aboma's sorrowful tale. He conducted a ritual to reveal the source of her misfortunes. As the ritual progressed, as Onyemaechi was busy monitoring Aboma's movements, watching them through his palm, instantly, he unleashed a dark force that blinded the native doctor's spiritual eyes. Instead of seeing the reality, he began to see Onyemaechi's family brother responsible for the death of Aboma's children. Onyemaechi's dark magic overshadowed the native doctor's power. He wanted to keep using his children's lives to renew his spiritual powers and extend his own life. Onyemaechi, determined to strip Aboma of her financial independence, insisted she shut down her restaurant and become a full-time housewife. Aboma resisted, but each time she opened her restaurant, Onyemaechi would beat her severely upon her return home. This abuse continued for months, until one day, fearing of her life and the well-being of her 3 daughters, Aboma decided to close the restaurant for the sake of peace. Satisfied with his success in forcing Aboma to close her business, Onyemaechi's next target was her treasure stone, the source of her prosperity and protection. He devised a plan to destroy it. One morning, when Aboma went to the market, Onyemaechi gathered his early morning urine, mixed with a powerful evil charm, and poured it on the treasure stone. Instantly, the stone shattered and lost its powers. Though the mermaid received the sign, but her focus was on protecting Aboma from Onyemaechi's malevolent actions. Aboma returned home from the market and felt an inexplicable sense of loss. When she discovered the destroyed treasure stone, she was heartbroken. She knew Onyemaechi was behind it, but she tried to confront him, but Onyemaechi beat her up. Without the treasure stone, their financial security was in jeopardy, and Aboma felt the weight of their future pressing down on her. Despite the loss, Aboma found strength in her love for her children. Aboma became a full-time housewife. Yet, Onyemaechi was not pleased. Since Aboma could not be used to renew his spiritual powers and extend his own life, he decided to make her life miserable. One day, Onyemaechi came back home with a lady called Margaret. When his wife Aboma asked who she was, he said she was his secretary at work, stranded because her younger sister had mistakenly traveled with their house key. He suggested Margaret stay with them until her sister returned, and Aboma agreed, not knowing Onyemechi was lying and that Margaret was his mistress. Every day, Onyemechi and Margaret left the house together, and Aboma kept watching them. After a week, she asked Onyemechi when Margaret would be leaving, but he replied, "Margaret is here to stay. She is my woman." When Aboma tried to send Margaret away, Onyemechi beat her up mercilessly and sent her out of their room, forcing her to move into her children's room. Aboma confided in her friend Ajoke and shared her story. Ajoke advised her to send Margaret packing, but Aboma said she had already tried without success. Ajoke continued to console her, but sometimes Margaret and Onyemechi joined hands together to beat up Aboma. After 3 months, Margaret was still living with them, seeking to kill Aboma and take over Onyemechi completely. She went to a native doctor and acquired the charm. She placed the charm in Aboma's fridge, intending to electrocute her. However, Aboma, protected by the river goddess, went to the fridge and remained unharmed. Margaret was shocked by Aboma's survival. Aboma found the charm in her fridge and confided in her friend Ajoke, who took her to a native doctor to understand its significance. The native doctor revealed that it was a powerful charm designed to end her life through electrocution. Aboma, surprised by this revelation, decided to fight back. The native doctor prepared a charm in powder form and instructed Aboma to pour the powder into her palm, state her wish for Onyemechi and Margaret's separation, and blow the powder into the air. Aboma followed these instructions precisely, thanked Ajoke, and returned home. A few days later, Onyemechi and Margaret engaged in a serious fight. Onyemechi threw Margaret's belongings out through the window, and in a fit of rage, Margaret grabbed a kitchen knife to stab Onyemechi, but Aboma intervened. Despite her neighbor's efforts to stop her, yet Aboma intervened out of her deep love for Onyemechi, preventing Margaret from stabbing him. Ultimately, Margaret packed her things and left, finally freeing Aboma from her torment. Margaret leaving their house did not stop Onyemechi from mistreating Aboma. Despite the continued abuse, Aboma's love for Onyemechi remained unchanged. She became pregnant and her husband kept beating her, making life unbearable. After closing down her restaurant and losing her treasure stone, life became miserable for her and their children. Onyemechi starved them, even during her pregnancy, beating and depriving her of food. Aboma decided she could no longer endure the suffering. Aboma told her husband she wanted to relocate to the village with their children and needed some money for transportation. Onyemechi refused, claiming he had no money to give her. Determined, Aboma sold her expensive wrappers, clothes, and jewelries to raise the needed fund. Her friends supported her decision, agreeing it was better to leave before Onyemechi beat her to death. Ajoke gave her some money to support her travel. One early morning, Aboma set out to travel with her children. Onyemechi showed no concern for her departure. Finally, Aboma left the city. Her mother was overjoyed to have her back home. Aboma began to farm on her husband's lands, even with her pregnancy, because she had no other choice. After a few months, Aboma gave birth to a baby boy. She sent a message to her husband, but Onyemechi did not come. Years later, Onyemechi lost his job and began to face a difficult life. Decided to relocate to the village. When he arrived empty-handed, Aboma was happy he had finally joined them. Over the next few years, Aboma had 3 more children, making a total of 7, despite having lost 5 children in the city. One Sunday morning, Aboma went to the church with 4 of her children, leaving 2 at home to look after their newborn sister, who was sleeping. When Aboma returned from church, she found her newborn baby girl still sleeping, but soon realized she was dead, adding to the 6 children she had lost. Devastated, Aboma and her other children cried over the loss. Onyemechi, however, was secretly pleased, having caused another tragedy after so many years. Villagers, including Abomma's mother, came to sympathize with her and offer consolation. Heartbroken, Abomma counted the number of children she had lost, and in her anguish, angrily went to the river to call upon the mermaid. When she got to the river, Abomma began to cry, calling upon the goddess of the river. You blessed my womb with children. Why do you watch me bury them? I am tired of the pain of child loss. Help me protect my children. Out of 12 children, I am left with 6. Please protect them for me. She left, not knowing that she had always been Onyemechi's main target, and that the mermaid had been protecting her from his wrath. The mermaid heard everything Abomma said, and her tears that dropped in the river triggered the mermaid's anger against Onyemechi. From that day forward, whenever Onyemechi unleashed his evil forces against any of his children, the mermaid always intervened, shielding them from harm. This continued for more than 17 years, preventing Onyemechi from renewing his evil powers and extending his life. One day, as he attempted to unleash his powers against his children, the goddess of the river struck him with a strange illness. Onyemechi instantly became sick. His remaining 6 children and his wife Abomma began to take care of him, unaware that without the mermaid's intervention, they would have all been dead at the hands of the man they called father. They diligently cared for Onyemechi, taking him to various herbalists, but his condition only worsened. Exhausted from visiting herbalists, they tried different hospitals, but to no avail. Eventually, they took him to a man of God. It was the man of God who revealed to his children who their father truly was. Onyemechi, your father, is an evil man. He belongs to a secret coven of dark magic. He is a great wizard. He has sacrificed the lives of his children in exchange for power and to extend his own life. Your mother Abomma was his main target, but he couldn't succeed. So he channeled his energy to his children. He doesn't deserve your love. After the man of God revealed the secret to the children, they were all surprised. When they returned home, they told their mother everything the man of God had said. Abomma was deeply shocked to learn that Onyemechi, the man she had loved with all her heart, was the one behind her tears for so many years. With this secret revealed, Onyemechi died shortly afterward. After Onyemechi's burial, Abomma still couldn't believe that he was the one who made her bury 6 of her children. She began to reflect on so many things, from when she rejected to marry Onyemechi, to how Onyemechi won her love, to when she was seized by the river and found herself in the marine world, to how her mother lost her sanity, to when Onyemechi made a sacrifice to the river goddess for her freedom, to how he spoiled her with gifts, to the deep love she had for him, to all the sufferings she had endured, and to the loss of her 6 children. Everything became confusing and overwhelming for her. Heartbroken, she constantly thought about these events, leading to a sickness called hypertension caused by overthinking. Her children began to take care of her, taking her to the hospital where the doctor diagnosed her with hypertension. Even on her sick bed, Abomma kept thinking about everything she had gone through in life, which made her condition worse. One day, while lying in the hospital bed, Abomma succumbed to the inevitable. Her children cried inconsolably, praying for her to come back to life, but she did not. They mourned deeply and eventually buried their mother.
Based on a true life story.
For all of that, she continued, her voice steady and filled with power, before the end of tomorrow, something bigger than you shall befall you. I have said it, and so shall it be. Her words seemed to hang in the air, heavy with meaning. The terrorist scoffed, but there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes, just for a moment. Chica turned and began to walk away, her mother and the villagers following in stunned silence. The crowd dispersed, murmuring among themselves about what they had just witnessed. No one knew what would happen next, but Chica's words lingered in their minds. The villagers held their breath, waiting for the next day to reveal whether her bold prophecy would come to pass. The next morning, an astonishing piece of news spread throughout the village. The village terrorist was dead. People rushed from their homes, gathering in small groups, whispering in disbelief. The man who had terrorized them for so long, the one they all feared, was no more. At first, the villagers could hardly believe it. But as the reality sank in, their fear slowly turned into joy. For the first time in years, the village was free from the shadow of his cruelty. There would be no more break-ins, no more robberies on the road, no more living in fear of encountering him. The entire village erupted in celebration, grateful that their tormentor was gone. Yet, amidst the happiness, one thing puzzled everyone. How did it happen? And then they remembered Chica's words from the day before. She had spoken with such certainty, declaring that something bigger than him would befall him before the end of the next day. Now, here he was, dead, just as she had predicted. The villagers began to speak of Chica with newfound awe. They had always loved her for her kind heart and gentle nature, but now they saw her in a completely different light. Her words had come true, and no one could deny that there was something powerful about her. Fear and respect for Chica grew. People began to believe that she possessed a gift, a power that none of them had ever imagined. Even Chica's parents were stunned. They had known their daughter to be special from the day she was born, marked by the storm and the rain, but they had never realized she held such extraordinary power. They were proud of her, but also a little afraid, uncertain of what this new revelation meant. From that day forward, Chica's name was spoken with reverence in the village. No one dared cross her, but more than that, people respected her even more for the strength she had shown. Her life, marked from the beginning by the extraordinary, had taken on an even deeper significance. One day, Chica sat down with her parents and calmly told them something that left them in shock. "Tell the villagers that I can solve their problems," she said. Her voice was steady, but there was a sense of certainty in it that was impossible to ignore. "I don't need their money, but only Fanta. If they bring me Fanta, I will help them with whatever they need." Her mother, taken aback, interrupted her. "My daughter, if you have such power to solve people's problems, they should bring money, not just Fanta. What will Fanta do for you? Money will help us." But Chica shook her head, her expression gentle but firm. "I don't need money, Mama. Just Fanta." Her parents were astonished. They had always known their daughter was unique, but this was something beyond their understanding. Reluctantly, they began spreading the word around the village, just as Chica had asked. They told the people that Chica could solve their problems, heal their sicknesses, and ease their burdens, as long as they brought her Fanta. At first, the villagers were skeptical. It seemed strange that someone would ask for nothing but Fanta in exchange for solving problems. But slowly, people started to come, desperate to see if what they had heard was true. They brought bottles of Fanta to Chica, and in return she would listen to their troubles. Some came with illnesses that had plagued them for years, others with personal struggles they had carried for too long. No matter the problem, Chica would sit quietly, say a prayer with Fanta, and give them to drink, and soon enough, their problems were solved. Word spread quickly. People began to marvel at how effortlessly Chica seemed to handle even the most complicated problems. She healed sicknesses that baffled doctors, mended relationships, and helped people overcome challenges they thought were impossible to solve. And she asked for nothing but her beloved Fanta in return. The villagers were amazed. They came to Chica in droves, bringing bottles of Fanta, not just as payment, but as an offering of respect. Her parents, who had once been skeptical, now watched in awe as their daughter performed what seemed like miracles. As the days passed, Chica's reputation grew far beyond the village. People from neighboring towns began to hear about the Fanta girl, who could solve any problem. They came to her, too, with bottles of Fanta in hand, seeking her help. Chica's life had taken on a new purpose. Her gift, combined with her love for the simple drink, had become something extraordinary. To Chica, Fanta was not just a drink. It was a connection to the power she had carried since the day of her birth. The villagers, once puzzled by her attachment to Fanta, now saw it as a symbol of her strength and the source of her power. One day, a wealthy couple, who had been married for years, without a child, came to visit Chica, having heard of her extraordinary powers. Desperate for a child, they brought with them bottles of Fanta, believing in the rumors that she could help them. Chica received them warmly and, as always, prayed over the Fanta, handing it back to them to drink. With a smile, she told them, "Your prayers have been answered. Go home in peace." The couple left with joy and hope in their hearts, trusting in Chica's words. However, Chica's mother, who had long been uncomfortable with her daughter refusing money, was growing increasingly frustrated. She couldn't understand why Chica only accepted Fanta when she had the power to change people's lives. Feeling that it was a waste not to take money from people willing to pay, her mother decided to act. Without Chica's knowledge, she began approaching those who came seeking her daughter's help. She would corner them privately and tell them they needed to pay money before they could see Chica. The villagers, desperate to solve their problems, would pay her without hesitation, not wanting to miss their chance to be healed or receive blessings. This continued for some time. Chica remained unaware, trusting that her mother was simply helping to manage the visitors. Her mother, meanwhile, thought she was doing the right thing. After all, people should be paying for such powerful services. But then, something unexpected happened. One day, Chica's mother fell sick. It started as a small sickness, but it quickly worsened, and nothing seemed to help. Chica, seeing her mother suffer, went into prayer, as she always did when healing others. But this time, something strange was revealed to her in her prayers. She learned that her mother's sickness was a result of secretly collecting money from people in exchange for Chica's help. Chica was deeply saddened by the revelation. She loved her mother dearly, but she could not ignore what had been shown to her. Gently, she confronted her mother about the truth. Her mother, ashamed and full of regret, admitted what she had done, explaining that she only wanted to provide for the family. Though Chica was disappointed, she did not hold any anger in her heart. Instead, she prayed once again over a bottle of Fanta and gave it to her mother to drink. Her mother drank it, and almost immediately the sickness left her body. She was healed. From that day on, Chica's mother vowed never to collect money from people again. She finally understood that Chica's gift was not something that could be bought or sold. Though she still couldn't comprehend how her daughter could give such miraculous service in exchange for just Fanta, she had learned to respect the purity of Chica's ways. The power that Chica carried was beyond material wealth, and her mother accepted that Fanta, in its mysterious connection to Chica's gift, was enough. One day, Chica called her mother aside, sensing her growing frustration. "Mother," she began gently, "my gift is not to collect money from the people I pray for, but my reward will still come from those I have prayed for." Her mother, who had been struggling to understand Chica's ways, looked at her with confusion. "What do you mean, Chica?" she asked, her voice tinged with impatience. Chica smiled calmly. "I mean that one day the people I have helped will come back to reward me, to say thank you. When that day comes, if they offer money or gifts from their hearts, I will accept, but I do not need to ask for it." Her mother frowned, still not convinced. "But what if they don't come? You have helped so many people, and yet none of them have come back to say thank you. What if they forget?" Chica nodded thoughtfully. "Not everyone will remember who helped them, Mama. But there will always be a few who remember, and those few will show their appreciation in time. It's not for me to worry about when or how it happens." Her mother sighed deeply, feeling sad. Chica placed a reassuring hand on her mother's arm. "Don't worry, Mother. Be patient. We will smile soon." "Till when?" her mother pressed, her frustration breaking through again. She had been patient for a long time, but now the burden of daily life weighed heavily on her, and she could not understand why Chica would turn away the money they could so desperately use. Till when? Her mother pressed, her frustration breaking through again. She had been patient for a long time, but now the burden of daily life weighed heavily on her, and she could not understand why Chica would turn away the money they could so desperately use. Chica's father, who had been listening quietly from nearby, stepped forward. He had always been more accepting of their daughter's choices. "Let her be my wife," he said gently. "Chica knows what she is doing. Trust her." But Chica's mother could not help herself. She would often bring up the subject, urging Chica to start accepting payment for her services. Each time, Chica would respond with the same calm assurance. "Be patient, mother. Our time will come." Though her mother found it hard to understand, Chica never wavered. She believed that the rewards from her prayers and the people she had helped would return to her, not because she asked for it, but because it would be given from the heart when the time was right. Her quiet faith in this truth kept her going, even as her mother continued to worry. One morning, Chica called her mother close, her voice filled with a sense of mystery. "Good morning, Mother. I have something to tell you," she began, awakening her mother's curiosity. Her mother sat beside her, sensing the seriousness in Chica's tone. "What is it, my child?" Chica looked into her mother's eyes and said softly, "Every night in my dreams, I sit with an old woman at a riverbank. She blesses me and offers advice, always speaking kindly of you. Do you know an old woman who lives by the river?" Her mother's eyes widened in surprise. "An old woman? That lives by the riverbank?" she echoed, searching her memory. "I don't know of any old woman who lives by the river." Chica smiled gently and said, "Think carefully, Mother. Have you ever had an encounter with an old woman near the river?" Her mother frowned in concentration, and then suddenly her expression changed. Yes, I remember now," she exclaimed. "Many years ago, before you were born, I had an encounter with an old woman. I was on my way, coming back from the market. I was barren and praying for a child when I saw an old woman struggling with a heavy basket. She looked so tired, and out of pity, I offered to help her carry it to her home. She was grateful and thanked me warmly." Her mother's voice became more animated as she continued. "But instead of heading into the village, she led me towards the river. I became confused and asked her where we were going. She told me it was a shortcut to her home, and I believed her. But when we reached the riverbank, I grew afraid and asked again. She said she wanted to rest at the river before continuing, and told me to go home. But before I left, I put hand in bag and brought out a chilled Fanta that I bought on my way from the market. I wanted to drink the chilled Fanta when I reach home, because the sun was too much. I gave it to her and told her to drink it, to gather some strength before continuing her journey. She thanked me and told me to make a wish." Chica listened intently, nodding as her mother spoke. "At the time, I had been married to your father for 5 good years, without a child," her mother continued. "So I told her my deepest wish was to have a child, one that would be special and kind. The old woman smiled and told me my prayer had been answered. She said I am blessed, and the Fanta that I gave her will be the symbol of my blessing. She said I should go home, and within a few weeks I became pregnant with you." Chica's smile deepened and her eyes sparkled with understanding. "Mother," she said softly, "the old woman you helped that day was no ordinary woman. She was the goddess of the river." Her mother's face turned pale with shock. "The goddess of the river," she whispered. "Yes," Chica confirmed. "She gave me my gift in appreciation for your kindness to her. It is from her that I received my power to help people. All these years you have wondered where my gift came from, and now you know. It was your own selflessness that brought this blessing upon me." Her mother was stunned, sitting in silence as she absorbed the truth. She had never imagined that her small act of kindness, so many years ago, could have such a profound impact on her life and on her daughter's life. Chica continued, her voice gentle. "The goddess watches over me, and she honors you for the kindness you showed her that day. You gave her your strength when she needed it most, and in return she gave you a special child. Everything that has happened since then is because of that one moment." Her mother was overwhelmed, tears of wonder and gratitude filling her eyes. "I never knew," she whispered. "I never knew that one small act could lead to all of this." Chica smiled, placing a comforting hand on her mother's arm. "Now you know, Mother, and I will continue to use this gift, not just for myself, but for the good of all those who need it." Her mother, still in shock of the revelation, embraced her daughter, realizing that Chica's extraordinary life and power were the result of a kindness she had long forgotten, but the goddess had never forgotten. The wealthy couple, who had long struggled to conceive, was blessed beyond their expectations. The woman became pregnant immediately after Chica prayed for them, and to their amazement she gave birth to triplets, 2 boys and a girl. Overjoyed by the miracle they had received, the couple knew they had to show their appreciation to Chica in a meaningful way. One evening they paid her a visit. Their faces were beaming with happiness. "Chica," the man began, "your prayer worked. We were not just blessed with 1 child, but with 3, 2 boys and a girl. We cannot thank you enough." Chica smiled warmly, her heart swelling with happiness for the couple. "I am so happy for you," she said, her voice filled with sincerity. The man then looked at his wife and they exchanged a knowing glance. "My wife and I have decided that we want to do something remarkable for you," he continued. "Tell us, Chica, what will you like us to give you or do for you in return for this blessing?" Chica's face lit up with her usual calm smile. "Anything that comes from your hearts, I will appreciate," she replied, her tone as modest as ever. The man smiled back and turned to his wife again. They nodded in agreement. "I want to build a house for you," he said. Chica's eyes widened in surprise. "A house?" she repeated, as if unsure if she had heard correctly. "Yes," the man said with a smile. "We want to build a beautiful house for you, a place where you can live comfortably. It's our way of saying thank you." Chica was overwhelmed with gratitude. Though she had never expected such a grand gesture, she could see that it came from their hearts, and that was what mattered most to her. The couple left that evening, leaving Chica still amazed by their generosity, and she knew that her mother's patience was finally paying off. When Chica shared the good news with her parents, their joy knew no bounds. They celebrated, marveling at the unexpected blessing of having a house built for their family. After a few days, the wealthy man returned, and construction of the new house began. Chica was overjoyed, watching as the dream of a new home took shape before her eyes. Her mother, who had long worried about their financial struggles, could hardly contain her happiness. As word spread throughout the villagers were both surprised and happy. It was hard for them to believe that someone would build a house for Chica as a token of appreciation, but it was also a testament to the respect and admiration they had for her. This act of kindness stirred the hearts of others whom Chica had prayed for in the past. One by one, they began coming to show their gratitude. Some arrived with baskets full of foodstuffs, rice, yams, vegetables, and other essentials. Others came with money, fulfilling the desire Chica's mother had long held. Finally, money was flowing into their home, and her mother could barely hide her excitement. She had once begged Chica to accept payment for her prayers, but now the rewards were coming naturally, just as Chica had promised. One of the men whom Chica had prayed for, grateful for the peace he had found through her intervention, made a generous promise. He would start a business for Chica's mother. True to his word, within a short time, he fulfilled his promise, helping her set up a small shop where she could sell goods. The business brought even more stability to their family. Chica's parents, who had once been anxious about their future, now stood in surprise of how their lives had transformed. The community's support, combined with Chica's growing reputation, filled their hearts with gratitude. Her mother, in particular, realized that patience and faith in her daughter had been rewarded in ways she had never imagined. Chica's life, once centered around her love for Fanta, had blossomed into something truly remarkable. The villagers admired her even more, not just for her beauty or her unusual habits, but for her undeniable gift and the deep kindness that radiated from her. The new house being built was not just a symbol of her success, but of the love and gratitude that she had inspired in everyone around her. After a few months of anticipation and excitement, the house was finally completed. It stood tall and beautiful, a testament to the appreciation and generosity of the couple Chica had prayed for. The day arrived for Chica and her parents to move into their new home. The entire village gathered to witness the special moment, celebrating alongside them. Chica's mother, who had always dreamed of a better life for her family, was overwhelmed with joy as they packed their belongings and entered the new house. Her father, quiet but proud, marveled at how far they had come, while Chica herself was filled with gratitude, knowing that everything had unfolded in its own time. The villagers cheered as the family settled into their new home, a place filled not only with physical comfort, but also with the warmth of the love and appreciation from those Chica had helped. The house became a symbol of hope and community, and the story of how it was built in appreciation for Chica's gift spread far and wide. Now, living comfortably, Chica continued to use her gift to help others, and people still came from near and far to seek her prayers. Her new home became a place where those in need found comfort, and her family lived in peace, knowing that they were blessed. The once modest family now had more than they had ever hoped for, and Chica's mother, once worried about money, finally understood the true value of her daughter's gift. When I saw an old woman struggling with a heavy basket, she looked so tired, and out of pity, I offered to help her carry it to her home. She was grateful and thanked me warmly. But instead of heading into the village, she led me towards the river. I became confused and asked her where we were going. She told me it was a shortcut to her home, and I believed her. But when we reached the riverbank, I grew afraid and asked again. She said she wanted to rest at the river before continuing and told me to go home. But before I left, I put hand in bag and brought out a chilled Fanta that I bought on my way from the market. I wanted to drink the chilled Fanta when I reach home, because the sun was too much. I gave it to her and told her to drink it, to gather some strength before continuing her journey. She thanked me and told me to make a wish. On that faithful morning, the sky was dark with heavy clouds, unusual for the dry season. As she went into labor, the heavens opened, and a sudden storm swept through the village with heavy rain, lightning, and thunder, leaving the villagers in shock. It had been months since they saw a drop of rain, and no one could understand why such a fierce storm would arrive at the dry season. Inside the small, dimly lit hut, her cries of labor were swallowed by the sound of the storm outside. The midwife moved with purpose as she helped the woman bring her child into the world. And then, amidst the chaos, a new cry rang out, clear and strong, a baby's cry echoing against the backdrop of rain and thunder. The parents, overjoyed, gazed at their newborn. It was a bouncing baby girl with wide and curious eyes, as if she too was surprised of the storm that greeted her arrival. The storm showed no signs of stopping, as if the sky itself was celebrating the birth. With tears of joy, the parents held their child close, their hearts swelling with gratitude. After years of waiting, hoping, and praying, they finally had a child of their own. They named her Chica, meaning God is greater. It was a name that seemed fitting, greater than the storm, greater than the waiting, greater than all the doubts and fears. As the rain continued to fall, they knew that this child was destined for something special, her birth marked by the power of nature itself. As Chica grew into a beautiful, lively girl, her parents quickly noticed something unusual about her. She had an unshakable love for Fanta. It wasn't just a casual liking. Chica preferred Fanta to any other drink or even food. She drank it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, her face lighting up with joy each time she took a sip. At first, her parents found it amusing, but soon her mother became worried about the amount of sugar Chica consumed daily, concerned for her health. Her mother decided to stop giving her Fanta. Whenever Chica asked for it, her mother offered her regular food instead. But Chica would refuse, pushing the plate away and pleading for her favorite drink. Her mother stood firm, determined to break the habit. Days went by, and Chica's requests for Fanta grew more insistent, but her mother didn't relent. A week passed, and then something strange happened. Chica, who was always so full of energy, became weak. She complained of headache and had no appetite for anything. Her mother's heart filled with fear, believing the sickness might be a consequence of all the sugar Chica had consumed in the past. Panicking, she rushed her to the hospital. After examining Chica, the doctor gave a surprising verdict. Medically, Chica was perfectly fine. There was no sign of illness. Her mother was confused, staring at her daughter, who clearly looked unwell. The doctor reassured her that Chica was medically fine, but her mother was still surprised. Desperate to see her daughter well again, Chica's mother finally relented and decided to give her some Fanta. The moment Chica took a sip, something remarkable happened. Her pale face brightened, her energy returned, and she smiled for the first time in days. She was well again, almost instantly. Her parents were stunned. How could it be that their daughter had fallen ill simply because they stopped giving her Fanta? It seemed impossible, yet there she was, healthy and happy again. They realized that, for reasons they couldn't understand, Fanta was not just a favorite drink to Chica, it was essential to her well-being. From that day on, her parents made sure there was always Fanta in the house, cautiously balancing it with other foods, and accepting that their daughter was somehow connected to the fizzy orange drink in a way that defied logic. As Chica blossomed into a young woman, her love for Fanta only deepened. The drink sellers in the village knew her well, as she was their most loyal customer, always buying Fanta wherever she went. Her reputation spread, and soon she was affectionately known throughout the village as the Fanta Girl. Despite her unusual attachment to the drink, Chica was admired by everyone. She had a calm, gentle nature and treated everyone with respect and kindness. Her warm smile and friendly demeanor made her to be loved by everyone around her. Chica was always seen with a bottle of Fanta in her hand. Her constant companion, the bright orange drink, had become a part of her identity. The villagers would joke and say that if you wanted to find Chica, all you had to do was follow the trail of Fanta bottles. Yet, there was something endearing about how proudly she carried her favorite drink, never ashamed of her unique love for it. Chica was a beloved member of the community. Her presence, much like the Fanta she adored, brought a certain sweetness and joy to the people around her. The villagers would often say that just as the storm marked her birth, the Fanta seemed to be a sign of the bright, bubbly spirit she brought to their lives. In the same village where Chica was loved and admired, there lived a young man feared by all. He was notorious for terrorizing the villagers, breaking into their homes, stealing their belongings, and robbing them on the streets. No one dared to stand up to him, and over time he earned the name the Village Terrorist. His very presence made people uneasy, and his reign of terror seemed unstoppable. One day, Chica's mother had an unfortunate encounter with this dreaded man. On her way to the market, he stopped her, demanding she hand over her money. Trembling with fear, she had no choice but to give him everything she had. Broken and humiliated, she returned home in tears. When Chica saw her mother crying, she rushed to her side, asking what had happened. Her mother tearfully narrated the event, describing how the village terrorist had taken all her money. Chica, usually calm and gentle, felt a wave of anger rise within her. Determined to make things right, she declared that she would confront the man. Her mother was horrified. "You can't go, Chica. No one in the village dares to challenge him. He's dangerous," she pleaded, trying to stop her daughter. But Chica, her heart burning with justice, wouldn't be swayed. Without hesitation, she left angrily. her bottle of Fanta in hand, heading straight for the house of the man who had caused so much pain in the village. Realizing that she couldn't let her daughter face this dangerous man alone, Chica's mother hurried after her, her heart pounding with fear. She knew the entire village feared the terrorist for a reason. No one could stop him. What could her kind and gentle daughter do in the face of such a threat? But Chica was resolute. With each step she took toward the terrorist's house, the Fanta girl prepared herself for the confrontation that could change everything. As Chica and her mother made their way to the house of the village terrorist, more and more villagers began to notice them. The anger on Chica's usually gentle face was so unlike her that it drew their attention. Curious and concerned, a crowd started to follow them. They whispered among themselves, wondering where she was headed, and what had ignited such fury in her. When they arrived at the house of the village terrorist, they saw him standing outside. Without hesitation, Chica marched right up to him. Her voice was steady but filled with the kind of anger the villagers had never heard from her before. "Mr. Terrorist, or whatever you think you are," she began, her voice cutting through the tension. "Go inside and bring out all the money you stole from my mother. I give you 1 minute." The villagers gasped in disbelief. They had never seen anyone speak to the terrorist like that. He sneered at her, clearly amused by what he saw as a young girl's foolish bravado. "How dare you come to my house and command me, you little girl?" he growled, his eyes narrowing with menace. Without warning, he snatched the bottle of Fanta from Chica's hand and threw it to the ground. The bottle shattered, and before anyone could react, he raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face. The crowd froze in horror. Chica's mother gasped, covering her mouth in shock, while the other villagers stood rooted to the spot, too afraid to intervene. No one had ever dared stand up to this man, and now they watched in fear, unsure of what might happen next. Chica was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected him to strike her, but as the pain of the slap settled, something deeper stirred within her. She looked him squarely in the eyes, her expression hardening with righteous fury. "You have terrorized this village, stolen from the people, and now you've stolen from my mother, the woman who gave me life and carried me in her womb," Chica said, her voice rising with each word. "You made her cry. As if that wasn't enough, you dared to throw away my beloved Fanta, and on top of that you slapped me." The crowd held their breath. There was something different about Chica now. Her calm and gentle nature had given way to a force of will that no one had ever seen in her before. "For all of that," she continued, her voice steady and filled with power, "before the end of tomorrow, something bigger than you shall befall you. I have said it, and so shall it be." Her words seemed to hang in the air, heavy with meaning. The terrorist scoffed, but there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes, just for a moment. Chica turned and began to walk away, her mother and the villagers following in stunned silence. The crowd dispersed, murmuring among themselves about what they had just witnessed. No one knew what would happen next, but Chica's words lingered in their minds. The villagers held their breath, waiting for the next day to reveal whether her bold prophecy would come to pass. The next morning, an astonishing piece of news spread throughout the village. The village terrorist was dead. People rushed from their homes, gathering in small groups, whispering in disbelief. The man who had terrorized them for so long, the one they all feared, was no more. At first, the villagers could hardly believe it, but as the reality sank in, their fear slowly turned into joy. For the first time in years, the village was free from the shadow of his cruelty. There would be no more break-ins, no more robberies on the road, no more living in fear of encountering him. The entire village erupted in celebration, grateful that their tormentor was gone. Yet, amidst the happiness, one thing puzzled everyone. How did it happen? And then they remembered Chica's words from the day before. She had spoken with such certainty, declaring that something bigger than him would befall him before the end of the next day. Now, here he was, dead, just as she had predicted. The villagers began to speak of Chica with newfound awe. They had always loved her for her kind heart and gentle nature, but now they saw her in a completely different light. Her words had come true, and no one could deny that there was something powerful about her. Fear and respect for Chica grew. People began to believe that she possessed a gift, a power that none of them had ever imagined. Even Chica's parents were stunned. They had known their daughter to be special from the day she was born, marked by the storm and the rain, but they had never realized she held such extraordinary power. They were proud of her, but also a little afraid, uncertain of what this new revelation meant. From that day forward, Chica's name was spoken with reverence in the village. No one dared cross her, but more than that, people respected her even more for the strength she had shown. Her life, marked from the beginning by the extraordinary, had taken on an even deeper significance. One day, Chica sat down with her parents and calmly told them something that left them in shock. "Tell the villagers that I can solve their problems," she said. Her voice was steady, but there was a sense of certainty in it that was impossible to ignore. "I don't need their money, but only Fanta. If they bring me Fanta, I will help them with whatever they need." Her mother, taken aback, interrupted her. "My daughter, if you have such power to solve people's problems, they should bring money, not just Fanta. What will Fanta do for you? Money will help us." But Chica shook her head, her expression gentle but firm. "I don't need money, Mama. Just Fanta." Her parents were astonished. They had always known their daughter was unique, but this was something beyond their understanding. Reluctantly, they began spreading the word around the village, just as Chica had asked. They told the people that Chica could solve their problems, heal their sicknesses, and ease their burdens, as long as they brought her Fanta. At first, the villagers were skeptical. It seemed strange that someone would ask for nothing but Fanta in exchange for solving problems. But slowly, people started to come, desperate to see if what they had heard was true. They brought bottles of Fanta to Chica, and in return she would listen to their troubles. Some came with illnesses that had plagued them for years, others with personal struggles they had carried for too long. No matter the problem, Chica would sit quietly, say a prayer with Fanta, and give them to drink, and soon enough, their problems were solved. Word spread quickly. People began to marvel at how effortlessly Chica seemed to handle even the most complicated problems. She healed sicknesses that baffled doctors, mended relationships, and helped people overcome challenges they thought were impossible to solve. And she asked for nothing but her beloved Fanta in return. The villagers were amazed. They came to Chica in droves, bringing bottles of Fanta, not just as payment but as an offering of respect. Her parents, who had once been skeptical, now watched in awe as their daughter performed what seemed like miracles. As the days passed, Chica's reputation grew far beyond the village. People from neighboring towns began to hear about the Fanta girl, who could solve any problem. They came to her, too, with bottles of Fanta in hand, seeking her help. Chica's life had taken on a new purpose. Her gift, combined with her love for the simple drink, had become something extraordinary. To Chica, Fanta was not just a drink. It was a connection to the power she had carried since the day of her birth. The villagers, once puzzled by her attachment to Fanta, now saw it as a symbol of her strength and the source of her power. One day, a wealthy couple, who had been married for years, without a child, came to visit Chica, having heard of her extraordinary powers. Desperate for a child, they brought with them bottles of Fanta, believing in the rumors that she could help them. Chica received them warmly and, as always, prayed over the Fanta, handing it back to them to drink. With a smile, she told them, "Your prayers have been answered. Go home in peace." The couple left with joy and hope in their hearts, trusting in Chica's words. However, Chica's mother, who had long been uncomfortable with her daughter refusing money, was growing increasingly frustrated. She couldn't understand why Chica only accepted Fanta when she had the power to change people's lives. Feeling that it was a waste not to take money from people willing to pay, her mother decided to act. Without Chica's knowledge, she began approaching those who came seeking her daughter's help. She would corner them privately and tell them they needed to pay money before they could see Chica. The villagers, desperate to solve their problems, would pay her without hesitation, not wanting to miss their chance to be healed or receive blessings. This continued for some time. Chica remained unaware, trusting that her mother was simply helping to manage the visitors. Her mother, meanwhile, thought she was doing the right thing. After all, people should be paying for such powerful services. But then, something unexpected happened. One day, Chica's mother fell sick. It started as a small sickness, but it quickly worsened, and nothing seemed to help. Chica, seeing her mother suffer, went into prayer, as she always did when healing others. But this time, something strange was revealed to her in her prayers. She learned that her mother's sickness was a result of secretly collecting money from people in exchange for Chica's help. Chica was deeply saddened by the revelation. She loved her mother dearly, but she could not ignore what had been shown to her. Gently, she confronted her mother about the truth. Her mother, ashamed and full of regret, admitted what she had done, explaining that she only wanted to provide for the family. Though Chica was disappointed, she did not hold any anger in her heart. Instead, she prayed once again over a bottle of Fanta and gave it to her mother to drink. Her mother drank it, and almost immediately the sickness left her body. She was healed. From that day on, Chica's mother vowed never to collect money from people again. She finally understood that Chica's gift was not something that could be bought or sold. Though she still couldn't comprehend how her daughter could give such miraculous service in exchange for just Fanta, she had learned to respect the purity of Chica's ways. The power that Chica carried was beyond material wealth, and her mother accepted that Fanta, in its mysterious connection to Chica's gift, was enough. One day, Chica called her mother aside, sensing her growing frustration. "Mother," she began gently, "my gift is not to collect money from the people I pray for, but my reward will still come from those I have prayed for." Her mother, who had been struggling to understand Chica's ways, looked at her with confusion. "What do you mean, Chica?" she asked, her voice tinged with impatience. Chica smiled calmly. "I mean that one day the people I have helped will come back to reward me, to say thank you. When that day comes, if they offer money or gifts from their hearts, I will accept, but I do not need to ask for it." Her mother frowned, still not convinced. "But what if they don't come? You have helped so many people, and yet none of them have come back to say thank you. What if they forget?" Chica nodded thoughtfully. "Not everyone will remember who helped them, Mama. But there will always be a few who remember, and those few will show their appreciation in time. It's not for me to worry about when or how it happens." Her mother sighed deeply, feeling sad. Chica placed a reassuring hand on her mother's arm. "Don't worry, Mother. Be patient. We will smile soon." "Till when?" her mother pressed, her frustration breaking through again. She had been patient for a long time, but now the burden of daily life weighed heavily on her, and she could not understand why Chica would turn away the money they could so desperately use. Chica's father, who had been listening quietly from nearby, stepped forward. He had always been more accepting of their daughter's choices. "Let her be my wife," he said gently. "Chica knows what she is doing. Trust her." But Chica's mother could not help herself. She would often bring up the subject, urging Chica to start accepting payment for her services. Each time, Chica would respond with the same calm assurance. "Be patient, Mother. Our time will come." Though her mother found it hard to understand, Chica never wavered. She believed that the rewards from her prayers and the people she had helped would return to her, not because she asked for it, but because it would be given from the heart when the time was right. Her quiet faith in this truth kept her going, even as her mother continued to worry. One morning, Chica called her mother close, her voice filled with a sense of mystery. "Good morning, Mother. I have something to tell you," she began, awakening her mother's curiosity. Her mother sat beside her, sensing the seriousness in Chica's tone. "What is it, my child?" Chica looked into her mother's eyes and said softly, "Every night in my dreams, I sit with an old woman at a riverbank. She blesses me and offers advice, always speaking kindly of you. Do you know an old woman who lives by the river? Her mother's eyes widened in surprise. An old woman? That lives by the riverbank? She echoed, searching her memory. I don't know of any old woman who lives by the river. Chica smiled gently and said, Think carefully, mother. Have you ever had an encounter with an old woman near the river? Her mother frowned in concentration, and then suddenly her expression changed. Yes, I remember now, she exclaimed. Many years ago, before you were born, I had an encounter with an old woman. I was on my way, coming back from the market. I was barren and praying for a child when I saw an old woman struggling with a heavy basket. She looked so tired, and out of pity, I offered to help her carry it to her home. She was grateful and thanked me warmly. Her mother's voice became more animated as she continued. But instead of heading into the village, she led me towards the river. I became confused and asked her where we were going. She told me it was a shortcut to her home, and I believed her. But when we reached the riverbank, I grew afraid and asked again. She said she wanted to rest at the river before continuing, and told me to go home. But before I left, I put hand in bag and brought out a chilled Fanta that I bought on my way from the market. I wanted to drink the chilled Fanta when I reach home, because the sun was too much. I gave it to her and told her to drink it, to gather some strength before continuing her journey. She thanked me and told me to make a wish. Chica listened intently, nodding as her mother spoke. At the time, I had been married to your father for 5 good years, without a child, her mother continued. So I told her my deepest wish was to have a child, one that would be special and kind. The old woman smiled and told me my prayer had been answered. She said I am blessed, and the Fanta that I gave her will be the symbol of my blessing. She said I should go home, and within a few weeks I became pregnant with you. Chica's smile deepened and her eyes sparkled with understanding. Mother, she said softly, the old woman you helped that day was no ordinary woman. She was the goddess of the river. Her mother's face turned pale with shock. The goddess of the river, she whispered. Yes, Chica confirmed. She gave me my gift in appreciation for your kindness to her. It is from her that I received my power to help people. All these years you have wondered where my gift came from, and now you know. It was your own selflessness that brought this blessing upon me. Her mother was stunned, sitting in silence as she absorbed the truth. She had never imagined that her small act of kindness, so many years ago, could have such a profound impact on her life and on her daughter's life. Chica continued, her voice gentle. The goddess watches over me, and she honors you for the kindness you showed her that day. You gave her your strength when she needed it most, and in return she gave you a special child. Everything that has happened since then is because of that one moment. Her mother was overwhelmed, tears of wonder and gratitude filling her eyes. I never knew, she whispered. I never knew that one small act could lead to all of this. Chica smiled, placing a comforting hand on her mother's arm. Now you know, Mother, and I will continue to use this gift, not just for myself, but for the good of all those who need it. Her mother, still in shock of the revelation, embraced her daughter, realizing that Chica's extraordinary life and power were the result of a kindness she had long forgotten, but the goddess had never forgotten. The wealthy couple, who had long struggled to conceive, was blessed beyond their expectations. The woman became pregnant immediately after Chica prayed for them, and to their amazement she gave birth to triplets, 2 boys and a girl, overjoyed by the miracle they had received. The couple knew they had to show their appreciation to Chica in a meaningful way. One evening they paid her a visit. Their faces were beaming with happiness. Chica, the man began, your prayer worked. We were not just blessed with 1 child, but with 3, 2 boys and a girl. We cannot thank you enough. Chica smiled warmly, her heart swelling with happiness for the couple. I am so happy for you, she said, her voice filled with sincerity. The man then looked at his wife and they exchanged a knowing glance. My wife and I have decided that we want to do something remarkable for you, he continued. Tell us, Chica, what will you like us to give you or do for you in return for this blessing? Chica's face lit up with her usual calm smile. Anything that comes from your hearts, I will appreciate, she replied, her tone as modest as ever. The man smiled back and turned to his wife again. They nodded in agreement. I want to build a house for you, he said. Chica's eyes widened in surprise. A house? She repeated, as if unsure if she had heard correctly. Yes, the man said with a smile. We want to build a beautiful house for you, a place where you can live comfortably. It's our way of saying thank you. Chica was overwhelmed with gratitude. Though she had never expected such a grand gesture, she could see that it came from their hearts, and that was what mattered most to her. The couple left that evening, leaving Chica still amazed by their generosity, and she knew that her mother's patience was finally paying off. When Chica shared the good news with her parents, their joy knew no bounds. They celebrated, marveling at the unexpected blessing of having a house built for their family. After a few days, the wealthy man returned, and construction of the new house began. Chica was overjoyed, watching as the dream of a new home took shape before her eyes. Her mother, who had long worried about their financial struggles, could hardly contain her happiness. As word spread throughout the village, the villagers were both surprised and happy. It was hard for them to believe that someone would build a house for Chica as a token of appreciation, but it was also a testament to the respect and admiration they had for her. This act of kindness stirred the hearts of others whom Chica had prayed for in the past. One by one, they began coming to show their gratitude. Some arrived with baskets full of foodstuffs, rice, yams, vegetables, and other essentials. Others came with money, fulfilling the desire Chica's mother had long held. Finally, money was flowing into their home, and her mother could barely hide her excitement. She had once begged Chica to accept payment for her prayers, but now the rewards were coming naturally, just as Chica had promised. One of the men whom Chica had prayed for, grateful for the peace he had found through her intervention, made a generous promise. He would start a business for Chica's mother. True to his word, within a short time, he fulfilled his promise, helping her set up a small shop where she could sell goods. The business brought even more stability to their family. Chica's parents, who had once been anxious about their future, now stood in surprise of how their lives had transformed. The community's support, combined with Chica's growing reputation, filled their hearts with gratitude. Her mother, in particular, realized that patience and faith in her daughter had been rewarded in ways she had never imagined. Chica's life, once centered around her love for Fanta, had blossomed into something truly remarkable. The villagers admired her even more, not just for her beauty or her unusual habits, but for her undeniable gift and the deep kindness that radiated from her. The new house being built was not just a symbol of her success, but of the love and gratitude that she had inspired in everyone around her. After a few months of anticipation and excitement, the house was finally completed. It stood tall and beautiful, a testament to the appreciation and generosity of the couple Chica had prayed for. The day arrived for Chica and her parents to move into their new home. The entire village gathered to witness the special moment, celebrating alongside them. Chica's mother, who had always dreamed of a better life for her family, was overwhelmed with joy as they packed their belongings and entered the new house. Her father, quiet but proud, marveled at how far they had come, while Chica herself was filled with gratitude, knowing that everything had unfolded in its own time. The villagers cheered as the family settled into their new home, a place filled not only with physical comfort, but also with the warmth of the love and appreciation from those Chica had helped. The house became a symbol of hope and community, and the story of how it was built in appreciation for Chica's gift spread far and wide. Now, living comfortably, Chica continued to use her gift to help others, and people still came from near and far to seek her prayers. Her new home became a place where those in need found comfort, and her family lived in peace, knowing that they were blessed The once modest family now had more than they had ever hoped for, and Chica's mother, once worried about money, finally understood the true value of her daughter's gift.
Once upon a time, there lived a young girl named Bianca. She was full of dreams and ambition, the only child of her parents, well-known and respected politicians. Bianca had everything: luxury, riches, vacations in different countries, and a life where she never had to worry about food, clothes, or tomorrow. Bianca had a best friend, Michael, her classmate. He was quiet and thoughtful. Though they both attended the same prestigious secondary school, Michael was there on scholarship, coming from a modest but hard-working home. His parents were content with what they had, but constantly pushed him toward greatness. Bianca and Michael's friendship was different. It was deep, one of those rare, silent and strong bonds with no romance, yet filled with love and loyalty. She would often whisper to him in quiet corners of their school, "Michael, no matter how much life treats you, just know you have me, I will never leave you. And when we finish school, we will get married and I will protect you." Michael would smile and say, "One day, I promise, I will see you in a wedding dress, while I will be in my wedding suit." And she would whisper with a warm blush, "And I will be your bride." But their world wasn't perfect. Bianca's parents disapproved of the friendship. They felt Michael's background didn't match her class. Michael's parents also disapproved the relationship. But for different reasons. They feared Bianca's luxurious lifestyle would corrupt his humble values. Still, despite the warnings, they endured. On Michael's birthday, Bianca gifted him a necklace. Time passed. They completed secondary school. Bianca got admission into the university. Michael, after rigorous studying and determination, gained admission into another university to study mass communication. They promised never to let distance ruin their bond. And they didn't. They kept in touch. Calls, long texts, shared dreams. They cheered each other on. Bianca, though rich, remained humble. She avoided the wrong crowd and never let her background go to her head. Michael, quiet and introverted, avoided girls and distractions, his eyes always on his future and in his heart. Bianca, eventually, they both graduated. Bianca landed a high-ranking job in a top insurance company. Michael struggled for a while, then secured a position at a television broadcast center as a newscaster. They were finally adults, reunited, chasing dreams. But something began to change. Bianca began to withdraw. She stopped picking Michael's calls. She gave delayed replies, uncertain excuses, and cancelled meetups. Michael, heartbroken but patient, tried to understand. When he confronted her, she would say, "I am sorry, Michael. I have been busy. Work has been crazy." Eventually, the bond broke, like a thread pulled too thin. One day, Jonathan, Michael's close friend, invited him to a wedding in town. Michael accepted. He felt uneasy, but couldn't explain why. As they arrived, the venue glistened with luxury. Golden chandeliers, rose-lined aisles, and 1,000 guests. Michael whispered a prayer. "One day, Bianca and I will have this kind of wedding." But as the couple stepped inside the hall, everyone turned. A hush swept through the hall. The bride was looking radiant, stunning. But when their eyes met, it was Bianca. Michael's heart shattered. He fell to his knees. His chest heaved as the air in the hall felt too tight to breathe. Guests turned, shocked, but he didn't care. Tears poured. The promises, the dreams, the garden talks, the necklace she gave him, all became ashes. Bianca saw him, but it was too late. After the wedding, the next day, Bianca met him in the garden, where they usually spent time together. She walked slowly, almost trembling. He stood waiting, eyes cold, but lips still trembling. "Michael," she whispered. Michael held out the necklace she had gifted him on his birthday years ago. He placed it gently in her hand. "I kept my promise. I told you I will see you in a wedding dress. And I did. You were everything I imagined. Beautiful, stunning, graced. But you didn't keep yours. I wasn't the groom." He turned and walked away. Bianca collapsed into silent sobs, clutching the necklace. That night, Michael couldn't sleep. He remembered the promises they made to each other. He took his phone and began to send a message to Bianca. Bianca, who was also thinking about Michael, everything they shared together, received the message in her phone. She picked up her phone and read the message, which says, "Congratulations to Mrs. Bianca on your wedding. May God bless your union, and may your womb bring forth kings and queens. From an old friend, with a broken heart, goodbye." She wept alone that night, feeling guilty. Months passed. Bianca became pregnant. She was happy that she would soon become a mother, but her joy was not complete. She thought of Michael and how they promised to spend their lives together. Many nights after the wedding, Michael cried silently, clutching his pillow like it could hold him together. He often sat alone in the dark, with a glass of alcohol in his hand, his heart broken, his world spinning with memories he could not bury. He would stare at Bianca's picture in his phone, overwhelmed with pain. He picked up his phone and typed messages he never sent. But that fateful night, drunk with grief and tears, he sent her a text message. "My dear Bianca, I found it difficult to move on. You hurt me so deeply that I can't stop crying. You broke my heart without mercy. I didn't deserve all of this, but despite the pain you put me through, I still love you. I will forever love you. Please, tell your husband to love and care for you, not for anything, but for my sake." It's hard to say goodbye. Tears blurred his vision as he hit send. Somewhere in a quiet mansion, Bianca's phone vibrated. She picked it up and read the message, her heart stopping with every word. She stared at the screen, her vision clouded with tears and her chest aching. Then slowly, with trembling hands, she replied, "Michael, I am so sorry for breaking your heart. I still love you. If I were to choose from all the men in the world, I would choose you 1,000,000 times. I didn't marry my husband because I loved him. I married him because my parents forced me to. I still love you, Michael, and I wish I could be in your arms again." But little did she know her husband was standing behind her. "Give me that phone," he said, in a cold and furious tone. Startled, Bianca quickly turned around, hiding her tears. "Please, I can explain. I said give me the phone." Before she could protest, he snatched it from her hand, his face contorted with rage. He read the messages, every single word, and his heart burned with jealousy, anger, and pride. "So this is what you have been doing behind my back? Messaging your ex? Please, listen to me." But he didn't listen. In a violent rage, he slapped her, punched her, threw her to the ground, and kept beating her mercilessly. Bianca screamed, holding her stomach, pleading, "Stop! Please! I'm carrying your child!" But his fury had blinded him, and in the process of his rage, she lost the baby. Blood soaked her nightgown. She screamed, "My baby! No! Please help me!" "My baby!" She was rushed to the hospital that night. Hours later, the doctor came out of the emergency ward with a blank expression. "I am sorry, she lost the pregnancy." The next morning, Bianca packed a small bag and fled to her parents' home. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she collapsed at their feet. "Mummy, Daddy, he beat me mercilessly. He killed our child." "So this is the man you forced me to marry," Bianca sobbed. "This is the man you told me was better than Michael. The one you thought would give me a better future. You all thought love was about money, politics, power. But look at me now. I have lost my child." They were silent. Guilt hung heavily in the air. Her mother stood stunned. Her father clenched his fists, his face flushed with rage, and his voice thundered with righteous fury. How dare he lay his filthy hands on my daughter? I will make sure that man rots behind bars for what he has done. He will pay for this with everything he has. Her mother, holding Bianca in her arms, sobbing bitterly. I am sorry, my daughter. I didn't know. We were wrong. We should have listened to you. We thought we were protecting you, but we pushed you into pain. The next morning, Bianca's husband was arrested. Charges of domestic violence leading to miscarriage were filed. Justice at last. Meanwhile, Michael sat on his couch, sipping bitter coffee. His phone lit up with a notification. Bianca hospitalized after miscarriage. His heart sank. He sat motionless for a long time before whispering, "No woman deserves this, not even the one who broke me." He picked up his phone and texted, "I saw your text message. I'm so sorry for your loss. I hope you are safe. I'm praying for you." Bianca read the message silently, tears flowing again. She wished she could turn back time, but time had moved on. Pale and broken, Bianca wept like a wounded child. Her soul shattered, hoping it was just a nightmare. Later that evening, sitting between her parents in the sitting room, Bianca wiped her tears and looked them in the eyes. "Daddy, Mummy, I need to tell you something. I still love Michael. Even after everything, my heart still belongs to him. Please let me follow my heart this time." Her father sat still, his lips tight. Her mother stares in silence, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. After several long minutes, he sighed deeply and spoke. "If Michael is still willing to take you back, and if he will give you the happiness we failed to give you, then so be it." Bianca gasped and threw her arms around them both. "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Mummy." The next day, Bianca took a deep breath, dressed simply, and went to Michael's apartment. She stood before the door, her heart pounding like a drum. When the door opened, and Michael saw her standing there, his breath caught for a moment. Then, as if pulled by fate, they ran into each other's arms, holding one another so tightly, as if letting go would break the world all over again. Bianca, tears rushing down her face, whispered through sobs, "Michael, I'm so sorry. My parents forced me into that marriage. I didn't know how to fight them. I thought I was doing the right thing. But I was dying inside every day. You are the one I love. Please forgive me. I promise I will never leave you again." Michael's voice cracked as he held her closer. "Bianca, I never stopped loving you," I cried. "I thought I have lost you forever. Thank you for coming back to me." They sat together for hours, talking, healing, remembering everything that once made their love so real, and promising never to lose it again. Weeks later, the town buzzed with excitement. Michael and Bianca's wedding was like a dream painted in gold and ivory, simple, elegant, but full of love. As they walked down the aisle, Bianca in a stunning white gown, every eye admired her. But Michael only saw the girl from the garden, the one who had once said, "One day, I will be your bride." And now she is. They exchanged vows, surrounded by friends, family, and 1,000 answered prayers. From the garden where we made promises to the storms where we got lost, and back again, "I vow to love you forever," Michael said. Tears filled Bianca's eyes. "You waited for me. You forgave me. You loved me. Even when I broke you, I vow to never leave you again." As the officiant declared them husband and wife, the applause rang like music through the sky. They danced through the night, and in each other's arms, they found the home they had both been hoping for. Dear parents, this story is a heartfelt reminder that love cannot be dictated by status, wealth, or family expectations. When you force your children into marriages their hearts do not accept, you risk sentencing them to a lifetime of quiet suffering. True happiness in marriage comes not from position or prestige, but from mutual love, respect, and peace of mind. Let your children choose partners who make them smile from the soul, people who will hold their hands not just at the altar, but through every storm of life. Don't choose for them, guide them. But let them choose love. Let them choose happiness.
In the kingdom of Amayaji, there ruled a king named Donatus. His reign was marked by his unwavering sense of justice, fairness, and impartial judgment. The people respected and admired him, for under his rule, the kingdom flourished in peace and prosperity. The king was a man who took pride in his reputation and the legacy he would leave behind. He had a beautiful daughter, Princess Alina, who is known far and wide for her grace and beauty. She was the jewel of the kingdom. However, despite her beauty, Princess Alina suffered from a mysterious and heartbreaking misfortune. Whenever she dressed in her most elegant gowns, adorned with jewels and fine silks, and stepped outside the palace, the people of the kingdom saw not her beauty, but a sight most tragic, a half-naked princess. No matter what she wore, the people only ever saw her as if she were dressed in rags. They mocked her, laughed at her, and spoke cruel words that pierced her heart. Every time she ventured outside, she would return home in tears, humiliated and broken. Her mother, Queen Clara, would comfort her as best she could, holding her daughter close and wiping away her tears. But despite her efforts, Queen Clara could not understand the cause of her daughter's suffering. King Donatus, on the other hand, was furious. He could not comprehend why his daughter, the princess of the land, would be the subject of such ridicule. Rather than seeking to understand the cause of Alina's plight, the king was consumed with anger and concern for his reputation. "Stay indoors," he would shout at her. "You are bringing shame to my name and tarnishing the image of my throne." These harsh words only deepened Alina's sorrow. She longed to be loved and accepted by her people, but instead, her father chose to shout at her and told her to stay indoors, instead of finding the solution to her problem, her heart heavy with grief. What the king did not know was that the source of Alina's misfortune was his own hidden sin. Many years ago, Donatus had made a grave mistake. He had wronged an old popular beggar woman known as Charity, who cursed the king, declaring that the beauty of his bloodline would be hidden from the world, a curse that would pass on to his descendants. As time passed, the curse took root in Princess Alina, manifesting in the twisted perception that others had of her. While she was truly a vision of beauty, the curse caused all who looked upon her to see only shame and mockery. After many sleepless nights and countless tears, Queen Clara could no longer bear to see her daughter, Princess Alina, suffer. The sight of her beloved child weeping, her spirit crushed under the weight of cruel mockery, pained the queen deeply. Determined to find a solution, she decided to seek help from a man of God, a revered prophet known for his wisdom and powerful prayers. One morning, Queen Clara left the palace and made her way to the humble dwelling of the prophet. She explained her daughter's plight, her voice heavy with desperation. The man of God listened intently, his eyes filled with compassion. He prayed earnestly, asking for divine intervention to lift the curse that plagued the princess. After a time, he looked up at Queen Clara and said, "The Lord has heard your plea. Your daughter is healed. Her suffering has ended. Go home with joy in your heart, for the curse is no more." Queen Clara was overjoyed. She thanked the prophet profusely, her heart lightened by his words. With renewed hope, she hurried back to the palace, eager to share the good news with Princess Alina. When she arrived, she found Alina in her chambers, staring out of the window with a wistful look in her eyes. "My dear," the queen said, her voice brimming with happiness, "your suffering is over. The man of God has prayed for you, and he has assured me that you are healed. You are free to go anywhere you wish, and the people will no longer see you as half-naked. They will finally see you as you truly are." Princess Alina's eyes widened with hope and excitement. "Truly, mother," she asked, barely daring to believe it. When Queen Clara nodded, Alina could hardly contain her joy. She immediately began preparing to go out, choosing the finest regal attire she owned. A gown of deep crimson silk, embroidered with gold thread and adorned with pearls and gemstones. As she dressed, her heart swelled with the anticipation of finally being seen for who she truly was, without the cruel distortion of the curse. With her head held high, Princess Alina stepped out of the palace and made her way to the village street. She walked with grace and confidence, eager to see the smiles and admiration she had longed for. But as she moved among the people, she noticed something was terribly wrong. The villagers, instead of gazing at her in admiration, began to whisper and snicker. Some pointed, others laughed openly, and Alina's heart sank as she realized that nothing had changed. Once again, the villagers saw her as half-naked, her regal attire invisible to their eyes. The mockery returned, louder and more cruel than ever. Devastated, Alina fled back to the palace, her earlier joy crushed beneath the weight of despair. She burst into her mother's chambers, tears streaming down her face. "Mother," Alina sobbed, "they still see me as half-naked. The people laughed at me, just as they always have. The prayer did not work." Queen Clara was stunned. She had been so certain that the man of God's prayer would bring the healing they so desperately sought. She embraced her daughter, trying to soothe her as Alina wept in her arms. "How can this be?" the queen whispered to herself, her heart heavy with confusion and sorrow. She had placed her faith in the prophet's words, but the curse had not been lifted. She felt the weight of helplessness settling over her, unsure of where to turn next. Unbeknownst to Queen Clara, the curse that plagued Princess Alina was not something that could be lifted by prayer alone. It was bound to the unresolved sin of King Donatus, a wrong that had never been acknowledged or atoned for, continued to torment the innocent princess. Queen Clara realized that they needed to seek another way, something deeper than just a prayer, to uncover the true cause of Alina's suffering. But the road to healing would not be easy, and it would require the king to finally face the truth he had long ignored. A few days after Princess Alina's heartbreaking return from the village, word of her misfortunes spread throughout the kingdom. The situation had become so dire that even the kingdom's most respected chiefs, the members of King Donatus' inner circle of advisors, could not ignore it any longer. These wise and experienced men, known as the cabinet chiefs, had long been trusted by the king to guide him in matters of great importance. One afternoon, the chiefs gathered at the palace, their faces solemn with concern. They requested an audience with the king to discuss the matter that had troubled them deeply. When they were ushered into the grand hall, the king sat on his throne, his expression as stern and resolute as ever. "What is it that brings you here with such urgency?" the king asked, though he already had an inkling of what they might say. One of the chiefs turned to the king and said, "Your Majesty, we come to you with heavy hearts," he began. "We have seen Princess Alina in the village, and we cannot deny what we witnessed. The people see her as half-naked, no matter how finely she dresses. This matter has brought great distress to the kingdom, and we believe something must be done." The other chiefs nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. "Your Majesty," another chief spoke up, "it is clear that this is not just a matter of appearances. There is something deeper at work here, something that needs to be uncovered and resolved. We urge you to deliberate with us on how to free your daughter from this curse." The king listened to their words, but instead of considering their advice, his face darkened with anger. He had already warned his daughter not to leave the palace, yet she had disobeyed him. The thought of his reputation being tarnished by this ongoing scandal filled him with rage. "You speak of resolving this matter," King Donatus said, his voice rising with frustration, "but the solution is simple. The princess should never have left the palace." I have warned her time and time again to stay indoors, yet she continues to defy my orders. It is her stubbornness that brings shame upon this kingdom, not some curse." The chiefs exchanged uneasy glances. They had hoped to reason with the king, to help him see that this was not a problem that could be solved by simply hiding the princess away, but it was clear that the king was too blinded by his own pride to listen. Without waiting for the chiefs to respond, the king stormed out of the grand hall, his footsteps echoing angrily through the corridors of the palace. He made his way to Princess Alina's chambers, his anger boiling over with each step. When he arrived, he found her sitting by the window, her eyes red from crying. "Why did you leave the palace?" the king shouted, his voice filled with fury. "I have warned you to stay indoors and stop bringing shame to my name and my throne. How many times must I tell you this?" Princess Alina looked up at her father, her heart breaking all over again. The tears that had dried on her cheeks began to flow anew. "Father," she said, her voice trembling, "why you only care about your reputation? Why are you not concerned about what is happening to me? I am your daughter, and I am suffering. Can't you see that?" But the king was too consumed by his anger to hear the pain in her voice. "Your suffering is of your own making," he snapped. "If you had obeyed me and stayed indoors, none of this would be happening. You are bringing disgrace upon this family, and I will not allow it to continue." With that, the king turned and left, slamming the door behind him. Princess Alina collapsed onto her bed, sobbing uncontrollably. She could not understand why her father, the man who was supposed to protect and care for her, was so indifferent to her suffering. All he seemed to care about was his reputation, while she was left to endure the torment of the curse alone. Little did King Donatus know that it was his own sin that had brought this curse upon his daughter. The wrong he had committed years ago, the harsh and heartbreaking words he had inflicted on an innocent old beggar, had set in motion the chain of events that now caused his daughter's suffering. But instead of finding solution to his daughter's problem, the king chose to turn a blind eye, preferring to protect his image rather than his own flesh and blood. As the days passed, the situation grew more dire. The cabinet chiefs continued to press the king to take action, but he refused to listen. Princess Alina remained confined to the palace, her spirit crushed under the weight of her father's anger and her own despair. And the curse, born from the king's sin, continued to fester, its grip on the princess tightening with each passing day. Queen Clara was desperate. She had tried everything she could think of to lift the mysterious curse that plagued her beloved daughter, Princess Alina. Despite visiting several men of God and offering countless prayers, nothing seemed to work. The princess continued to suffer, her beauty twisted by the curse into a source of mockery and shame. The queen's heart ached to see her daughter in such pain, and the king's indifference only deepened her sorrow. One day, in a moment of despair, Queen Clara decided to visit an old friend, Queen Seraphina, who ruled a neighboring kingdom. The two queens had known each other for years, and Clara hoped that confiding in Seraphina might bring some comfort or perhaps a new perspective on her daughter's suffering. When she arrived at Queen Seraphina's palace, she was welcomed with open arms, and soon they were seated in Seraphina's private chambers, where Clara poured out her heart. "My dear friend," Queen Clara said, her voice trembling with emotion, "I don't know what to do anymore. My daughter, Princess Alina, is suffering from a curse that makes her appear half naked to everyone who sees her. No matter how beautifully she dresses, the people only see her shame. We have prayed, we have fasted, we have sought the help of holy men, but nothing has changed. I fear for her, and I don't know how much more she can bear." Queen Seraphina listened intently, her brow furrowed with concern. She had heard rumors of Princess Alina's plight but had never imagined it was so severe. "This is indeed a heavy burden," Seraphina replied, "but perhaps there is still hope. I know of a powerful prophetess who lives in my kingdom not far from here. She is known for her deep insight and her ability to reveal hidden truths. Perhaps she can help you find the answers you seek." Queen Clara's eyes lit up with hope. "Thank you, Seraphina. If there is even the slightest chance that this prophetess can help my daughter, I must see her." Without delay, the two queens set out for the prophetess's home. They reached a small, humble dwelling nestled among the trees. The prophetess, an elderly woman with wise, piercing eyes, welcomed them inside. After offering them a place to sit, she listened carefully as Queen Clara recounted the long and painful journey she had been on to find a cure for her daughter's affliction. When Clara finished, the prophetess nodded thoughtfully. She closed her eyes and began to pray, seeking guidance from the divine. The room grew still, the air thick with anticipation. After some moments, the prophetess opened her eyes, and what she revealed sent chills down Queen Clara's spine. "Your daughter's suffering," the prophetess began, her voice low and solemn, "is the result of a long-forgotten sin. Many years ago, when King Donatus was much younger and Princess Alina was still a baby, something terrible happened. It was on a cool evening, as the king walked by the village road. He encountered an old beggar woman named Charity, a poor soul who had neither child nor family to care for her. She was known throughout the kingdom for her tattered clothing and destitute appearance. Charity approached the king, hoping for a morsel of food or a kind word. But instead of offering her compassion, King Donatus spoke to her with cruelty. He said, "Everyone in this kingdom knows you as a poor beggar, but is that why you look tattered and half-naked? Don't you know I am the king of this land? Before you approach me, or even dare to speak to me, you must look decent and cover your body. Never disturb my peace again, or I will banish you from this kingdom. Get out of my way, you poor witch." These words, harsh and unkind, broke the old woman's heart. In her despair, she placed a curse upon the king, saying, "As you have judged me for my appearance, so too shall your daughter be judged. No matter how beautiful her garments, the people will see her as half-naked." "A reflection of the cruelty in your heart," Queen Clara gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. She had never known this dark chapter of her husband's past. She glanced at Queen Seraphina, who was equally stunned by the revelation. The prophetess continued, her voice heavy with the weight of the truth. "This curse has followed your daughter ever since," the prophetess said. "It is not her fault, but the consequence of her father's sin. To break this curse, King Donatus must seek forgiveness. He must find a way to atone for the harm he caused to the memory of Charity and to his own daughter, who suffers because of his actions." Queen Clara sat in stunned silence, the prophetess's words echoing in her mind. She now understood the root of her daughter's suffering, but she also knew that convincing King Donatus to face his past and seek redemption would be no easy task. The king's pride and concern for his reputation had blinded him for so long, and she feared how he would react to this revelation. But despite her fears, Queen Clara knew she had to try. For the sake of her daughter, she would confront the king and make him see the truth. Only then could the curse be lifted, and Princess Alina finally be free from the burden she had carried for so long. With a heavy heart, Queen Clara thanked the prophetess for her wisdom and began the journey back to her kingdom, determined to save her daughter, no matter the cost. As Queen Clara and her friend Queen Seraphina prepared to leave the prophetess's dwelling, the elderly woman, with her wise and piercing eyes, stopped them. "There is more," the prophetess said gravely. The old beggar woman, Charity, has long since passed away. Her spirit lingers in unrest because of the cruelty she endured. To lift the curse upon your daughter, the king himself must go to her grave and make amends. An appeasement must be made. Only then will the curse be broken, and Princess Alina will be free. Queen Clara's heart sank. The task ahead seemed even more daunting than before. Not only would King Donatus need to face the truth of his past, but he would also have to humble himself and perform an act of penance at the grave of the woman he wronged. Knowing her husband's pride, Clara could only imagine the difficulty of convincing him to take such a step. She felt the weight of the task ahead bearing down on her, knowing that everything now rested on King Donatus's willingness to atone for his sin. The queens made their journey back to their kingdoms in silence, the revelation hanging heavily in the air. Queen Clara's mind raced, wondering how she could break the news to her husband and make him understand that this was the only way to save their daughter. When she arrived at the palace, Clara immediately sought out the king. She found him in the royal chambers, pacing in frustration. He was still upset about the chief's complaints and the ongoing mockery of Princess Alina. Without wasting any time, Queen Clara gently but firmly asked him to sit and listen. "Donatus," she began, her voice steady but filled with emotion, "I have learned the truth about our daughter's suffering. It is not her fault, nor is it a simple curse. The prophetess I visited has revealed that Alina's condition is a direct result of something you did many years ago." The king's brow furrowed in confusion and defensiveness. "What are you talking about, Clara? How can this be my fault?" Queen Clara took a deep breath and told him everything. The beggar woman Charity, the cruel words he had spoken, and the curse she had placed on their daughter. She recounted the prophetess's revelation that only an appeasement at Charity's grave, made by the king himself, could lift the curse. King Donatus stood silent for a moment, his face a mix of shock, guilt, and anger. "This is absurd," he finally spat. "That was years ago. A mere beggar woman cannot curse the royal family. Do you expect me, the king, to grovel at the grave of some long-dead beggar?" Without wasting any time, Queen Clara gently but firmly asked him to sit and listen. "Donatus," she began, her voice steady but filled with emotion, "I have learned the truth about our daughter's suffering. It is not her fault, nor is it a simple curse. The prophetess I visited has revealed that Alina's condition is a direct result of something you did many years ago." The king's brow furrowed in confusion and defensiveness. "What are you talking about, Clara? How can this be my fault?" Queen Clara took a deep breath and told him everything. The beggar woman Charity, the cruel words he had spoken, and the curse she had placed on their daughter. She recounted the prophetess's revelation that only an appeasement at Charity's grave, made by the king himself, could lift the curse. King Donatus stood silent for a moment, his face a mix of shock, guilt, and anger. "This is absurd," he finally spat. "That was years ago. A mere beggar woman cannot curse the royal family. Do you expect me, the king, to grovel at the grave of some long-dead beggar?" Clara stood her ground, her eyes pleading. "Donatus, this is not about pride or shame. This is about our daughter. She is suffering because of something that happened long ago, something you can make right. You may not have known the consequences of your actions at the time, but you can make amends now. If you love Alina, you must humble yourself and ask for forgiveness." King Donatus's pride had blinded him, and he refused to humble himself before the grave of the poor beggar, even though it was the only way to free their daughter from the curse. Queen Clara had pleaded with him, tried to make him understand the gravity of the situation, but the king's arrogance was unshakable. He could not bring himself to bow before the memory of a beggar, even if it meant saving his daughter from a life of suffering. Determined to find another way, Queen Clara returned to the prophetess, hoping there might be an alternative solution. But the prophetess had been firm. There was no other way for the curse to be lifted. However, a different path, one that would make the king understand the full weight of his actions. If the king refuses to seek forgiveness, then your daughter can ask for the curse to be transferred to its rightful owner. Let him feel the shame and humiliation that she has carried all these years. Then, once he experiences the curse for himself, perhaps he will understand. But your daughter must be willing to confront her pain and transfer it to the one responsible. Queen Clara had listened carefully, her heart heavy with the implications. The prophetess instructed her to take Princess Alina to the beggar's grave, where the princess would plead for her innocence and pray that the curse be lifted from her and placed upon the true offender, her father, King Donatus. With a mix of sadness and determination, Queen Clara thanked the prophetess and made her way back to the palace. She knew what needed to be done, but she also knew it would not be easy. Alina had suffered for so long, and asking her to face the source of her torment was a difficult task. But Clara also knew that her daughter had endured far too much pain already, and this was the only way to make the king understand. When Clara returned to the palace, she found Princess Alina sitting in her room, her face still marked with sorrow. She approached her daughter, gently taking her hand. "My dear Alina," Queen Clara began softly, "I have learned the truth about the curse that has plagued you all these years. It is not your fault, and it never was. The curse was placed upon you because of something your father did long ago." Alina looked up, her eyes filled with confusion and hurt. "Father, what did he do?" Queen Clara explained everything. The cruel words King Donatus had spoken to the old beggar woman, and the curse she had placed on him in return. She told Alina that the only way to lift the curse was for the king to humble himself and seek forgiveness at the beggar's grave, but that he had refused. Alina's heart ached as she listened. She had always wondered why her father seemed more concerned with his reputation than her suffering, and now she understood. His pride had blinded him, and she had paid the price for his actions. "But there is another way," Queen Clara said, her voice filled with resolve. "The prophetess has told me that you can go to the beggar's grave and plead for your innocence. You can ask for the curse to be transferred to its rightful owner, your father. Let him feel the shame and humiliation that you have carried for so long. Only then will he understand, and perhaps he will finally do what is right." Alina sat in silence for a moment, her emotions swirling within her. The thought of transferring the curse to her father was painful, but at the same time, she had endured years of suffering for something she had no part in. She had been mocked, humiliated, and shamed, all because of her father's pride. After a long pause, Alina nodded. "I will do it, mother. I will go to the grave and plead for my innocence." The next morning, Queen Clara and Princess Alina set out for the grave of Charity, the beggar. The journey was quiet, the weight of what they were about to do pressing down on them both. When they arrived, they saw the grave marked by simple stone and written, "Late Charity." Alina knelt before the grave, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the years of pain and shame welling up inside her as she began to speak. "Madam Charity," she said softly, her voice trembling, "I am Princess Alina, the daughter of King Donatus. I have suffered under the curse you placed upon my family, but I am innocent. I had no part in the cruelty my father showed you, yet I have carried the burden of his sin for so long. I ask you now, in the name of justice, to lift this curse from me and place it upon the one who is truly responsible. Let my father feel the shame and humiliation that I have endured, so that he may finally understand the wrong he has done." As Alina spoke, a strange feeling washed over her, as though the weight of the curse was slowly being lifted from her shoulders. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face, and whispered a final prayer for her freedom. After a long moment of silence, Queen Clara gently helped Alina to her feet. They returned to the palace, their hearts filled with both hope and trepidation. Now, all that was left to do was wait. The very next day, King Donatus called for a public gathering in the royal square. He wanted to address the kingdom, as he often did, to assert his authority and remind the people of his strength. Dressed in his finest robes, he stood before the crowd, ready to speak. But as soon as the people laid eyes on him, a murmur of shock and confusion rippled through the crowd. They stared at the king, their expressions filled with bewilderment and disbelief. "Look at him," someone whispered. "He's half naked." Just as the people had once seen Princess Alina, they now saw King Donatus. No matter how fine his clothing, to their eyes, he appeared tattered and exposed, as though he were wearing nothing at all. The humiliation and shame he had refused to face for so long had finally found him. The king's face turned red with embarrassment and anger as the crowd began to laugh and mock him, just as they had mocked his daughter for years. For the first time, King Donatus felt the sting of public shame, and it pierced his heart deeply. Rushing back to the palace, the king finally understood. His pride, his refusal to humble himself and seek forgiveness, had brought this upon him. He had allowed his daughter to suffer for his own sins, and now the curse had come home to him. As the cabinet chiefs arrived at the palace, they were eager to meet with King Donatus. Word had spread throughout the kingdom about the strange and humiliating transformation that had overtaken the king, and the chiefs wanted answers. They had seen how the princess had suffered for years, and now it seemed that the curse had finally reached the king himself. The chiefs waited in the grand hall for the king to emerge, but as time passed, there was no sign of him. Growing impatient, one of the chiefs sent word to the royal chambers, asking for an audience. The message was delivered to the king, who sat in his chambers, his face streaked with tears and shame. Inside, King Donatus could hardly bear to look at himself in the mirror. To his own eyes, he appeared fully clothed, dressed in the fine robes of his office, but he knew that to everyone else, he looked half naked, just as his daughter Alina had for so many years. The humiliation was unbearable, and he could not bring himself to face the chiefs in such a state. Queen Clara entered the king's chambers, finding him hunched over in despair. She could see the toll the curse had taken on him, but she also remembered the years of suffering their daughter had endured while he had done nothing. "Donatus," she said, her voice firm, "the cabinet chiefs are waiting for you in the grand hall. Why have you refused to see them?" The king looked up, his eyes red with tears. "I cannot face them, Clara. If I step outside, they will see me as I am, half naked, humiliated. How can I, their king, appear before them in such a state?" Queen Clara could not help but laugh bitterly. "Isn't this the same curse that your daughter, our daughter, suffered from? For years?" she said. "I found the solution, and you refused to act because of your pride. You could have saved her from this torment, but instead you let her bear it alone. And now, when the curse falls on you, you cry in your chambers. Why are you crying, Donatus? This is your doing." The king buried his face in his hands, his voice trembling with guilt. "I know," he whispered. "I know that it is my fault, but I cannot face them. Tell them I am sleeping. Tell them to go." Queen Clara shook her head, a mixture of sadness and frustration filling her. "You must face the consequences of your actions, Donatus, whether you like it or not. But if you refuse, then I will do as you ask." With a heavy heart, Queen Clara left the king's chambers and returned to the grand hall, where the cabinet chiefs still waited. They looked at her expectantly, wondering what the king's response would be. "The king is resting," Queen Clara said, her voice calm but firm. He will not be meeting with you today. Please return at another time." The chiefs exchanged confused glances, but respected the queen's words. They knew better than to question the authority of the royal family, even in strange times such as these. Bowing respectfully, they left the palace, their questions unanswered. As Queen Clara watched the chiefs leave, she sighed. She knew that the time was fast approaching when King Donatus would have to confront his pride and seek forgiveness at the beggar's grave. But for now, he remained locked away, too ashamed to face the world. Only time would tell whether he would find the strength to do what was right. Until then, the curse that had tormented their daughter would continue to haunt him as a constant reminder of the power of his own arrogance. After 2 days, Queen Clara stood before King Donatus, her eyes filled with a mixture of determination and frustration. The king sat slumped in his chair, his face pale with shame and sorrow. He had locked himself in his chambers for days, unwilling to face his cabinet chiefs, the people, or even his own family. The curse that had plagued their daughter for years had finally come for him, and now the proud king was reduced to a broken man too ashamed to step outside his doors. "You must do something, Donatus," Queen Clara said firmly, her voice echoing in the grand chamber. "Unless you want to be dethroned, you cannot stay in hiding forever. A man who appears half naked before his people cannot be the king of this great kingdom. If this curse continues, I am afraid you might lose the throne. The people will not tolerate a king who brings shame upon the crown." Her words hung in the air like a heavy cloud, and for the first time King Donatus lifted his head, his eyes wide with fear. The thought of losing the throne, his power, his reputation, everything he had built, terrified him. The kingdom had been his life, and the idea that his people might turn against him because of the curse struck him like a blow to the heart. Tears welled up in his eyes as he imagined himself bowing before a beggar's grave, the very thing he had been too proud to do before. The image of him kneeling in the dirt, begging forgiveness from a woman who had died in poverty, seemed like the ultimate humiliation. But then another image crept into his mind. Him stripped of his crown, his people mocking him, dethroned and disgraced because of his own arrogance. Clara's words echoed in his mind. "You might be dethroned." He swallowed hard, his throat tight with emotion. He could see it now. If he continued to let his pride rule him, the curse would only grow stronger. The chiefs would question his authority, the people would laugh at him, and soon they would demand his removal. A half-naked king, unworthy of the crown. "What should I do, Clara?" he asked, his voice cracking. "How can I bow before a beggar's grave? How can I face such shame?" The queen stepped closer, her voice softening but firm. "Donatus, you have no choice. The curse is not about shame, it is about justice. You wronged that woman, and you have allowed your daughter to suffer because of it. Now it is your turn to face the consequences of your actions. If you do not humble yourself, you will lose everything, your throne, your kingdom, and the respect of your people. Is your pride worth more than all of that?" The king closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. He knew she was right. His pride had cost him his daughter's happiness and was now threatening his own reign. There was no escaping the curse, no avoiding the past. If he wanted to save his throne and his family, he had to face his shame and seek forgiveness, no matter how painful it might be. "I cannot lose the throne," he whispered, "but to bow before a beggar. It is not the beggar you are bowing to," Queen Clara said gently. "It is the truth, the kindness that you denied her. You must make peace with your past, Donatus. Only then will the curse be lifted." The king wiped his eyes and nodded slowly. The weight of his pride was still heavy on his shoulders. but he could feel it beginning to crack under the pressure of his guilt and fear. He had no choice if he wanted to keep his throne and restore his family's honor. He had to do what he had refused for so long. "I will go," he finally said, his voice trembling but resolute. "I will go to the beggar's grave and ask for forgiveness." Queen Clara let out a small sigh of relief. It was the first step, but it was the right one. Now they could begin the journey toward healing for their family. "And for the kingdom, you have made the right choice, my husband," she said softly. "Tomorrow we will go to the grave together, and when this is over, you will be free of the curse." The king nodded, though the fear and shame still lingered in his heart. He knew the path ahead would not be easy, but it was the only way forward. His pride had brought him to this moment, and now it was time to set it aside, for the sake of his kingdom, his family, and his own redemption. The next morning, King Donatus and his wife Queen Clara set out on their solemn journey to the beggar's grave. The sky was clear, but the air was thick with the weight of the king's guilt and the hope for redemption. As they reached the grave, the king's heart pounded with both fear and determination. King Donatus bowed his head in deep remorse. His once proud and powerful posture was now humble as he spoke, his voice trembling with sincerity. "Please, dear soul, forgive me," he said softly, addressing the long-gone soul of the beggar, Charity. "I know I wronged you deeply in the past. My pride blinded me, and I treated you unjustly. For that, I beg for your forgiveness. Please, remove this curse from me and my family." As his words hung in the air, there was a moment of stillness. Then, a fresh breeze swept through the graveyard, stirring the trees and lifting the spirits of those present. The wind carried with it a strange, comforting sensation, as though the curse had been lifted, the burden released. Queen Clara, standing beside the king, felt it too. She looked at her husband, his eyes bright with hope. The curse was gone. They returned to the palace in silence, but their hearts were lighter. The moment they arrived, their daughter, Princess Elena, came out to welcome them. King Donatus turned to his daughter, his eyes filled with sorrow and regret. "Elena," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "I have wronged you more than anyone. I let my pride overshadow the love I should have shown you. I made you suffer when I could have protected you. Please, forgive me." Tears welled up in Princess Elena's eyes, but she smiled through them. "I forgive you, father. I know now that it wasn't just me suffering, it was you too. I'm just glad it's over." Queen Clara watched the exchange, her heart swelling with pride and relief, and the curse that had haunted them for so long was gone. The queen placed a hand on her husband's shoulder and smiled. That afternoon, the king, Queen Clara, and Princess Elena visited the prophetess who had revealed the truth, offering their heartfelt thanks. "You have saved us," King Donatus said humbly. "Without you, I would have let my pride destroy my family. You revealed the truth and gave us the solution. For that, we are forever in your debt." The prophetess smiled gently and said, "It was not I who saved you, your majesty. It was your willingness to change and seek forgiveness. That is what lifted the curse." As a gesture of gratitude, King Donatus rewarded the prophetess with a large sum of money and treasures from the royal coffers. She accepted the gift graciously, but it was clear that her true reward was seeing the royal family healed. With their hearts light and their spirits renewed, the king, queen, and princess returned to the palace, where they would live in peace and harmony. King Donatus, humbled by the experience, became an even greater ruler, one who understood the power of humility, love, and justice. Queen Clara stood by his side, her wisdom and strength guiding the kingdom. And Princess Elena grew into a beloved figure in the kingdom, admired for her grace and resilience. Together, they lived happily ever after, the shadows of the past finally behind them.
Patricia was not just beautiful, she was breathtakingly gorgeous. Her beauty was the talk of the town, drawing the eyes and admiration of everyone who saw her. Her radiant smile, flawless skin, and enchanting eyes made her the desire of countless men. As Patricia's beauty blossomed, so did her confidence. She knew the power she held over men and wielded it with ease. Patricia was never without attention. Wherever she went, men followed, hoping to win her favor. The wealthiest and most influential big boys of the city sought her out, each trying to outdo the other in lavishing her with gifts, attention, and promises of a luxurious life. Patricia reveled in the attention. She was always seen in the company of different men, today dining in the most expensive restaurants, the next day sipping champagne in exclusive bars. Nights were spent dancing in the most extravagant nightclubs, where the music played until the early hours of the morning. Her life was a whirlwind of parties, wealth, and pleasure, and she thrived in the midst of it. Though many of these men professed their love and offered her marriage, Patricia always declined. The idea of settling down seemed foreign to her, almost laughable. Marriage meant commitment, and commitment meant giving up the endless stream of admiration and luxury that she so enjoyed. She imagined the dullness that marriage might bring and how many of her suitors would fade away if she were to become a wife. Patricia loved her freedom too much to give it up for anyone, so she continued to live her life as she pleased, moving from one luxurious experience to the next, with different men by her side. Patricia believed that as long as she had her beauty, her life would remain as vibrant and exciting as it was. She was the queen of her world, and nothing could take that away from her, at least, that's what she thought. And so, Patricia kept enjoying her single life, never realizing that beauty, like all things, was fleeting, and that a time might come when she would have to face the choices she had once so easily dismissed. Patricia's life of luxury wasn't just about the attention and the glamorous outings, it was also about the wealth she amassed from the rich men who admired her. These men, eager to win her favor, showered her with money, gifts, and everything she could ever desire. Patricia was clever and knew how to make the most of this. She saved and invested, but she also indulged in the finer things in life, sparing no expense when it came to her appearance. Patricia would often find herself in the most exclusive boutiques in the city, where she spent her money on the latest fashions. Dresses of silk, satin, and velvet filled her wardrobe, each more beautiful than the last. She had a different outfit for every occasion, dresses for elegant dinners, cocktail parties, nightclubs, and more. Her shoe collection was enviable, with rows upon rows of designer heels in every color and style imaginable. Her obsession with beauty didn't stop at clothing. Patricia was also known for her collection of wigs and makeup. She spent small fortunes on the finest wigs made from the best human hair, each styled to perfection. Whether she wanted to be a blonde one day, a brunette the next, or sport a bold new color, she had a wig for every mood. Makeup was another passion of hers. Her vanity table was covered with luxury brands, each promising to enhance her already stunning features. Every week, Patricia made sure to visit the most expensive beauty salons and spas. There, she would pamper herself with the latest beauty treatments, facials, manicures, pedicures, massages, and anything else that could keep her looking as flawless as ever. She believed that maintaining her beauty was an investment, one that would keep the rich men flocking to her, ensuring that the flow of money and gifts never ceased. Patricia's life was a cycle of earning and spending, all centered around her looks and the lifestyle she adored. She believed that as long as she kept up her beauty, her life would continue in its luxurious, carefree manner. So, she spent her days shopping, her nights partying, and her life enjoying the endless attention of the wealthy men who couldn't resist her beauty. Little did Patricia realize that she was living on the edge of a dream that couldn't last forever. But for now, she was content, lost in the world she had created for herself, where beauty was her currency and luxury was her reward. As the years went by, Patricia's life remained a whirlwind of luxury and indulgence. She was still the center of attention, still admired by the wealthy men who flocked to her side. But something was changing, slowly and subtly. Her once youthful glow began to fade, replaced by the inevitable signs of aging. Lines formed at the corners of her eyes, her skin lost some of its elasticity, and her once vibrant hair began to thin, despite the expensive treatments and wigs she adorned. But Patricia, stubborn as ever,
refused to acknowledge these changes. She had built her life around her beauty, and to admit that it was fading was unthinkable. She continued to live as she always had, frequenting the most exclusive boutiques, salons, and nightclubs. She bought even more expensive dresses, shoes, and makeup, trying to mask the signs of time. The rich men still came, but now, some of the newer faces were younger, less attentive. While some of the older men remained, their interest had subtly shifted from infatuation to polite admiration. But Patricia dismissed these changes as minor, confident that her beauty was still as potent as ever. She believed that as long as she kept up her lavish lifestyle and maintained her appearance, she could keep the world at her feet. Patricia's nights were still filled with the thrill of the nightlife, the glow of city lights. She was still surrounded by wealth, but the laughter wasn't as genuine, the compliments felt rehearsed, and the attention she once thrived on began to feel hollow. Despite these growing feelings, Patricia remained steadfast in her ways. The thought of marriage never crossed her mind seriously, even as the years continued to pass. She didn't want to lose the freedom she had cherished for so long, nor did she want to give up the luxurious life that had become her identity. The idea of settling down, of committing to one person, still seemed like a prison to her. But as Patricia grew older, the world around her began to change in ways she could no longer ignore. The younger women who now frequented the same places she did began to draw the attention she once commanded. They were the ones who received the admiring glances, the lavish gifts, and the marriage proposals. Patricia's once unshakable confidence began to waver, but she clung to her old life, unwilling to let go. Yet, the reality was undeniable. The rich men who once vied for her affection started to drift away, drawn to younger, fresher faces. Patricia found herself more and more alone, her once vibrant social life dimming as her age became impossible to ignore. She continued to spend her money on beauty treatments, expensive clothes, and nights out, trying to recapture the magic of her youth, but it was slipping through her fingers like sand. In her heart, Patricia knew that time had caught up with her, but she couldn't bear to admit it. She had spent her life avoiding commitment, thinking only of the present, and now the future loomed before her like an empty, unfamiliar road. The luxurious life she had lived so freely had come at a cost she never anticipated. And so, Patricia kept living as she always had, in denial of the passage of time, holding on to the remnants of her beauty and the life she had once ruled. But deep down, she was beginning to realize that the world she had built around herself was crumbling, and there was no going back. When Patricia turned 56 years, the reality she had long ignored finally caught up with her. The beauty she had once relied on had faded, and with it, the attention and adoration that had defined her life. Her once lustrous hair had thinned and turned grey, her skin was marked with wrinkles, and her body, once vibrant and full of life, was now frail and tired. The rich men who had once flocked to her side were gone, replaced by memories of a time when she was the center of their world. The lavish gifts, the luxurious dinners, the nights spent in the most exclusive clubs, all of it had disappeared. Now, her days were filled with silence and loneliness. The money she had once spent so freely was nearly gone, leaving her unable to maintain the lifestyle she had grown accustomed to. The expensive boutiques and salons that once welcomed her with open arms were now out of reach, and the clothes that once fit her perfectly hung loose on her aging frame. Patricia's home, once filled with laughter and the hum of activity, was now empty. The silence was overwhelming, a constant reminder of the life she had once lived and the choices she had made. With no husband, no children, and no close friends, she was utterly alone. The freedom she had once cherished now felt like a curse, leaving her with nothing but the echoes of a past she could never reclaim. Each day, Patricia would look at herself in the mirror, and the sight would break her heart. The woman who stared back at her was a stranger, a far cry from the beauty she had once been. Her eyes, once so full of life, now held only sadness and regret. She would trace the lines on her face with trembling fingers, remembering the countless times she had turned down offers of love and companionship, believing that her beauty and freedom were all she needed. Tears would well up in her eyes as she realized the bitter truth. She had spent her life chasing after fleeting pleasures, ignoring the things that truly mattered. The love she had dismissed, the family she had never started, the connections she had never made, all of it had slipped through her fingers, leaving her with nothing but memories and regrets. As the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, Patricia's despair deepened. She rarely left her home, too ashamed of her appearance and too broken by the realization that she had no one left in her life. The mirror became a cruel reminder of all she had lost, and she would often find herself staring into it, tears streaming down her face, mourning the life she had squandered. In those moments, Patricia finally understood the cost of her choices. The beauty that had once been her greatest asset had faded, leaving her with nothing but loneliness and regret. She had traded love and companionship for a life of luxury, only to find herself alone in the end. The realization was unbearable, and each time she looked into the mirror, she cried, wishing she could turn back time and make different choices. But time, like beauty, is something that cannot be reclaimed. And so, Patricia spent her remaining days in quiet sorrow, the once beautiful maiden now an old woman, burdened by the weight of her past and the emptiness of her present. One quiet afternoon, Patricia sat on the porch of her home, reflecting on her life. The loneliness and regret that had haunted her for years weighed heavily on her heart. She realized that she couldn't change the past, but she still had the power to reshape her future. As she sat there, a thought began to take root in her mind. Perhaps it wasn't too late to bring some joy and purpose back into her life. Determined to make a change, Patricia made a bold decision. She would sell all the expensive wigs, designer bags, shoes, clothes, and jewelry she had acquired in her youth. These items, once symbols of her beauty and wealth, now seemed like relics of a life that no longer held meaning for her. She wanted to use the money to do something that would bring her happiness and fill the void in her heart. Patricia carefully gathered all her possessions, selling them one by one. It was a bittersweet process, but she felt a sense of relief with each item that left her hands. To her surprise, the money she raised was substantial enough to fulfill the dream that had slowly taken shape in her mind, to adopt a child and become the mother she had never been. With hope in her heart, Patricia visited a local orphanage, searching for the child who would become her own. As she walked through the orphanage, her eyes fell upon a baby girl with bright, innocent eyes and a sweet smile. Patricia felt an instant connection and knew this was the child she had been meant to find. With the paperwork completed and her heart full, Patricia brought the baby girl home. She named her daughter Patricia, after herself, as a symbol of the new life they were both about to begin. From that day on, Patricia's life was transformed. The loneliness that had once consumed her was replaced by the joy of motherhood. She found happiness in the simple moments, feeding, playing, and watching her daughter grow. As little Patricia grew older, her mother became her greatest guide and mentor. The elder Patricia often sat with her daughter, sharing stories of her past. She told her about the life she had once lived, the extravagant parties, the expensive clothes, the endless attention, and the emptiness that had followed. She didn't shy away from the mistakes she had made, speaking candidly about the choices that had led to her loneliness in old age. "I lived a life of luxury, thinking it would bring me happiness," she would say, "but in the end, it left me with nothing but regrets. I don't want that for you, my daughter. There's more to life than beauty and wealth. Love, family, and the connections we make with others are what truly matter." Young Patricia listened to her mother's story with wide eyes, absorbing the lessons she had learned through her own experiences. As she grew older, she came to understand the wisdom in her mother's words. She was determined not to follow the same path, knowing that true happiness came from love, kindness, and meaningful relationships, not from material things or fleeting admiration. The bond between mother and daughter grew stronger with each passing year. Patricia found fulfillment in watching her daughter grow into a kind, thoughtful young woman, and she felt a deep sense of peace knowing that her own mistakes had paved the way for her daughter's brighter future. In the end, Patricia found redemption through her daughter. She had once believed that beauty and wealth were the keys to happiness, but she had discovered that love, sacrifice, and the wisdom to guide the next generation were far more valuable. And in doing so, she had finally found the lasting joy and purpose she had always sought.
Subscribe for more videos.
My name is Orma. I am the queen, the ruler, the power, with loyal subjects in my magnificent kingdom.
Once upon a time there lived a girl named Orma. She was beautiful and the pride of her father. Orma had lost her mother at a young age. Her father, Mr. Johnson, loved her dearly. When her mother passed away, he swore never to marry another woman, choosing instead to devote his life to raising Orma, his only child. When Orma grew into a young woman, her father never joked with her. He would do anything to protect his daughter. But there was something he did not know, something even Orma herself was unaware of. Though they were poor in the physical world, Orma was far from ordinary. In the spiritual realm, she was rich, richer than any earthly treasure. She was a queen, a ruler in a powerful kingdom, beyond the eyes of mortals. Orma lived her life, unaware of this hidden truth. But everything changed when she turned 18. That was the day her true identity began to awaken. Every night, as soon as Orma closed her eyes, she found herself in a strange yet breathtaking land, a magnificent marine kingdom, unlike anything she had ever seen, and the air was filled with a sense of mystery and magic. To her surprise, each time she arrived, she would transform into a queen. She stood tall and radiant in a beautiful and luxurious palace, her presence commanding and graceful. She sat on a throne made of pure gold, surrounded by loyal servants who bowed in reverence and awaited her command. It all felt so real, so vivid, yet each morning she would awaken in her small, modest room, unsure if it was all just a dream or something far greater than she could yet understand. "What kind of dream is this?" Orma would whisper to herself, her face clouded with confusion. The next night, as she drifted into sleep, she once again found herself in the same mysterious kingdom, where she ruled as queen. This time, however, she was led to her royal chamber. The luxury and beauty of the room left her speechless. It was beyond anything she had ever imagined. Golden chandeliers lit up the room like stars, and the floor sparkled like polished crystal. When she woke up the next morning, a soft smile curved her lips. Her heart was filled with thoughts of the dream, the golden throne, the palace, the servants, the magnificent marine kingdom, and now her breathtaking royal room. It was a life of wonder, far removed from her modest reality. "Wow," she murmured to herself, her eyes gleaming. "I think I am beginning to love what I always see in my dreams, but why am I poor in reality? I wish I could bring that wealth into the real world so my father could enjoy it with me." This continued for weeks, and her father remained unaware until Orma's behavior began to change. The once respectful and obedient girl started acting distant and cold. She spoke with irritation, ignored her father's words, and seemed to care less about their daily life. Mr. Johnson noticed the shift, but did not understand the cause. "Orma, my daughter," he said one morning, grabbing his walking stick. "I am going for a village meeting. Make sure you cook food before I come back." He left the house with trust in her, never suspecting that she would ignore his request. Instead of heading to the kitchen, she went straight to her room, laid on her bed, and drifted into sleep. As always, she found herself in the magnificent marine kingdom, draped in royal garments, surrounded by shimmering waters, and served by loyal subjects. She had fallen completely in love with the life she lived there. It was beautiful, luxurious, and empowering. More and more she longed for that dream world, and sleep became her escape. Hours passed. When Mr. Johnson, her father, returned, tired and hungry, the aroma of food was nowhere to be found. Concerned, he called out, "Orma!" But there was no reply. He rushed to her room, hunger gnawing at him, only to find her lying in bed, fast asleep. "Oh my God, not again!" Mr. Johnson muttered, rushing to her side. Gently, he shook her. "Orma, wake up, wake up!" She stirred, turning over slowly. Her eyes opened, and the moment she saw her father, her face twisted in irritation. "Father, why did you interrupt my beautiful sleep?" she snapped. "My daughter," he said softly, "I am hungry. Why didn't you cook the food I asked for? What are we going to eat now?" She stood up, her voice rising in anger. "But father, you didn't have to wake me up." Mr. Johnson remained calm, though clearly hurt. "I asked you to cook before I left. Why didn't you do it?" She stared at him, her tone cold and unfamiliar. "Listen, father. It is not my duty to cook for you. I am bigger than that. From today on, you will cook and serve me. Because I am special." With that, she turned and walked out, leaving her father rooted in place, surprise, and his heart heavy with shock and sorrow. The next morning she woke up and, to her surprise, found her father in the kitchen, cooking. She stood at the doorway, staring in disbelief. "Father, why are you cooking?" she asked softly. "I thought you would never agree to do that." Her father turned to her, a gentle smile on his face. "My daughter, the love I have for you is beyond what you can imagine. After your mother died, I could have remarried, but I did not. The love I had for her is the same love I have for you. I chose to remain a widower, just to care for my daughter. So tell me, what is it that I cannot do for you?" She stood there, overwhelmed. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice trembled as she stepped forward. "Father, I can see now that your love for me is beyond words. There is something I need to tell you." "To tell me?" he asked gently. "Yes," she nodded. They both walked outside and sat together on the wooden bench under the old tree by their house. She took a deep breath, then spoke from her heart. "Father, I am a queen. I rule in a beautiful and magnificent kingdom. I have a throne made of real gold. I have wealth, power, servants. I am rich. But, Father, it pains me that I cannot bring any of it into this world to help you, to change our story." Her voice broke as tears streamed down her face. Her father looked at her, confused and afraid. Orma stood up and walked away. He sat in silence, his heart heavy with confusion. The words Orma had just spoken echoed in his mind, but before he could respond, something strange happened. Suddenly, a soft breeze swept through the air, and a glowing figure began to appear before him. His eyes widened in shock. It was his late wife, Orma's mother. Fear gripped him. "Susan," he whispered, his voice trembling. "Don't be afraid," she said gently, her voice like the wind, calm and sorrowful. "I have something to tell you, and I am sorry for the confession I'm about to make." Mr. Johnson sat frozen, his breath caught in his throat. "When we got married," she continued, "we waited for many years with no child. In my desperation, I went to a river. I begged for a child. I made a sacrifice to the spirits of the water." She paused, pain flickering in her eyes. "Orma is the child the river gave us. She belongs to them. That is why she rules in their kingdom. But now they want her back fully. They are drawing her spirit closer every time she sleeps." "No," Johnson whispered, shaking his head. "There is only one way to save her. If you do not do it, she will die in her sleep 7 days from now." She looked at him one last time, eyes full of sorrow and love. "Now listen carefully," she continued. "You must make her lick her own blood. That is the only way to save her from dying in 7 days." Then, just like that, she disappeared into the shadows. Johnson, surprised and afraid, his eyes wide with disbelief, his heart pounding in terror. The next morning, Johnson sat on the edge of his bed, his heart heavy with the burden of what he had to do. How could he convince Orma to do such a strange thing? Would she believe him? Would she agree? If she refused, he knew he would lose her forever. Later that day, he called to her gently, masking his fear with a warm smile. "Orma, my beautiful daughter, come, I have a secret to share with you." Her eyes lit up with curiosity as she approached. "What is it, father?" she asked. "Tell me," he said, still smiling. "Do you want your dream to become reality? Do you want to live as a queen on a golden throne, not just in your sleep, but here, in the real world?" "Yes, father," she replied eagerly. "What should I do? I want my beautiful mansion, my throne, and all my riches to come to reality, not only when I sleep," she said eagerly. Then, he said calmly, take a knife or anything sharp. Cut yourself just a little and taste your own blood. Once you do that, everything you have seen in your dreams will appear here and now. Without hesitation, she ran inside. Moments later, she returned with a small knife. She made a shallow cut on her hand and tasted her blood. But instead of riches appearing, she suddenly fell to the ground. A strange heaviness lifted from her chest, like chains being broken. When she stood up, she looked around in confusion. Nothing had changed. There was no golden throne, no palace, no servants, just the small house she had always known. Her father gently helped her to a bench and held her hand. My daughter, he said softly, you are now disconnected from the marine kingdom. They can never manipulate in your dreams again, even in reality. That golden throne and the riches, it was all a mirage, a trap they used to draw your soul, to take your life. But now, you are free. Her eyes filled with tears as the truth settled into her heart. She looked at her father, overwhelmed with emotion. Thank you, Father, for saving my life. I am so sorry for the way I talked to you in the past, Orma said, her voice trembling with guilt and regret. Her father looked at her with gentle eyes, placing a hand on her shoulder. It's okay, my child. I knew something had come over you, but thank God for everything. They sat in silence for a moment, the air filled with peace. The weight that had once clouded their home was gone. Orma leaned her head on her father's shoulder, feeling a kind of peace she hadn't known in a long time. That night, for the first time in weeks, she slept without being drawn into the marine kingdom. There were no golden throne, no palace, only calm, dreamless rest. And when she woke up the next morning, she felt truly alive and free.
In the ancient kingdom of Umude, the people eagerly awaited the coronation of their new king. Their chosen leader, Mr. Ezeji. Ezeji was a beloved figure, known for his wisdom and kindness. The entire village buzzed with excitement as the day approached, eager to see him crowned and to usher in a new era of prosperity. On the day of the coronation, the village square was adorned with flowers and banners. Music filled the air, and villagers gathered from near and far to witness the grand event. Ezeji, dressed in regal attire, stood before the crowd, his eyes shining with happiness and pride. The village elder, an old and wise man, held the honored crown, ready to place it upon Ezeji's head. As he placed the crown, suddenly Ezeji's face contorted in pain. He staggered, gasped for breath, and collapsed to the ground. A collective gasp rose from the villagers as they rushed to his aid. But it was too late. Ezeji was dead. Fear and confusion spread like wildfire. What could have caused Ezeji's sudden death? With heavy hearts, the community decided to choose a new king from another noble family. Hoping to break the ominous chain of events, the Lambert family was chosen next. They were overjoyed, seeing Ezeji's sudden death as a stroke of fortune that elevated them to royalty. Mr. Timothy, a strong and noble man, was selected as the new king. Despite the previous tragedy, hope once again filled the hearts of the people as they prepared for another coronation. The day of Timothy's coronation arrived, and the atmosphere was tinged with both anticipation and trepidation. This ceremony proceeded much like the last one, with music, decorations, and a gathering of the community. As the village elder raised the crown to place on Timothy's head, an uneasy silence fell over the crowd. The crown was placed, and for a moment, all seemed well. But then, Timothy's face changed. His eyes wide with shock. He clutched his chest, gasped for air, and collapsed just as Ezeji did. The people watched in horror as their new king lay lifeless on the ground. Panic ensued. The people of Umude community were now certain that a curse was upon them. A curse that ended anyone who wore the crown. They feared for their future, unsure of how to proceed. The once joyous occasion of crowning a new king had turned into a dreaded event. Gathering in the village hall, The elders and wise ones of Umude Kingdom deliberated. They realized that the crown itself might be cursed. Determined to uncover the truth, they sought the help of a seer who lived in the mountains. This seer, an enigmatic man with piercing eyes, listened to their story. He revealed that the crown was indeed cursed. As he reviewed the history behind the curse, they listened intently, their faces a mix of fear and worry. The seer's voice was steady and clear, weaving the tale of a long-forgotten past. Let's hear the story. Many years ago, in the kingdom of Umude, there lived a poor farmer named Amadi. Amadi was a simple man, blessed with a caring wife and beautiful children. They lived in peace, love, and happiness, their humble home filled with laughter and joy. The villagers could almost picture Amadi's life, a stark contrast to that of his younger brother Okoro. Amadi was a poor farmer who had a happy family, while his younger brother was wealthy, but his wealth brought him no peace. His home was filled with discord. There was no love and peace of mind in his home. His wife and children, cold and distant, very unfriendly to him. Despite his riches, Okoro's heart was filled with envy and bitterness. He longed for the love and harmony that his brother enjoyed. Consumed by jealousy, Okoro's heart grew darker. He could not bear to see Amadi's happiness. One day, the king of Umude joined his ancestors, leaving the throne vacant. In Umude, the kingship was rotational among the noble families, a tradition that continued to this day. It was now the turn of Amadi and Okoro's family to rule. Okoro, whose wealth had grown even more considerable over the years, was confident he would be chosen as the next king. He believed his riches and influence would sway the kingmakers in his favor. However, to his greatest surprise, the kingmakers chose Amadi, the humble farmer, as the next king. The decision struck Okoro like a thunderbolt. His face contorted with rage, his heart filled with bitterness. How could they choose Amadi over him? What did Amadi have that he didn't have? The joy in Amadi's household only fueled Okoro's resentment. He saw the love and happiness that Amadi shared with his family. It pained him that he was not the one with such a happy family. Unable to contain his fury, as Amadi celebrated with his family and friends, Okoro sat alone, plotting his revenge. He devised a plan to ensure that Amadi would never sit on the throne. He couldn't accept that Amadi had been chosen over him. Determined to seize the throne, he decided to approach the kingmakers with an offer they couldn't refuse. Under the cover of night, Okoro met with the kingmakers in a secluded grove. "Make me king," he implored, "and I will give you any amount of money you desire. I have the wealth to ensure that your families are comfortable for generations." The kingmakers exchanged uneasy glances before the eldest among them spoke. "Okoro, the gods have already chosen Amadi. The only way you can be king is if Amadi willingly rejects the throne." Frustration boiled within Okoro, but he quickly masked it with a calculative smile. "Very well," he said. "I propose we devise a plan to make Amadi reject the kingship himself." Intrigued and swayed by Okoro's promise of wealth, the kingmakers listened. They conspired in the shadows, crafting a devious plan to be executed on the day of the coronation. The morning of the coronation dawned bright and hopeful. The people of Umude, friends and well-wishers, gathered in the square, their hearts filled with joy and anticipation. Amadi, unaware of the plan against him, prepared for the ceremony with a mixture of happiness and humility. His family, his greatest supporters, stood by his side, their faces beaming with happiness. As the ceremony commenced, one of the kingmakers stepped forward, holding the crown. Okoro, watching from the sidelines, signaled to the kingmakers. They nodded discreetly and set their plan into motion. As the kingmaker was about to place the crown on Amadi's head, a sudden interruption came from the other kingmakers. One of them stepped forward and announced, "Amadi, before you can be crowned king of Umude, you and your wife must strip naked before the congregation. If you refuse, it will be taken as a rejection of the kingship, and the crown will be given to another." A murmur of disbelief spread through the crowd. Amadi, shocked and confused, protested. From the history of this kingdom, No king has ever been asked to strip naked during his coronation. Why me? The kingmakers replied, you must strip naked with your wife or refuse the crown. The choice is yours. Okoro, standing nearby, could barely conceal his glee. He had convinced the kingmakers to add this humiliating condition, believing that his brother's pride would never allow him to comply. Amadi and his wife, Adanna, retreated to a private room to discuss the situation. The room was filled with a tense silence as they deliberated. This is a deliberate attempt to disgrace us, Amadi said, frustration and sadness in his voice. Adanna, ever supportive and wise, held his hand and said, my husband, our dignity is in our unity and the love we share. If we accept this challenge, we show the people our strength and commitment. The crown is not just for us, but for the future of Umude. We must not let Okoro's jealousy dictate our actions. After a long pause, Amadi sighed and nodded. You are right. We cannot let fear and pride dictate our actions. They returned to the hall, their faces set with determination. Amadi addressed the kingmakers and the congregation. We have decided to comply with your demand. We will strip naked before you all, not as a sign of shame, but as a treatment to our love and our commitment to this kingdom. A hush fell over the crowd. Okoro's smirk faded, replaced by a look of disbelief and anger. He had never expected his brother to agree to such a humiliating demand. With grace and dignity, Amadi and Adanna stripped their clothes and stood before the congregation. Their heads held high. The crowd, initially stunned, began to murmur. Many felt a surge of respect and admiration for Amadi and Adanna's courage and unity. The village elder, moved by their bravery, raised his voice. Behold, the strength and honor of our new king and queen. Let their sacrifice be a treatment to their commitment to Umude kingdom. May their reign be just and prosperous. With that, the elder placed the crown on Amadi's head. A wave of cheers and applause erupted from the crowd, who had witnessed a powerful display of integrity and love. Immediately after the crown was placed on Amadi's head, he stood tall, still naked, and holding the crown. His eyes, burning with a mix of righteous indignation and resolve, scanned the crowd in a voice that resonated with authority and power. He declared, "From the history of this land, I have not heard or seen a king strip naked with his queen before the crown will be placed on his head during his coronation day. But the kingmakers of my term forced me to do it. With the power bestowed on me as the king of Umude kingdom, I hereby declare this as the tradition of this land. Any king that will be crowned in this land must strip naked with his queen before the crown will be placed on his head. Only then will his reign be prosperous. But any king who is crowned without stripping naked with his queen shall be struck with sudden death immediately. I curse this land, and so shall it be." The crowd gasped in shock and fear at the king's proclamation. The weight of his words settled over them like a tangible force. The kingmakers who had thought to humiliate Amadi now regret what they did as they realized the consequences of their actions. The crowd, still processing the cause, looked at the king with a mix of fear and respect. They understood that his words would shape the future of Umude forever. Okoro, his plan to humiliate and dethrone his brother, had backfired. Instead of breaking Amadi, he had inadvertently cemented his brother's legacy and imposed a daunting tradition upon future rulers. As the years went by, King Amadi ruled with wisdom and justice, his reign marked by peace and prosperity. The people of Umude, despite the initial shock of his decree, grew to understand the depth of his sacrifice and the strength of his character. After the reign of Amadi, Umude kingdom lived more than 50 years without a king. Why now do you people want to crown a king without asking questions, without knowing the mystery behind your kingdom not having a king for over 50 years? They were worried and afraid, their minds reeling from the seer's revelation. The words of their past mistakes and the consequences they faced now hung heavy in the air. Desperation etched in their faces. They turned to the seer, begging for guidance. "What must we do to remove this curse and have a king once more?" they asked, their voices trembling with hope and fear. The seer's expression grew somber as he prepared to deliver the final piece of his prophecy. "There is only one solution to free your land from the curse. A young, vibrant man must willingly take his own life at the village square. His sacrifice will be the price to break the curse. He will be buried at the village square, and his image will be molded into a statue to stand a testament to his bravery and selflessness. The first new king will come from his family, and only then shall your land be free from the curse. The villagers gasped in shock at the seer's words. The solution was more dreadful than they had imagined. They looked around, uncertain who would be brave enough to make such a sacrifice. They all left in shock and dismay. The sacrifice required to lift the curse was too great, and no one stepped forward to pay the price. Reluctantly, they continued living without a king. Their community, marked by the absence of leadership, years passed, and the people of Umude grew accustomed to their leaderless existence. Yet, the memory of the seer's prophecy lingered, casting a shadow over the community. Among them was a young man named Chima. He was known for his strength and vibrant spirit. One day, Chima went out with his friends as usual. They gathered in a clearing outside the village, laughing and talking. However, a misunderstanding arose between Chima and one of his friends, escalating quickly into a heated argument. Harsh words were exchanged, and tensions flared. "Shut up, Chima," his friend sneered. "You have no right to talk where men are talking. Men have kings in their community. You have no king. You are not even worthy to speak among us." The words cut deep, and the others laughed, adding to Chima's humiliation. Ashamed and hurt, Chima left the gathering, his heart heavy with their mockery, as he walked alone. Chima's mind raced. The laughter of his friends echoed in his ears, and the shame of his community's curse weighed heavily on his soul. The seer's prophecy played over in his mind, and the painful truths of their situation became painfully clear. That night, Chima couldn't sleep. He thought of his ancestors, of the proud kings who had once ruled Umude with wisdom and strength. He thought of the curse that had brought his community to this stage and the sacrifice that could lift it. The words of his friends, cruel as they were, had ignited a fire within him. By morning, Chima had made a decision. He gathered the elders, the villagers, and seer in the square, his heart pounding but his resolve firm. "I have made my choice," he declared. "I will pay the price to lift the curse and restore the kingship to Umude." Gasp and murmurs spread through the crowd. Chima's parents looked at him with tears in their eyes, understanding the gravity of his decision. The seer, who had long ago reviewed the prophecy, stepped forward and nodded. "Your bravery will not be forgotten, Chima. Your sacrifice will bring new life to Umude Kingdom, and your family will be honored for generations to come." Chima stood in the center, surrounded by his loved ones and villagers who had gathered to witness his final acts. With a steady hand and unwavering resolve, Chima performed the ritual, ending his life for the sake of his people. Tears flowed freely, and a profound silence enveloped the crowd as Chima's body was laid to rest in the center of the village. A statue was erected in his image, a lasting tribute to his ultimate sacrifice. The seer, witnessing the fulfillment of the prophecy, declared, "The curse is lifted. From this day forward, Umude will have a king, and the first king will come from Chima's family, honoring his sacrifice." True to the seer's words, a new king was chosen from Chima's family. The kingdom of Umude began to flourish once more, led by a line of kings who ruled with wisdom and compassion, always mindful of the great sacrifice that restored their land. Chima's statue stood in the village square, a constant reminder of the price paid for their prosperity. His story was passed down through generations, teaching the values of bravery, selflessness, and the true meaning of leadership. Under the new king's reign, the kingdom prospered, forever grateful for the young man who gave everything for the future of his people. Chima's sacrifice became a legend, a story passed down through the generations.
Subscribe for more videos.
Please help me. I'm finished. Please don't leave me here.
There was a man named Magnus. He was a poor man. He worked under the sun, laying bricks, mixing cement and carrying blocks, toiling under the sun each day just to make little money. He had very little, barely enough to take care of himself, let alone someone else. But despite his hardships, Magnus had something priceless: love. His girlfriend, Lizzie, was the kind of woman who saw beyond appearances. She loved Magnus, not for the money he didn't have, but for the man he was, honest, hard-working, and full of strength. They were deeply in love, and together they made a promise, never to leave each other, no matter how hard life became. That promise became their strength in the storms of life. Though Magnus had nothing to offer to Lizzie, he would bring her a wildflower from the roadside, a laugh at the end of a long day, or a warm hand to hold when the nights felt cold. And Lizzie, in return, gave him unwavering support and love. She never asked for more than what he could give. For her, his love was enough. Together they endured, together they dreamed, and through all the struggles they held on to each other, because love in its purest form was what kept them going. One evening, as the golden sun dipped behind the rooftops, and Magnus walking home from a long day's work, something unexpected happened. He saw a girl walking down the road, a girl he had never seen before. She was strikingly beautiful. Magnus stopped, captivated by her beauty. "Excuse me, fine girl," he said. "What is your name?" The girl turned and offered a polite smile. "Good evening. My name is Margaret." "Wow, Margaret, you are beautiful," he said, bold and honest as always. "Do you have a boyfriend?" She laughed softly. "No, I don't. I have not met a man who can take care of me." Magnus replied without thinking, "Can you be my girlfriend? I promise to take good care of you." There was a pause, brief, thoughtful, and then she nodded. "Okay, I will be your girlfriend." And just like that, something new began. From that day on, Magnus started seeing Margaret regularly. Though he earned very little from his mason work, he spent what he had on her, buying her small gifts, giving her money when he got paid, trying his best to be the man she hoped for. He would visit her after long days, bringing simple things, a sweet, a scarf, a flower, and she would smile and thank him, and for a while it felt like love. Gradually, Magnus began to change. The love he once had for Lizzie, the girl who had stood by him through everything, began to fade. He became distant, often unavailable, and the laughter they used to share grew quiet. Whenever Lizzie reached out, worried and confused, he would say, "I am just busy with work, Lizzie. You know how things are." And Lizzie, trusting and loyal, believed him. She always had. But what she did not know was that Magnus was not just busy with work. He had fallen in love with someone else. His time, his thoughts, and even the little money he earned from his mason jobs were now being spent on Margaret. He would buy Margaret the gifts he never gave Lizzie, take her out, offer her what little comfort he could afford. It was strange how he found himself trying so hard to impress someone who wanted to be taken care of, while he had once had someone who loved him with nothing in return but his heart. The cruel irony was this: Lizzie never asked him for anything. She had loved him at his lowest, when he had nothing but dreams and dust. But now Magnus was giving to someone who had never known his struggle, while forgetting the woman who had endured it with him. And Lizzie, still waiting, still believing, held on to the promise they made, the one Magnus had already started to break. One afternoon, as Magnus and Margaret were spending time together at his house, Margaret leaned against him, with a serious expression on her face. She looked him in the eye and said softly, "Honey, I am pregnant." Magnus froze for a moment, then his face lit up with a mixture of surprise and joy. "Oh, my love, this is good news," he exclaimed, pulling her into an embrace. His heart beat faster, not just from the news, but from what it meant. A future, a family, a new beginning. From that moment on, Magnus threw himself into preparations. He began saving every little coin he could, cutting back even more on his own needs, on preparation to marry Margaret and support the child she was carrying. His mind was full of plans: how to gather enough money for a small wedding, how to be the man Margaret and the baby needed. And while all this was happening, Lizzie waited. She still believed in him. She still thought his distance was because of work, because he was out there chasing a better life for them both. Whenever she complained gently, asking why he hadn't come to see her or spent time with her, he would sigh and say, "You know how hard I am working, Lizzie. It's all for us." And she would smile even if it hurt and say, "I understand." But the truth was far from what she believed. While Lizzie still held tightly to the promise they had made, Magnus had already broken it. He had moved on, building a new life with someone else, while the woman, who had once believed in him more than anyone, remained in the dark, unaware, hopeful, and still waiting. It had been more than a week since Lizzie had seen Magnus. The silence was beginning to eat at her. His excuses had grown thin, and a quiet ache had settled in her chest. That morning, unable to bear it any longer, she decided to go see him. She arrived at his house just after sunrise, hoping to surprise him with breakfast, and maybe finally get a moment to talk, face to face. But as she walked closer to the front of the small house, what she saw stopped her in her tracks. Lizzie saw Magnus kissing another woman. Her heart froze. The tray in her hands slipped and hit the ground with a soft clatter. She stepped back, her voice shaking. "What is going on here, Magnus? What are you doing?" Magnus turned to her, visibly annoyed, and replied coldly, "What does it look like I am doing?" Lizzie's eyes filled with disbelief. "You are kissing another woman?" she asked, her voice a mixture of confusion and pain. "Yes," Magnus said without hesitation. "I am kissing my wife-to-be. For your information, she is pregnant with my child, and we are getting married soon." The words hit Lizzie like a blow to the chest. Everything she had believed, the promise, the love, the waiting, it all crumbled in an instant. The silence, the distance, the lies. It all made sense now. She stood there, stunned, as tears welled in her eyes. So this was the truth. Magnus had not been busy with work. He had simply moved on and left her behind. Lizzie couldn't hold back the flood of emotion. Without another word, she turned and ran away, her vision blurred by tears. She did not know where her feet were carrying her. She just needed to get away. When she reached the side of the road, she collapsed to the ground and broke down completely. Her heart shattered, her chest heavy with pain. The man she had loved, supported, and waited for had betrayed her in the cruelest way. Meanwhile, Magnus carried on with his life, unbothered by the damage he had left behind. He and Margaret went ahead with their wedding plan, a modest ceremony, rushed and quiet. Soon after, Margaret gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. They named them Felix and Felicity. For a moment, it seemed like everything was falling into place for Magnus, but that moment was short-lived. Reality came crashing down quickly. The small jobs he used to take, laying bricks, mixing cement, lifting heavy loads, were barely enough to keep food on the table for himself, let alone a wife and 2 newborn babies. Diapers, baby food, hospital bills, everything piled up faster than the money came in. Margaret, once glowing and full of affection, began to change too. She grew restless and unhappy, often complaining that Magnus was not doing enough, that she had expected more from him. "I thought you said you would take care of me," she would say. Magnus, exhausted and defeated, did not have answers anymore. The love he once thought would bring him joy was now buried under the weight of responsibility and regret. And though he tried to hide it, deep down, he began to remember Lizzie, the one who had loved him with nothing, the one who never asked for more, the one he had thrown away. As the twins, Felix and Felicity, began to grow, new challenges rose like mountains before Magnus. There was no money to send them to school. Even feeding them daily had become a battle. With desperation creeping in, Margaret started selling bottled water on the streets, under the hot sun. Every day she would walk long distances, calling out to passers-by, hoping for enough sales to buy a little food. And when the day ended, she would return home with just enough to feed herself and the children. Magnus, tired and still doing his small jobs, often came home empty-handed. And when he did, Margaret made it clear, if he did not bring money, he would not eat. She would cook meals with whatever she earned, feed the twins, eat her portion, and leave nothing for him. Magnus endured it, swallowing his pride and his hunger, until one evening when his stomach twisted in pain, and temptation got the better of him. While Margaret was outside washing, he quietly served himself a small portion of the food she had cooked and ate quickly, hoping she wouldn't notice. But she did. Moments later, she stormed into the room with the pot in her hands. Before he could even explain, she flung the remaining food at him, the hot food splashing across his body. "Why did you eat my food, you lazy man?" she shouted. "That food was for me and my children." "I was hungry," Magnus replied weakly, eyes lowered. "I have not eaten all day." "I don't care," she snapped. "Don't you ever touch my food again unless you bring money. Or I swear one day both of us will appear in the newspapers, and not for a good reason." Magnus stood there, humiliated and broken. The woman he once believed would bring him joy had now become a mirror of everything he never imagined. Cold, angry, and full of resentment. And in that moment he remembered Lizzie, how she would have divided a single loaf of bread between them without complaint. Regret settled in his chest like a stone. He had traded love for illusion, and now he was left with nothing but consequences. One evening, after another day of struggle and silence, Margaret called Magnus into the room. Her face was hard, her voice laced with bitterness. "Magnus, or whatever you call yourself," she snapped, "this is not the kind of life I wished for myself. You deceived me with cheap flowers and empty promises. I thought you could take care of me like you said, but no, you are useless and hopeless." Magnus felt something inside him snap. "Watch your tongue, Margaret," he said through clenched teeth. "I am still your husband," Margaret sneered, stepping closer. "And if I don't watch my tongue, what will you do, husband?" Magnus's voice dropped, cold and harsh. "You are forcing me to hit you, and if I hit you, you will not recognize yourself again." Margaret's eyes flared with rage. "Magnus, before you hit me, I will hit you first." Without warning, she reached behind the door and grabbed a wooden pestle. With the force of her anger, she swung it and struck Magnus on the head. He staggered back, clutching his skull as he fell to his knees. "Oh, my head, he cried, blood mixing with sweat, pain radiating through his skull. The room fell into a heavy silence. At that moment, the chaos that had built up between them erupted, completely. What was once a relationship born of charm and attraction had now turned into a battlefield of regret, resentment, and violence. Magnus sat on the floor, wounded and ashamed, not just from the blow to his head, but from the realization that he had created this life. The love he had chased had turned into a curse, and the woman he had once chosen over Lizzie now stood as his greatest mistake. The next morning the house was quiet, but the silence was heavy with something final. Margaret, with cold determination, packed her belongings. She dressed the twins and stood at the doorway with fire in her eyes. "Hopeless Magnus," she called out. Magnus, still nursing the swelling on his head, looked up from where he lay on the mat. "Margaret, I am leaving you and your miserable life. You will suffer and die in this house alone. I am taking my children with me. I regret the day I ever became your wife." Magnus dropped to his knees, his voice cracking with desperation. "Please, please, my wife, don't go. I know I have failed, but I am trying. Don't take the children away from me. Please stay with me." But Margaret looked at him with nothing but disgust. "Get out of my way, you madman," she spat, brushing past him without a second glance. As they walked down the dusty road, little Felix looked up at her with innocent eyes. "Mummy, where are we going? Is Daddy going to join us later?" Margaret did not waste time to answer him. Her voice was sharp. "Forget about your father. He is a hopeless man. He do not deserve either of you. The children went quiet, confused and scared, holding tighter to her hands as they disappeared into the distance. Back at the house, Magnus sat still on the floor, staring at the door they had walked out of. The silence now was different, empty, heavy and real. He had lost everything. The woman he chased after, the children he barely got to know, the peace he once had with Lizzie. All gone. And for the first time he was truly alone. Magnus felt the full weight of his choices. One afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows on the dusty streets, Magnus wandered aimlessly, lost in thought. His clothes were worn, his face hollow, and his mind weighed down by regret. The once proud man now looked like a shadow of himself. As he crossed the road, absent-minded and unaware of his surroundings, a loud car horn blared repeatedly. But Magnus did not move. He didn't hear the sound. He was lost. The tires screeched as the car came to a sudden halt, just inches from him. The door swung open and a woman stepped out in alarm and frustration. "Hello, Mr. Man," she called out. "What is wrong with you? Didn't you hear the car honking?" Magnus looked up slowly and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Lizzie," he whispered, almost breathless. She froze. "Magnus," she said, stunned. There was a moment of silence as they stared at each other, two people who had once shared dreams, now facing each other after years of separation. "Oh my God, Magnus, what happened to you?" Lizzie asked, truly taken aback by his condition. His eyes were sunken, his skin pale, and he looked like life had beaten him down. Magnus lowered his head in shame and began to speak. He told her everything, how he had left her for Margaret, thinking he had found something better. He told her of the struggles, the betrayal, the violence, and finally, the day Margaret walked away with the children. Lizzie listened quietly, her heart heavy, not with pain anymore, but with a mixture of pity and gratitude. When he finished, she sighed and said gently, "Sorry for everything you went through, Magnus, but when you left me, God gave me something better." She turned back to the car and called, "Honey." A man stepped out of the car, neatly dressed, confident and kind-looking. He walked over and stood beside Lizzie, taking her hand with a smile. "Honey, this is my ex I told you about," she said softly. The man extended his hand to Magnus and said with a warm smile, "Oh, Mr. Magnus, thank you, truly. Because you left her, I had the chance to meet the most wonderful woman. She is everything a man could ever pray for." Magnus could not speak. His throat tightened as he watched Lizzie smile, not at him, but at someone else, someone who saw her worth, someone who did not throw her away. He forced a smile, nodded slowly. Just before Lizzie entered the car, she paused. Reaching into her handbag, she pulled out a small card and held it out to Magnus. "Here," she said softly. "This is my husband's card. Call him. I have something for you." Magnus looked at the card, then back at Lizzie, confused. "Something for me?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Lizzie did not say more. She simply gave a faint, mysterious smile. Then she got into the car, her husband behind the wheel. With a soft hum of the engine, they drove off, leaving behind a trail of dust, and a man frozen in place. Magnus stood in the road, clutching the car tightly. His mind was spinning. What could she possibly have for him? After everything he had done, after the pain, the betrayal, why would she still offer him anything? Was it pity? Was it forgiveness? He didn't know, and with shaking hands he looked down at the card. The next morning, with a mix of nervousness and curiosity, Magnus picked up his phone and dialed the number on the card. "Hello, who is this?" a deep voice answered. "Good morning, sir. It is me, Magnus. Your wife, Lizzie, told me to call you." There was a pause, then the man replied, "Oh, all right. Come to the address on the card. I am waiting for you." The call ended. Magnus stared at the phone in shock. "He wants me to come?" He quickly cleaned himself up, wore his best shirt, though it was old, and made his way to the address. It was a tall building in the heart of the city, neat, modern, and nothing like the life he had been used to. Magnus walked in hesitantly and asked the receptionist for Lizzie's husband. Moments later, he found himself inside a large, well-furnished office. A calm and confident man sat behind the desk. "Good afternoon, sir. You told me to come." "Here I am," Magnus said nervously, bowing slightly. "You are welcome. Please sit down," Lizzie's husband replied with a kind smile. Magnus sat, his hands resting on his knees, unsure of what to expect. The man leaned forward, folding his hands on the desk. "Mr. Magnus, my wife has told me everything, how you left her for another woman, and how life turned around afterward. First of all, I want to thank you." Magnus blinked, confused. "Thank me, sir?" he asked quietly. "Yes," the man said. "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make Lizzie my wife. She is everything I have ever wanted in a woman. Strong, loyal, kind-hearted. You let her go, and I got the greatest blessing of my life." Magnus dropped his gaze, guilt washing over him again. "But that is not all," the man continued. "Yesterday, after we met you, Lizzie came to me. Out of pity and compassion, she asked me to help you. So, because of the love I have for my wife, and the kind of heart she has, I have decided to offer you a job here in my company." Magnus looked up, stunned. "I am making you a manager," he said. "With a good office, a mouth-watering salary, a brand-new car, and a new house, your life deserves another chance. Maybe this will help you find yourself again." Magnus stood up, overwhelmed. His voice trembled with emotion. "Oh my God, thank you so much, sir. I do not deserve this kindness. God will bless you and your family forever." "It's all right," the man said with a warm smile. "Your work starts tomorrow. Go and prepare." Magnus walked out of the building with tears in his eyes, not of sadness but of gratitude. His heart was full, his steps lighter. For the first time in years, hope had returned. The next day, Magnus dressed up for work and arrived at his new workplace right on time. When he entered his office, he paused at the door, stunned once again by the beauty and comfort of the richly furnished space. A leather chair, polished desk, shelves stacked with files, and even a coffee machine in the corner. It was a world he never imagined he would belong to. And the company gave him a brand new car and a beautiful house as part of his managerial benefits. Weeks passed, then months. Magnus worked diligently, earning respect from staffs and appreciation from Lizzie's husband, his boss. His salary was more than enough to sustain him. For the first time in years, Magnus lived with dignity and peace. But through it all, he never forgot the turning point, the woman he once betrayed, who had still looked back with compassion instead of hatred. Lizzie. One afternoon, as he sat in his office, looking out through the wide glass window, he remembered her birthday was coming up. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking deeply. After everything I did, she still helped me. How do I even begin to thank her? A small smile crept onto his face. "I will buy her a brand new car," he said softly to himself, "not just as a gift, but as a token of gratitude." He just wanted to say, "Thank you." On the day of Lizzie's birthday, the celebration was held at a beautiful venue, with friends and colleagues present. Everyone smiled and danced, but Magnus had come with something more than just a smile. He walked up to Lizzie with a small box in his hand. Inside the box were the keys to a sleek, brand-new car parked outside. "Lizzie," he said gently, "this is not just a birthday gift, it is my gratitude for everything, for helping me when I did not deserve it, for being kind when I had been cruel. Thank you." He extended the keys to her. Lizzie looked at the keys for a moment, then slowly raised her eyes to his. "Magnus," she said, smiling warmly, "I am happy that you are doing well now. Truly, I am." She paused and took a deep breath. "But I cannot accept this car." Magnus blinked, surprised. Why not? He asked. There is only one gift I want from you, she said, and it is not something you can buy. I want you to go and bring your wife and children home. Reunite with your family. Magnus looked stunned. The keys trembled slightly in his hand. Lizzie, he whispered, but she raised her hand gently. If I could forgive you after everything you did to me, then I want you to forgive your wife. She may have hurt you, yes, but maybe she was reacting to the pain you caused her too. Give her another chance, just like you were given. Lizzie's eyes sparkled, not with pride, but with love and peace. Gift her this car, she continued, not because she deserves it, but because you deserve to live free of bitterness and regret. Magnus stood silently, still holding the keys. For a moment he did not know what to say. His heart beat heavily in his chest. And in that moment he realized something powerful. Forgiveness was not just a gift to others, it was also the beginning of his own healing. The next day, with a heart full of courage and a mind ready to forgive and rebuild, Magnus drove to the part of town where Margaret lived. As he arrived, he saw her outside, bent over a basin, hand-washing clothes. "Margaret," he called gently. She paused, turned slowly, and froze. There he stood, dressed in fine clothes, clean-cut and composed. Behind him was a shining, expensive-looking car. For a moment, she could not speak. "Magnus," she finally said, blinking in disbelief, "is this really you? You have changed." Magnus nodded slowly, a soft smile forming on his face. "Yes, my wife. Everything has changed. I came to ask for your forgiveness, for everything. Please come back with me. Let us rebuild our home. This time it will be different. I promise." Margaret stared at him, searching his face for any trace of pride or pretense, but she found none. Only honesty, humility, and the love that once lived between them. Without a word, she stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Then, with tears in her eyes, she called out, "Felix! Felicity, come out here." The children ran out, curious, then stopped when they saw the man standing with their mother. "Daddy," they both said at once. Magnus knelt down and opened his arms. "Yes, it is me." The twins rushed into his embrace, holding him tightly, as if afraid he would disappear again. With no more words needed, Margaret packed her things, and they all got into the car as they drove away. But when they arrived at their new home, spacious, beautiful, and peaceful, her mouth dropped open. Inside, Magnus sat them down and told them the full story. How Lizzie, the woman he once betrayed, became the one who showed him mercy. How her husband offered him a new life. How love and forgiveness had changed everything. Margaret listened in silence. For the first time, she understood what grace truly meant. She looked at her husband, then down at her children, and finally whispered, "Thank you, God, for second chances." Just a few days after Margaret and the children returned home, Magnus fulfilled another silent promise he had made to himself. He enrolled Felix and Felicity into one of the best schools in the city. The children's eyes sparkled with joy the moment they stepped into the school compound. The environment was beautiful and clean, filled with colorful classrooms, bright playgrounds, and friendly teachers. It was a world far different from what they had known, and it filled their hearts with excitement and hope. Every morning, Magnus drove them to school, in the same car he once thought of gifting Lizzie. And every evening he would listen eagerly to their stories about new friends, kind teachers, and fun lessons. At home, the atmosphere changed completely. Laughter returned. Margaret smiled again, no longer burdened by survival, but enjoying the peace of a united family. Magnus never took any of it for granted. He worked hard every day, not just at his job, but at being a better husband and father. And every once in a while he would still visit Lizzie and her husband, not just to say thank you, but to let them know how their kindness continued to bloom in his life. And so, from a life once marked by pain, regret, and betrayal, a new story was written, one of forgiveness, redemption, and second chances. They lived happily ever after. Thank you so much for watching this story all the way to the end. Please share your thoughts in the comment section below. And if you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more inspiring stories. Your support keeps the stories coming. Much love. Once upon a time, in a small village lived a girl named Mona Lisa. She was not like the other girls. She was ugly, and her appearance made people turn away at first glance. But when Mona Lisa opened her mouth to sing, the world seemed to pause and listen. Her voice was like the gentle flow of a river, soothing and pure. No matter how troubled someone was, no matter how heavy their heart felt, Mona Lisa's songs could bring light to their darkest days. Every evening she stood under the old mango tree in the village square and sang. The farmers who had toiled under the sun all day would sit and listen, their worries fading with each note. The market women, tired from shouting and selling, would close their eyes and sway to her melody. The little children would giggle and dance, clapping their tiny hands in joy. And the villagers, they loved her. They loved her not for her face, but for the beauty in her voice and the kindness in her heart. They would give her some coins, a token of their gratitude. Mona Lisa never kept a single coin for herself. Every day she gathered her coins and hurried home to her mother, a beautiful widow who had given everything to raise her. "Here, Mama," she would say, placing the money in her mother's hands. "For food, for the house, for everything you need." Her mother would smile, tears glistening in her tired eyes. "You are my treasure, Mona Lisa. The world may not see it, but you shine brighter than the stars." And so Mona Lisa continued to sing, not for wealth or fame, but for love, for her mother, for her village, and for the simple joy of making people happy. Because true beauty was never in the face. It was in the heart, in kindness, and in a voice that could touch souls. Mona Lisa had two friends, Lucy and Linda. Unlike Mona Lisa, they were beautiful, with long, flowing hair and eyes that sparkled like jewels. But despite their beauty, they were filled with envy. "We are the beautiful ones," Lucy would whisper to Linda. "Yet people don't admire us the way they admire Mona Lisa." Linda would nod, her face twisted with jealousy. "She is ugly, yet everyone loves her. It's not fair." Outwardly, they pretended to be her friends. They walked with her in the village, laughed with her, and even complimented her voice. But in their hearts, jealousy burned like a hidden fire. Whenever they were alone with Mona Lisa, they reminded her of how she looked. "Mona Lisa, you have the voice of an angel," Lucy would say. "But isn't it sad that you weren't blessed with beauty to match it?" Linda would sigh dramatically. "Imagine if you were beautiful like us, people would love you even more." Mona Lisa's heart ached at their words. She never wished to be the most beautiful girl, but their constant reminders of her ugliness made her cry. At night she would sit by the small window of her home, looking at the moon, wondering why the world valued faces more than hearts. Every night Mona Lisa sat by her mother's side, her heart heavy with questions. "Mother, why am I ugly?" she would ask. "Why am I not beautiful like you? But mother, why would you give birth to an ugly child like me? You are too beautiful to have an ugly child." Her mother would smile gently. "My child, you took after your father," she said softly. "He was an ugly man, but I loved him for who he was, not for how he looked. And do you know what? You may have his face, but you got your beautiful voice from me." She lifted Mona Lisa's chin, making her look into her warm, loving eyes. "Beauty is not everything, my child. You are ugly, but God blessed you with a melodic voice. You have the love of the whole village, and most importantly, you have the love of your mother. That should be enough for you." Mona Lisa held on to her mother's words, letting them wrap around her like a warm blanket. They gave her strength, made her feel loved. But still, in the quiet of the night, her heart ached. She thought of Lucy and Linda, of their cruel words, of the way they reminded her every day that she was not beautiful. She thought of the way they smiled at her in public, but mocked her in private. "Why do they hate me?" she whispered to herself. "Why does my beauty matter to them?" Even though the villagers adored her, even though her mother reassured her, the words of her friends lingered in her mind, like a dark shadow. No matter how much love she received, a small part of her still wished to be beautiful. One day, Mona Lisa met with her friends, Lucy and Linda, her heart filled with hope and desperation. She looked at them, their flawless faces glowing under the morning sun, and she gathered the courage to ask, "I want to look beautiful like you girls. What will I do to be beautiful?" Lucy and Linda burst into laughter. Their mocking voices echoed through the air, cutting through Mona Lisa's heart like a sharp blade. "Mona Lisa, you can never be beautiful," Lucy sneered. "You are ugly and you will always be ugly," Linda added. "Have you ever seen a monkey trying to be as beautiful as a dove? Some things are just impossible." Mona Lisa felt her heart shattered. Their words burned deep into her soul, louder than any song she had ever sung. Tears welled up in her eyes and she turned away, running back home with a heavy heart. As she reached home, she found her mother weaving a mat by the fire. The moment her mother saw her tear-streaked face, she put the mat aside. "What happened, my child?" her mother asked softly. Through her sobs, Mona Lisa whispered, "They laughed at me, Mother. They said I can never be beautiful. They compared me to a monkey trying to be a dove." Her mother sighed, wiping her daughter's tears. "Oh, my sweet child, listen to me," she said. "A monkey can never be a dove, it is true. But have you ever seen a dove singing as beautifully as you do? Have you ever seen a dove bring happiness to an entire village like you?" Mona Lisa looked up at her mother. "Lucy and Linda are beautiful. Yes," her mother continued, "but beauty alone does not make a person loved. The villagers admire you not for your face, but for the light you bring into their lives. And one day you will see, the world will remember your voice long after beauty has faded from their faces." Mona Lisa wiped her tears, her mother's words soothing her broken heart, though the pain of her friend's cruelty still lingered. One day, as Mona Lisa was walking along the road, when she overheard a group of young men discussing about a goddess that can grant people's wishes, Mona Lisa's heart pounded with excitement as she listened to the young men talk about the deity that could grant wishes. For so long, she had dreamed of being beautiful, of having smooth skin and delicate features like Lucy and Linda. And now, there was hope. "Please, I need the direction, and how to locate the deity," she pleaded. One of the young men hesitated before speaking. "The deity lives deep in the forest, far from here," he said. "The path is lonely and can be dangerous. Are you sure you want to go?" Mona Lisa nodded eagerly. If this goddess could make her beautiful, she was willing to take the risk. The young man sighed and gave her directions. Mona Lisa thanked him and rushed home, her heart full of new hope. That night she barely slept. She kept imagining her new face, smooth, glowing, and perfect. She imagined Lucy and Linda staring at her in shock, the villagers admiring her even more. "Finally, I will be loved for my beauty, not just my voice," she whispered to herself. The next morning she set off towards the forest, determined to change her fate. She had no idea that what awaited her was far more than she had bargained for. As Mona Lisa walked through the forest, her heart pounded with excitement. She imagined herself with smooth, flawless skin, shining eyes, and delicate features like Lucy and Linda. She pictured the villagers gasping in awe, the men admiring her, and her friends finally accepting her. When she finally reached, She found herself standing before the goddess. A mysterious presence filled the air, making her shiver. Without hesitation, she knelt down and pleaded, "Greetings, great goddess. My name is Mona Lisa. I am ugly, and I wish to be beautiful. Please, I beg you." The deity's voice echoed through the air, deep and powerful. "You are welcome to my abode. Close your eyes." Mona Lisa obeyed instantly. Her heart raced as she felt a strange warmth surround her, like an invisible force wrapping her body. A tingling sensation spread across her skin, and for a moment she felt as if she were floating. Then the deity spoke again. "Open your eyes and keep this as a secret." Mona Lisa slowly opened her eyes, and what she saw left her breathless. She was transformed. Her skin was smooth and radiant, her eyes shone like the stars, and her hair flowed down her shoulders like silk. She was more beautiful than she had ever imagined. Tears of joy filled her eyes. "Thank you, great deity. Thank you." Without wasting another second, she turned and ran out of the forest, eager to show the world her new beauty. Her legs carried her as fast as the wind, her heart soaring with excitement. She could not wait to see the shock on Lucy and Linda's faces, the admiration in the villagers' eyes, and the pride in her mother's smile. At last she had everything she ever wanted. Or so she thought. When she reached home, her mother couldn't recognize her. "Who are you?" her mother asked. "Mother, why are you asking? It's me, Mona Lisa, your daughter." But her mother couldn't believe her. "Where is Mona Lisa, my daughter? I have not seen her since morning. Do you know where she is?" Her mother asked. "Mother, stop it. It's me. I am Mona Lisa, your child." But her mother couldn't believe her. "You are not my daughter. Your voice is different from my daughter's voice. You are beautiful, while my daughter is ugly." Mona Lisa tried to sing, but her voice betrayed her. Ugly and cracked voice. She was disappointed. There was no way to prove to her mother that she was still the same Mona Lisa. Her mother sent her away and began to pray to God to protect Mona Lisa wherever she may be. Mona Lisa left her father's compound. With tears in her eyes, Mona Lisa ran from her home, her heart aching like never before. She had dreamed of this moment of being admired, of being loved for her beauty. But instead, she had lost everything. Her own mother did not recognize her. Worse still, she had lost the one thing that had made her special, her voice. Her once sweet and melodic voice had turned ugly and cracked, unable to bring joy to anyone. The realization hit her like a heavy stone. In her quest for beauty, she had lost the very gift that had made her loved. With nowhere else to go, she rushed to find Lucy and Linda, hoping they would finally accept her now that she was beautiful. When she saw them, they were sitting under a tree, chatting and laughing. As soon as they saw her, their eyes widened in surprise. "Who is this?" Lucy whispered to Linda. Linda looked her up and down, admiration flickering in her eyes. "She's gorgeous, but I have never seen her before." Mona Lisa smiled proudly. "Lucy, Linda, it's me, Mona Lisa," she announced, expecting them to gasp in amazement. But instead of joy, confusion filled their faces. "Mona Lisa," Lucy scoffed. "Stop joking. Mona Lisa is ugly, and you are perfect." "Yes," Linda added, "you can never be Mona Lisa. And even if you are, what proof do you have?" Mona Lisa felt her heart sink. Her proof, her voice, was gone. Desperately, she tried to sing, but what came out was nothing more than a hoarse, broken sound. The same voice that once made the villagers dance and smile was now unrecognizable. Lucy and Linda burst into laughter. "Look at her. She's beautiful, but she sounds like a dying bird," Lucy mocked. "Even with beauty, you are still useless," Linda added cruelly. Mona Lisa's hands trembled as she touched her flawless face. This was what she had wished for, what she had risked everything to gain. But now she felt emptier than ever. Tears streamed down her face as she turned and ran away. She had lost her voice. She had lost her mother. And now even the friends that pushed her to take the risk can no longer recognize her. She had wished for beauty, but at what cost? Mona Lisa walked through the village, hoping to find someone who would recognize her, someone who would believe that she was the same Mona Lisa they had once loved. But every time she spoke, her voice betrayed her. The villagers only stared at her with admiration, whispering among themselves about the mysterious, beautiful stranger. She looks like a princess. Where did she come from? But she is not Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa was ugly, but her voice was sweet. No one believed her. The more she tried to convince them, the more they laughed and dismissed her. Feeling utterly rejected, she rushed back home, desperate to convince her mother. "Mother, please, I am your daughter. You have to believe me," she cried, kneeling down. But then she remembered the warning of the goddess. "If you reveal the truth, you will die." Terror filled her heart. She wanted to tell her mother everything, to confess what she had done. But fear held her tongue. "I don't know who you are, but you are not my Mona Lisa. Where is my daughter?" she screamed. "Go and bring her back. Wherever you kept her, return her to me. If you don't, the villagers will come for you. You are a murderer. You have killed my child." Mona Lisa gasped, her body trembling with fear. If the villagers believed she had killed Mona Lisa, they would punish her. And she knew the fate of a murderer in the village. It was death. With panic gripping her heart, she turned and ran away. She had lost her home. She had lost her voice. And now she had lost her entire life. Mona Lisa ran deep into the forest, her heart pounding with fear and sorrow. Tears streamed down her face. She had nowhere else to go, only the goddess could undo what had been done. When she reached, she spoke with pain and regret. "I don't need your beauty anymore," she cried. "Take your beauty and give me back my ugliness and my sweet voice. I have lost everything, my mother, my home, my people. You are wicked. You gave me beauty and made the world reject me." Her voice echoed through the forest, filled with pain and regret. "I curse the day I stepped my foot here," she wailed, beating her chest in anguish. "Foolish girl," the goddess spoke, its voice cold and powerful. "You came to me, begging for beauty. I granted your wish, and now you curse me." Mona Lisa clenched her fists, her voice shaking with anger. "You took my voice and turned me into a stranger to my own mother and to my people. What else can you do to me? Kill me. Go ahead, evil goddess." The goddess's voice thundered, filled with fury. "You dare call me an evil goddess? You came to me begging for beauty, and I gave you what you wanted. But because of your own foolishness, you curse me. I will not kill you, Mona Lisa, but I will give you a punishment worse than death. Since you call me evil, then you shall be evil to any human that sets eyes on you." Before Mona Lisa could react, a strange force surrounded her. A searing pain shot through her body, and she screamed as she felt something twisting and changing within her. Her scalp burned, and she grabbed her head in agony. But when she touched her hair, she gasped in horror. Her once flowing hair had transformed into writhing, hissing snakes. They slithered over her head, their forked tongues flickering, their eyes glowing with malice. And when she blinked, she felt a new and terrifying power within her gaze. Mona Lisa's hands trembled as she realized what had happened. Her eyes were cursed. "No, no, what have you done to me?" she whispered in horror. "From this moment on," the goddess's voice echoed, "any human who dares to look into your eyes shall turn to stone. You wished for beauty, but now you will be feared instead. Your curse shall never be broken, and you shall walk the world alone, forever." Mona Lisa let out a scream of despair. She had lost her mother. She had lost her people. She had lost her voice. And now she had lost her humanity. Tears poured down her face, but the snakes on her head only hissed, as if mocking her pain. Mona Lisa ran towards the village, desperate to tell her story to her mother and the village, desperate to be believed. But as she hurried back to the village on her way, she suddenly heard familiar voices. She stopped. Lucy and Linda, the very ones who had made her feel worthless, the ones who had mocked her, pushed her into believing beauty was everything. They stood in her path, staring at her with wide and horrified eyes. "What is this? What kind of creature is this?" Lucy stammered, stepping back in fear. "It looks like a demon," Linda gasped, her voice shaking. Mona Lisa opened her mouth to speak, but before she could say anything, they looked into her eyes. In an instant, their bodies froze. Their skin hardened, their mouths remained open in terror, and within seconds they turned to stone. Mona Lisa gasped in shock. She stepped back, covering her mouth with trembling hands. "No, what have I done?" she whispered. But then another thought struck her. If Lucy and Linda had turned to stone just by looking at her, what about her mother? A fresh wave of horror washed over her. She had been so eager to return home, to see her mother, to tell her the truth. But now she knew if her mother looked at her, she too would turn to stone. "I can never go home," Mona Lisa realized, her heart breaking all over again. Tears streamed down her face, but the snakes on her head only hissed in response, uncaring and mocking. Slowly she turned away from the village, the home she could never return to. There was only one place left for her now, the wilderness, a place where no one would see her, a place where no one would turn to stone. But even in her sorrow there was one small comfort. Lucy and Linda, the ones who had pushed her into making the greatest mistake of her life, were now stones. With a bitter smile, Mona Lisa whispered, "At least now you can never mock me again." And with that, she disappeared into the wilderness, forever cursed, forever feared. A legend, a warning. The girl who wished for beauty, but became a monster instead. Once upon a time, in a quaint village surrounded by sparkling rivers, lived a maiden named Veronica. She was the epitome of beauty. Her laughter brought joy to all who heard it. Every man who crossed paths with Veronica was enchanted by her beauty, and many came from near and far, hoping to win her hand in marriage. Wealthy merchants, gallant knights, and even noblemen offered riches and promises of wealth to her parents. But time and again, Veronica would decline them all. Her parents, humble farmers, could not understand why she was rejecting all the men seeking her hand in marriage. They saw each suitor as an opportunity to secure their family's future. Night after night, her mother would sit by her side, asking, "Why do you refuse all your suitors? These men could give you a life of comfort and happiness." But Veronica, with a gentle smile and tearful eyes, would only say, "I cannot marry them, mother. Please trust me." "Why do you turn them away, Veronica?" her father would ask. "These men offer you everything, a home, wealth, and secure future." "I cannot marry them. Please trust me. There are reasons you cannot understand," Veronica would reply, her voice laced with sadness. Little did her parents know, Veronica's refusals were not entirely her own. What Veronica could not tell her parents was that she belonged to someone already, a spiritual husband, a handsome and tall merman named Leo. She could see and communicate with her spiritual husband. Whenever a man came to seek Veronica's hand in marriage, Leo would appear to her that same evening, rising from the river in all his majestic beauty. "Veronica, my wife," he would say, his deep voice resonating like a song of the sea, "I am handsome, tall, and perfect for you. Why would you need a human husband? I am jealous of any man who dares to dream of taking you from me." Though Leo's words were tender, they carried an undeniable force. Veronica, bound by their spiritual connection, could not defy him. She would decline each suitor, knowing it was not truly her choice. One day, a particularly charming and wealthy nobleman arrived in the village. He was tall and handsome. He showered Veronica's parents with gifts and made promises of a life filled with luxury. Her parents were overjoyed, certain that this match was perfect. That night, Leo appeared again, rising from the river under the moonlight. His expression was dark, his jealousy flaring like waves in a storm. "Veronica," he said, "do not even think of accepting this man. He is handsome, but not as handsome as I am. Do you not see? No one can compare to me." Veronica looked at him with sorrow in her eyes. "Leo," she whispered, "why do you hold me to this bond? I live in a world where people expect me to marry, to share my life with someone, but I cannot because of you." "You are mine," Leo said firmly. "You will always be mine." Veronica knelt before Leo. "Please, Leo," she pleaded, her voice trembling. "My parents are worried. They think something is wrong with me because I keep rejecting every suitor. I want to marry and live as a human should. There is a man I love. He is kind, rich, and handsome. I want to marry him. Free me from your bond." "You dare to love another man," he growled. "You are my wife, Veronica. You are not supposed to love anyone else. You are bound to me forever." Veronica's tears flowed freely as she looked up at him. "But Leo, you are not human. You are a spirit while I am a mortal. I need a human husband to share my life with. I am begging you, let me go. Let me have this one chance at happiness." Leo stared at her, his heart torn. Her words pierced him deeply, and though his jealousy flared, the sight of her sorrow softened him. He could not bear to see her in such anguish. With a sigh, he said, "Very well, Veronica, you may marry. But there is one condition." Veronica looked up, hope flickering in her tear-streaked eyes. "What condition?" she asked. "You cannot marry a man who is as handsome as I am," Leo declared firmly. "I am your spiritual husband, and I want to be the only handsome man in your life. Choose someone who does not rival my beauty, and I will not stop you." Veronica's heart sank slightly, but she nodded, knowing this was the only way she could gain her freedom. "Thank you, Leo," she whispered. "I will honor your condition." One bright morning, the village was abuzz with news that 2 new suitors had come to seek Veronica's hand in marriage. One of them was Patrick, a tall and handsome nobleman with a confident demeanor. The other was Benjamin, a short and awkward man with rough features and a nervous smile. Veronica's parents were delighted, believing this was their chance to finally see their daughter married. As the suitors presented their intentions, Veronica couldn't help but be drawn to Patrick's charm and elegance, while Benjamin's appearance did not caught her attention. When her parents asked for her decision, Veronica spoke with certainty. "I will marry Patrick. He is the man I have been waiting for." The villagers celebrated her choice, and Patrick beamed with happiness. Benjamin was ashamed and embarrassed. But as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village quieted, Veronica felt the familiar pull of the river. She knew Leo would not let this pass without a word. Under the golden glow of the moon, Leo emerged from the river, his majestic form radiating power and fury. His iridescent tail shimmered as his deep blue eyes bore into Veronica's. "Veronica," he thundered, his voice carrying the weight of the waves, "why have you accepted the handsome man and rejected the ugly one?" Veronica trembled under his gaze but mustered her courage to speak. "Leo, Patrick is kind and noble. He is everything I have ever dreamed of in a husband. I couldn't bring myself to marry Benjamin when my heart belongs to another." But Leo's face darkened, his jealousy rising like a storm. "Did I not make myself clear?" he growled. "I want to be the only handsome man in your life. You must marry the ugly man, or I will not allow you to marry at all." Veronica fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. "Please, Leo, I beg you to let me follow my heart. Patrick makes me happy, and I deserve to find happiness." But Leo would not be swayed. Happiness will not come at the cost of my pride. You will marry Benjamin, or you will remain bound to me forever. Veronica stood before Leo, her heart weighed down by Leo's ultimatum. She knew she had no other choice but to obey her spiritual husband's command, no matter how much it broke her heart. The next morning she went into the village, in search of Benjamin. She asked questions and people directed her to his house. She found Benjamin working in his small garden, his face lighting up with surprise as she approached. "Benjamin," she began, her voice trembling, "I have accepted to marry you." Benjamin blinked in disbelief. "You have accepted to marry me? But why? After you rejected me so clearly before, why now?" Veronica looked away, the pain of her decision hidden behind a forced smile. "I have thought about it," she said softly. "I have realized that true worth isn't about appearance, but about kindness and a good heart." Though Benjamin was still unsure, he nodded, a shy smile spreading across his face. "Thank you, Veronica. I will do my best to make you happy." When Veronica told her parents of her decision to marry Benjamin, they were stunned. "Benjamin," her father exclaimed, "why him of all people? You had so many fine men to choose from, and now you have chosen Benjamin? What has come over you?" Veronica lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "I have come to understand what truly matters. Please trust me on this, father." Her mother was confused. "But why Benjamin? What about Patrick? It is a surprise to us all." The most difficult part was facing Patrick. The next day, Veronica went to see Patrick to break the sad news to him. His bright smile faded when he saw the sadness in her eyes. "Patrick," she said, her voice breaking, "I can't marry you. I am so sorry." Patrick's face fell, his brows furrowing in confusion. "What? But why, Veronica? I thought you have accepted to marry me. I am the man you have been waiting for, and I love you so much, Veronica. Please don't do this to me. Tell me, what is the problem?" "I can't explain it," she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Please understand, this is not what I wanted, but it's what must be." Patrick's heart breaking as he watched her walk away. The village buzzed with gossip about Veronica's sudden decision to marry Benjamin. Some whispered that she was under a curse, while others speculated she had lost her mind. The wedding was a humble affair as she stood beside Benjamin, her heart heavy with resignation. She felt the familiar presence of her spiritual husband, watching from the depth of the river. True to his word, Leo allowed the ceremony to proceed, as Veronica exchanged vows with Benjamin. Veronica's life with Benjamin quickly turned into a nightmare. At first, he treated her kindly, as if grateful for her decision to marry him, but that kindness faded as his insecurities and bitterness took hold. He began to show Veronica his true color. Veronica's life turned into a daily struggle. Benjamin, who was an average man with a small farm that barely sustained them, and he held a deep resentment in his heart. He refused to show Veronica any affection. Instead, he often lashed out at her with harsh words. "I know why you married me," he would say, his voice echoing through their small home. "I know you never loved me. You rejected me because I am ugly, but you came back to me because Patrick probably rejected you, and I was your last option." Veronica would try to defend herself, but Benjamin wouldn't listen. "Since I married you, nothing is working for me. My small farm is no longer doing well like before. You're nothing but bad luck." When Benjamin's anger turned to violence, Veronica's days became filled with pain and sorrow. He would beat her for the smallest reasons, shouting cruel words that cut deeper than his blows. One day, as Veronica was crying, Leo appeared to her. She looked up, with tears in her eyes. "Leo," she called, her voice barely above a whisper. "I can't take this anymore. I did what you asked. I married the man you chose for me, but he is cruel. He blames me for his failures and treats me worse than an animal. Please help me." Leo looked at her with a stern expression. "Veronica," he said, his voice a mixture of anger and sorrow. I did not intend for this to happen. I thought Benjamin's kindness would make up for his lack of beauty. I never wanted you to suffer like this. Veronica looked up at him with desperation. Then what do I do now? She asked. Leave him and come to me. Let me take you to my kingdom, where you will be cherished forever. But Veronica refused. It is not possible. I can't follow you to your kingdom. Following you means I will be gone from the surface of earth. My parents cannot bear to loose me. Then I will end Benjamin's life for treating you bad. Veronica shook her head, her voice firm despite her tears. I understand your anger, and I know Benjamin has wronged me, but I beg you, don't stain your hands with his blood. Leo vanished into the shadows. One day, as Veronica was walking down the road, when she saw Patrick, her ex-suitor. Oh my God, Veronica, you are not looking good. What is the problem? Veronica sighed. It is Benjamin, my husband. He has made my life miserable. Patrick felt pity for her. Veronica, I still love you even after you refuse to marry me. Veronica was ashamed of herself. Can I share a secret with you? She said. Go ahead. You are free to share anything with me, said Patrick. Veronica hesitated for a moment, her heart heavy with shame and sorrow. She looked at Patrick, his concerned face reminding her of what she had rejected in the past. A kind and loving man. Patrick, she began, her voice trembling, I don't know where to start. My life has become a nightmare, and I feel like I'm trapped in a web I can't escape. Patrick placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. You can trust me, Veronica. Tell me everything. Maybe I can help. Veronica took a deep breath and spoke quietly, ensuring no one else could hear. My husband, Benjamin, was never the man I wanted to marry. I was forced into the marriage because of a spiritual bond I had with someone else. It's a long and strange story, but that bond dictated that I marry someone who would not rival him in looks or strength. Patrick's brow furrowed. A spiritual bond? Are you saying there is some supernatural force at play in your life? Veronica nodded, tears welling in her eyes. Yes. His name is Leo, my spiritual husband. He claimed me as his wife long ago, and though I begged him to let me live a normal life, he controlled my choices. I thought marrying Benjamin would give me some peace, but it's been nothing but misery. Benjamin hates me. He blames me for everything wrong in his life. Patrick's face grew serious, a mixture of disbelief and anger flashing across his face. Veronica, why didn't you tell anyone this before? You don't deserve to live like this. No one does. Is this spirit still controlling you? Veronica sighed deeply. He doesn't control me as much as he used to, but he watches over me. He intervenes when he thinks I'm in danger, but he's also the reason I'm trapped in this life. Patrick, I don't know what to do anymore. Patrick took her hands in his voice filled with determination. Veronica, you don't have to suffer alone anymore. Whatever this Leo is, he doesn't have the right to dictate your life. And as for Benjamin, he doesn't deserve you. You deserve to be happy, Veronica, and I want to help you find that happiness, even if it's not with me. Veronica looked into Patrick's eyes, surprised by his sincerity. Patrick, after everything, you still care about me. He nodded. I never stopped caring. You are the woman I fell in love with, and seeing you like this breaks my heart. Thank you, Patrick, she whispered, tears streaming down her face. I don't know what I did to deserve your kindness, but I'm so grateful. Patrick smiled gently. You deserve more kindness than you have ever received. I will take you to my pastor. He is a powerful man of God. Veronica felt a glimmer of hope as they set out on a journey to see the pastor. Patrick and Veronica sat in the pastor's modest office, a quiet sanctuary adorned with shelves of worn Bibles and religious books. Veronica shared her story, her voice trembling with pain. "Pastor," she began, "my husband, Benjamin, treats me terribly. He accuses me of being the cause of all his failures, and he's grown so bitter that nothing I do seems to make things better. I feel lost and broken." Patrick, seated beside her, added, "She doesn't deserve this treatment, Pastor. She's been carrying this burden for too long, and I want to help her, but I don't know how." The pastor listened intently, nodding as they spoke. After they finished, he clasped his hands in prayer and bowed his head. "Let us seek guidance from the Lord," he said, his voice steady and calm. After a few moments of intense prayer, the pastor raised his head, his eyes filled with clarity and conviction. He looked at Veronica with compassion and spoke with certainty. "Veronica, the Lord has revealed the root of your husband's misfortunes to me," he began. "Benjamin's failures and bad luck are not your doing. They are the result of his own actions, his hatred and mistreatment towards you." Veronica's eyes widened in surprise while Patrick leaned forward, eager to hear more. The pastor continued, "As long as Benjamin harbors hatred against you, as long as he treats you with cruelty and blame, he will never find success in anything he does. His bitterness poisons his spirit and blocks his blessings. But if he changes his ways, if he treats you with love, respect, and kindness, he will see his fortunes turn around. I also see a spiritual husband standing beside you, Veronica," the pastor said solemnly. "This spirit has been a shadow over your life, influencing your decisions and causing you pain. He led you to marry Benjamin, not because it was your destiny, but because he wanted to ensure no man would rival him in your life." Veronica's eyes welled up with tears. "Yes, Pastor," she admitted, her voice trembling. "Leo, the spirit of the river, forced me into this marriage. He made me choose Benjamin because he wasn't handsome or strong like him. But I can't live like this anymore. I want to follow my heart. I want to leave Benjamin and be free to love who I choose." The pastor leaned forward, his expression serious yet kind. "Veronica, if you leave Benjamin and choose a man your spiritual husband sees as a rival, a handsome or strong man, he will not accept it. His jealousy will be ignited, and he may unleash his wrath on the man you love. But there is hope. You are not alone in this battle, Veronica. The Lord is mightier than any spirit. With prayer, faith, and determination, we can break the hold this spiritual husband has on your life. Once you are freed, you will be able to marry the man of your choice without fear." Veronica clasped her hands together, her voice breaking with emotion. "Pastor, I'm tired of living in fear. I want to be free. Please help me." The pastor nodded. "We will begin by praying for your liberation. This will not be an easy journey, Veronica. The spiritual husband will resist, but with the power of God we will overcome him." That evening the pastor gathered other prayer warriors from the church, and they began a powerful session of intercession for Veronica. They prayed fervently, calling on God to break every chain and sever every bond between Veronica and the spirit that had claimed her. As they prayed, Veronica felt a strange heaviness lift from her chest, as if an invisible weight she had carried for years was being stripped away. The room grew cold, and a strong wind blew through. Suddenly, Veronica let out a gasp. "He's here," she cried, her voice trembling. The pastor remained calm, his voice unwavering, as he commanded, "Leo, spirit of the river, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. You have no authority over Veronica's life. She is a child of God, and your hold over her is broken." A deep, rumbling voice echoed in Veronica's mind. "She is mine. I will not let her go." The pastor stood firm. "By the power of the Most High, I command you to release her now." After hours of prayer, Veronica collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. She felt a warm light envelop her, and for the first time in years, she felt truly free. "It's over," the pastor said gently, helping her to her feet. "The spirit is gone, Veronica. You are free." Veronica wept tears of relief and gratitude. "Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, God. I can finally live my life without fear." The pastor smiled. "Go and follow your heart, Veronica. The Lord has given you a new beginning. Be wise in your choices, and remember to stay in prayer always." With her spiritual husband gone, Veronica felt a sense of peace and clarity she hadn't known in years. She decided to leave Benjamin, knowing that their marriage had been built on control and misery. In time, she reconnected with Patrick, who stood by her side through her journey. Their bond grew stronger, built on mutual respect and love. Free from the chains of her past, Veronica was finally able to embrace the life she had always dreamed of, a life filled with love, freedom, and faith. Patrick, who had stood by her side through it all, proposed to her. "Veronica," he said, his voice steady with emotion, "I have loved you since the day I met you, and that love has only grown stronger. Will you marry me and let us create a life filled with love and happiness?" Tears streamed down Veronica's face as she nodded. "Yes, Patrick. I have been waiting for this moment. You have shown me what true love looks like, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you." Their wedding was a simple yet beautiful ceremony. The church was filled with friends, family, and members of the community. The pastor who had helped free her from her spiritual husband officiated the ceremony, his blessings heartfelt and powerful. As they exchanged vows, Veronica felt a peace she had never known before. After their marriage, Patrick and Veronica began their new life together. Patrick, a skilled businessman, expanded his ventures, and Veronica, filled with newfound confidence, supported him wholeheartedly. Together, they built a thriving business and became respected members of their community. Their home was filled with laughter and joy, and soon they were blessed with children who brought even more light into their lives.
In the bustling city of Lagos lived a young woman named Susan. She was the epitome of beauty, graced with a curvy figure, radiant skin, and a voice as soft as that of an angel. But Susan wasn't just beautiful, she was also intelligent, respectful, and immensely talented. A true example of grace and brilliance. Susan lived with her mother, a humble provision seller. Her father had passed away years earlier, but her mother had never let the burden of single parenthood weaken her spirit. They weren't rich, but they were content, and Susan helped her mother in the shop whenever she could. Life was simple but full of love. Susan was a fourth-year medical student at the University of Lagos. She was not only determined to succeed academically but also driven by her mother's words that echoed in her heart every day. "Susan, please don't disappoint me. I have suffered a lot, and I can't face any more disappointment. Susan, you are my hope." And Susan would always respond, "Mama, I will never disappoint you." One fateful day during a lecture, Susan began to feel unusually sick. She excused herself and went to the sick bay. After explaining her symptoms, the nurse gave her some medication. As she walked out of the clinic, she accidentally bumped into a soldier who had come to inspect something on campus. Flustered, she quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me." But the soldier said nothing, and walked away silently. Time passed, and Susan moved into her 5th year at the university. But things took a dark turn. Her mother suddenly fell gravely ill. After several tests, she was diagnosed with stomach cancer. The news shattered Susan. She was devastated, emotionally drained, and overwhelmed. She knelt in her room, looked up to the heavens, and cried, "Why, God? Why my mother? This woman gave up her youth, her energy, her life for me. Why her?" Dr. Loveleen told Susan that her mother needed urgent surgery, which would cost 4 million naira. Susan felt like the ground had opened beneath her feet. 4 million? Where would she get that kind of money? She considered everything stealing, selling her valuables, but even that wouldn't raise such a huge sum. She wept for hours, heartbroken at the thought of losing her mother, the only one who had ever truly loved her. Then, in her darkest hour, Susan made a decision that would haunt her forever. Out of desperation, she turned to prostitution. That very night, she slept with a man named Kelvin, who paid her 500,000 naira. As she left the hotel, legs shaking, tears falling, her phone rang. It was the hospital. Her mother was gone. Susan collapsed on the street, screaming in agony. Her heart shattered into pieces. She wept uncontrollably, thinking of her mother's smile, her warmth, her sacrifices. The pain was unbearable. She had sold her body to save her mother's life, but it was too late. Her sacrifice had come too late. At the burial, Susan stood in silence. Her vibrant eyes were now hollow. The girl who once brought light to others now carried a darkness within her. She had made a promise to never disappoint her mother, but she felt she had failed. Life went on, but for Susan, it was never the same. Her smile, once bright and full of life, became a faint expression of a broken soul. Her heart carried the pain of a daughter who had lost everything and a secret she could never fully speak about. One fateful afternoon, after her classes had ended, Susan decided to take a quiet walk to clear her head. As she strolled past the school clinic, she unexpectedly saw a familiar face, the same soldier she had once bumped into months ago. The soldier signaled for her to come closer. With graceful steps, Susan walked toward him. They exchanged pleasantries, and the soldier introduced himself as Eric. With a soft, sympathetic tone, he said, "I'm sorry about the loss of your mother." That brief encounter sparked something new. They exchanged numbers, and from that day, the bond between Susan and Eric began to grow. They spoke daily, laughed deeply, and connected like two souls destined to meet. Their closeness became the talk of the campus. Eric's presence brought a wave of respect and fear. No one dared mess with Susan anymore. She was now seen as the soldier's woman. Any guy who had eyes for her quickly backed off, all but one. His name was Emmanuel, a final-year law student from a very wealthy home. He had admired Susan from afar for years. To him, she was everything: tall, curvy, elegant, intelligent, and breathtakingly beautiful. But every time he tried to talk to her, Susan would dismiss him with the cold phrase, "Who relationship help?" Each rejection wounded Emmanuel. Many nights, he cried silently in his room, nursing the pain of unrequited love. But when he saw Susan with Eric, he felt defeated. Still, he needed closure. One afternoon, he walked up to Eric, who was waiting for Susan outside the library, and boldly asked, "Good day, sir. Please, what relationship do you have with Susan?" Eric's eyes flared with irritation. His voice grew stern and commanding, "Whatever I have with Susan is none of your business. If I ever see you anywhere near her again, I swear I will shoot you and nothing will happen." Emmanuel froze, nodded silently, and walked away shattered. Moments later, Susan arrived with a bright smile. "Ogre soldier, did I keep you waiting?" Eric chuckled and replied, "Auntie student, yes you did." They both laughed, held hands, and walked toward Eric's car, while Emmanuel watched from a distance, his heart finally letting go. Weeks turned into months. Susan graduated from university with flying colors. On her graduation day, Eric surprised her by officially asking her to be his wife. Overwhelmed with mixed emotions: joy for her achievement, pain for her absent mother, Susan nodded and accepted. Eric gently held her and whispered, "You have me now." Their love blossomed. Soon they got married. After her NYSC, Eric, her husband, reached out to a few trusted friends to help Susan find a job. One of them, Dr. John, offered her a position in his hospital. With a grateful heart, Susan accepted. Life began to settle into a peaceful rhythm. She worked hard, earned a steady income, and found love and comfort in Eric's arms. But fate had another twist waiting. One evening, Eric came home with heavy news. He had been deployed for a military operation in Liberia. Susan broke down in tears. "Are you going to leave me like everyone else did?" she asked, her eyes full of sorrow. Eric held her hands tightly and replied, "Baby, if everything goes well, I will come back. I promise. The military gave Eric 1 month to spend with loved ones before his deployment. Since Eric was an orphan, he spent every single day of that month with Susan. They laughed, loved, and lived like it was their last. On the day of his departure, Eric gave Susan his necklace and whispered, "My love, if I return safely, we will never be apart again." They kissed goodbye, and Susan watched as the man she loved walked into the unknown. Weeks later, Susan discovered she was pregnant. "Wait, I'm carrying Eric's child," she gasped, her heart pounding with confusion. Should she rejoice? Or should she cry? She decided to hold on to hope that both her child and Eric would return safely. But fate struck again. One gloomy morning, while at work, Susan received a call from the military base. She rushed to Eric's office. The commander looked at her solemnly and said, "Mrs. Susan, we are deeply sorry. Eric didn't make it. He died a hero." With those words, he handed her Eric's folded uniform. Susan collapsed on the floor, crying in agony. "No, not again. First my father, then my mother, and now Eric?" She clutched the uniform to her chest as memories of Eric flooded her mind, his laughter, his warmth, the way he protected her. "What do I tell our child?" she whispered in pain. The days that followed were dark. But Susan didn't give up. A few months later, she gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. She named the boy Eric, after his father. And the girl, she named Rejoice, after her mother. Though her heart was heavy, Susan made a solemn vow. "I will never remarry. I will never let my children suffer. And one day, I will tell them that their father was a hero." Every week, Susan would visit Eric's grave with the twins. She would talk to him, weep, and leave flowers. But no matter how loudly she cried, no voice ever answered. Yet, to anyone passing by the grave, it looked just like any other. They didn't know that beneath it lay Susan's true love, a soldier, a hero, and the only man who truly understood her broken heart. This is the story of Dr. Susan, the rich doctor who refused to remarry.
Esther lived in a small village where the mornings were filled with the chatter and laughter of children hurrying to school, their colorful uniforms bright against the dusty paths. Every morning, Esther would sit in front of their small house, watching them pass by. Her heart ached to be among them, clutching books, sharing secrets, and going to school every morning. But Esther never set foot inside a classroom. Her mother, a widow who worked long hours tending to other people's farms, simply could not afford the school fees. They barely made enough to eat. Instead, Esther spent her days helping her mother, fetching water from the well, gathering firewood, and sometimes selling vegetables at the market. When her chores were done, she would sit alone, writing on the floor with a stick, drawing the letters she had once seen on an old, torn billboard. Even though no one taught her, Esther was curious. She listened carefully when other children talked about what they learned at school. She picked up bits of knowledge like treasures. Sometimes, when she went to the market, she would sneak glances at the newspapers and books laid out on the vendor's mat, sounding out words under her breath. One evening, after a long day, her mother found her sitting by the window, tracing shapes in the air with her finger. Her mother's heart broke a little more, seeing the longing in her daughter's eyes. "I am sorry, Esther," she whispered, pulling her close. "One day things will be better, and you will go to school." Esther smiled, a soft but determined smile. She believed her mother, and more than that, she believed in herself. So every day, even without books or a teacher, Esther kept learning in her own way. She dreamed of the day she would walk down that dusty path, not as a watcher, but as a student, with her head high, a bag full of books, and a heart full of hope. Esther had a friend named Franca. Franca's life was very different from Esther's life. She had rich parents who cared for her deeply, and she attended one of the best schools in their community. One day, Esther decided to visit Franca at her house. When she arrived, she found no one outside. The yard was silent, but from the kitchen, she heard the faint clatter of a pot lid. Curious, she tiptoed closer and peeped through the kitchen window. To her surprise, she saw Franca stealing meat from her mother's pot. Esther gasped, but quickly stepped back. Moments later, Franca noticed her at the window. Her face turned pale, and she rushed to open the door. "Esther, please!" Franca begged, her voice shaking. "Please don't tell my parents. I promise I will do anything you ask. Just don't tell them." Esther thought for a moment, then said, "All right, I will not tell your parents, but on one condition." "Whatever condition," Franca said quickly. "I will do it, as long as you don't tell them what you saw." Esther smiled mischievously and leaned closer. "Tomorrow morning, I will come over. You will pretend to be dead. I will perform fake magic to wake you. That way your parents and the whole village will think I am a real magician." Franca hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, I will do it." They agreed on the plan, and Esther left, her mind racing with excitement. If people believed she had magical powers, maybe she could finally earn some money, help her mother, and one day even afford to go to school. That night, Esther could hardly sleep, dreaming of how everything might change because of this clever trick. The next morning, Esther set out to Franca's house, pretending she was just passing by. As soon as Franca saw her through the window, she remembered their secret agreement. Without wasting time, Franca suddenly fell to the ground, rolling her eyes as if she was dying. Her parents, who were in the living room, saw her collapsed and immediately began to shout and cry, thinking something terrible had happened to their daughter. Franca lay still, holding her breath and pretending to be dead. Hearing the loud cries, neighbors rushed to their house, shocked to see Franca lying lifeless on the floor. Everyone began to panic, wailing and wondering what to do. Just then, Esther calmly stepped forward. She raised her hand and said loudly, "Do not cry. I have the power to bring her back." The crowd fell silent, watching her with wide eyes. Esther closed her eyes, muttered a few fake incantations, waved her hands dramatically over Franca's body, and, on cue, Franca suddenly opened her eyes, stretched, and sat up as if nothing had happened. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then everyone exploded with cries of joy. Franca's parents hugged their daughter tightly, tears streaming down their faces. "You have saved our daughter!" they cried, turning to Esther with gratitude. Thank you so much." The neighbors were amazed. Word quickly spread that Esther had magic powers. Feeling proud, but a little nervous, Esther quietly left and returned to her house. Not long after, Franca's parents arrived at Esther's house. They thanked Esther's mother over and over. "Your daughter is truly gifted," they said. "She brought our child back from death." Esther's mother stood there completely confused. She hadn't heard anything about it. She looked at Esther, who smiled shyly, her heart beating fast. What had started as a simple trick had now turned into a village-wide miracle. Her mother was still surprised and confused when Franca's parents turned to Esther and asked, "Esther, what do you want us to do for you?" Esther smiled shyly and said, "I want to go to school." Franca's parents exchanged a warm glance and nodded. "Consider it done." Franca's father said, "Tomorrow, get ready. I will take you to school and register you." Esther and her mother were overwhelmed with joy and surprise. They could hardly believe what they were hearing. After thanking the couple again, they watched as Franca's parents left, their hearts filled with gratitude. When Franca's parents got home, they called Franca and told her the news. "We have decided to send Esther to school," her father said, smiling. "It's the least we can do to thank her for bringing you back to life." Franca's face tightened with displeasure. "But father," she protested, "that is too much to do for her." "She doesn't deserve it." Before Franca could say more, her mother cut in sharply. "Shut up, Franca! I didn't raise you to be ungrateful. Someone who used her gifted power to save your life deserves every reward we can give her. You should be thanking her." Franca lowered her head, biting her lip. Deep down, she knew that Esther's so-called magic was just a trick. She hadn't really died, and Esther hadn't really brought her back. But how could she explain it to her parents without confessing that she had staged the whole thing, and worse, that she had been caught stealing meat from the pot? Franca decided to stay silent. The next morning, Esther woke up early, full of excitement. She dressed neatly in her best clothes and made her way to Franca's house. Franca's father drove both girls to the school. As they rode along the bumpy road, Esther's heart fluttered with happiness. She was finally getting her chance. But beside her, Franca sat quietly, her face stiff and unhappy. She stared out the window, feeling a mix of guilt, anger, and jealousy. She had no idea that this small lie would change Esther's life forever. When Esther started school, she was filled with joy. Every morning, she proudly wore her uniform and joined the other children, walking happily down the road. At school, Esther quickly showed how brilliant and intelligent she was. She always answered questions correctly, and her teachers grew very fond of her. They praised her hard work and sharp mind, and soon Esther became one of the best students in her class. However, not everyone was happy. Whenever Franca saw Esther at school, she would look away and refuse to talk to her. Her heart was heavy with jealousy and guilt. She regretted accepting to the fake magic trick, and it hurt her even more to see Esther now shining so brightly. One afternoon, as Esther was walking back home from school, she spotted something surprising along the roadside. She saw Tina, a girl from their village, kissing a man in secret under a tree. Esther gasped and shouted, "What is going on here? Tina, you are kissing a man. I am going to tell your mother." Tina rushed forward, panic in her eyes. She grabbed Esther's hand and began pleading desperately. "Please, Esther, don't tell my mother. She will kill me. Please, I beg you." Esther thought for a moment, then smiled cleverly. "All right," she said. "I won't tell her, on one condition. Whatever the condition is, I will do it." Tina promised quickly. Esther leaned closer and whispered, "When you get home, pretend to be very sick. Shake your body as if you are dying. Then I will come and perform fake magic and heal you, just like I did with Franca." Tina hesitated, but seeing no other way out, she agreed. "Okay, I will do it," she said. Esther grinned to herself. Another opportunity was opening, and once again, her plan to become known as the girl with special powers was about to grow bigger. As soon as Tina arrived home, she threw herself on the floor and began to shake violently, just as Esther had instructed. Her mother, seeing her daughter in such a terrible state, screamed in panic. "Tina, what is happening to you? Oh my God, I am finished!" Neighbors started gathering, drawn by the mother's cries. Just then, Esther calmly walked into the compound. "Stop crying, Mama," Esther said confidently. "I will heal your daughter." Everyone stepped aside, watching in awe as Esther moved to Tina's side. She performed her usual fake incantations, waving her hands dramatically over Tina. And, as planned, Tina suddenly woke up with a big sneeze and sat up, looking completely fine. Tina's mother gasped in amazement. "It is a miracle!" she shouted, grabbing Esther and thanking her endlessly. The news of Esther's second miracle spread even faster than the first. People in the village began to love, admire, and respect her. Some even started calling her the girl with the healing hands. Later that evening, after the whole village had been buzzing with the news of Esther's second miracle, Esther's mother sat her down, her face full of confusion. "My child," she said carefully, "when did you become a healer? People are saying you performed a miracle today again. How did it happen?" Esther lowered her eyes and answered with a small, innocent voice. "Mother, I will tell you the truth, and promise me you will keep it as a secret." "Tell me, my daughter." "I will keep it as a secret." Esther told her mother everything. Both the first and second miracle were all fake. Her mother looked at her for a long moment, trying to understand. She was both amazed and confused. She had always known Esther was a special child, but healing powers? It seemed unbelievable. "My child, I am afraid. What if the villagers find out that all of these are all fake and you have been deceiving them all along? What do you think they will do to you? Remember, we have a shrine in this village that kills anybody who commit abomination." "Mother, don't be afraid. The shrine can only kill someone whom the elders place his or her name on the shrine for committing abomination. But I am not committing abomination. Rather, I am only helping their children keep their secret. So you see, nothing will happen to me." Her mother remained standing there, lost in confusion. Meanwhile, word continued to spread through the village. The girl who had once been too poor to even attend school was now performing miracles, and everyone wanted to see what would happen next. Thanks to the kindness of Franca's parents and her growing reputation, Esther successfully completed her primary and secondary education. However, after finishing school, Esther developed a habit. She would often walk around the village, looking for new victims, people she could trick into helping her continue her reputation as a miraculous healer. The small girl, who had once sat alone at home, dreaming of school, had now become the village's most talked-about figure, loved by many, but living a life built on secrets and cleverness. Esther continued to take advantage of the village's trust, performing fake miracles, and making the entire village love her. She used their admiration to build a reputation as a healer, gaining their respect and devotion. One day, the village elders gathered at the village hall to discuss Esther and her gifted power. They acknowledged how she had helped save many of their children and brought comfort to families in need. The elders were impressed and felt indebted to her. After much discussion, they summoned Esther to the hall. When she arrived, they looked at her with respect and curiosity. "Esther," one elder began, "we have seen the good you have done for our people with your healing powers. We are wondering, what do you really want us to do to improve your abilities?" Esther, ever the clever girl, responded confidently, "I am a healer. I was gifted from my mother's womb. To continue healing my people, I wish to study medicine and become a doctor. By the time I become a doctor, I will combine my gifted power with medical knowledge, and I will save many lives in this village." The elders looked at each other, nodding thoughtfully. They saw her words as both humble and ambitious. To them, it seemed like a noble idea. "We agree," one elder said. "You should go abroad to study medicine and become the doctor you envision. With your powers and medical knowledge, there will be no sickness in this village. We, the villagers, will have nothing to worry about." Esther left with joy in her heart. When she reached home, she shared the good news with her mother. Esther and her mother were both surprised and overjoyed at the news. It seemed like a dream come true. "Mother, I didn't know they would actually want to send me abroad," she exclaimed. "I just told them I wanted to be a doctor. I am so happy." Her mother, although happy, also looked troubled. "I am happy for you, my daughter," she said softly. "But I feel guilty. Both of us know that you have just been tricking the villagers with your fake powers. What if they find out the truth later?" Esther's smile didn't falter. "Don't worry, Mother," she reassured her. "Let me go abroad and study first. I will become a real doctor, and by the time they find out, it will be too late." Her mother sighed but agreed. Esther's plan was moving forward, and she was determined to make it work, no matter what. The elders left the hall, but their decision had already begun to take root in Esther's mind. It all felt like a dream. The villagers, believing deeply in Esther's gifted power, decided to use the village fund and also contributed more money to send her abroad to study. Esther was overwhelmed with joy as she left the village, carrying with her the hopes and blessings of the people. When Esther arrived in London, she didn't waste any time. She stayed focused on her studies, determined to succeed and prove herself. After several years of hard work and dedication, Esther graduated as a medical doctor, fulfilling the very dream she had once lied about. Upon her return to Nigeria, Esther chose not to go back to the village immediately. Instead, she moved to the city of Port Harcourt, where she bought a beautiful house and settled down. Later, Esther traveled to her village and brought her mother to live with her in the city. However, she made no effort to visit the villagers who had sacrificed their hard-earned money to sponsor her education. She did not even send a word of thanks to them. Instead, Esther focused on building her new life. She established a private hospital in the city of Port Harcourt, gaining fame and wealth. One afternoon, while shopping at a supermarket, Esther had a surprising encounter. As she pushed her shopping cart through the aisles, she spotted a familiar face. To her amazement, it was her old friend, Franca. "Oh my God! Who am I seeing? Franca, is this you?" Esther exclaimed, her face lighting up with shock and excitement. "Esther, you look so good! Long time!" Franca replied, smiling warmly. They exchanged hugs and pleasantries, catching up briefly. Deciding to talk more, they went to a nearby cafe and sat down over cups of coffee. As they sipped their drinks, Franca leaned back in her chair, her tone turning slightly sharp. "I have heard how the villagers sent you abroad to study," Franca said. "Congratulations! Bravo! Clap for yourself! You have made it. So, tell me, what is your next plan?" There was a hidden meaning behind Franca's words, a slight edge that Esther couldn't miss. Esther smiled carefully, sensing that this conversation might not be as friendly as it appeared. Esther smiled calmly and replied, "I don't have any plans for now. I am busy managing my hospital. But I'm happy. I have brought my mother to live with me here in the city." Franca's smile faded, and her eyes hardened. "Esther, you are very wicked," Franca said sharply. "After the villagers used their hard-earned money to sponsor your travel and education, you became successful, only to sneak into the village, took your mother, and forgot the people who made you who you are." Franca leaned closer, her voice low but firm. "You know what? I want you to go to the village and do something tangible for our people. If not, I will expose you, because you and I know you were never a magician or a healer." Esther leaned back and laughed mockingly. "Exposing me now is too late for you, Franca," Esther said with a smirk. "Even if the villagers find out that I lied to them, they cannot do anything to me. I am already made. I have a hospital and a house. I am rich." But Franca was not intimidated. "If you expose me," Esther continued, "your parents will also know that you are a thief. Remember, you stole meat from your mother's pot." Franca rolled her eyes. "Come on, Esther. That was then, when we were just kids. Besides, I stole meat from my mother's pot, not from the villagers' pockets. You, on the other hand, deceived an entire village and made them spend their hard-earned money on you, thinking you were real." Franca leaned even closer, her voice cold and serious now. "You said the villagers cannot do anything to you. Have you forgotten our village shrine? If they put your name there, you know the consequences. It is death. You will die within 4 days. I am not asking you to go and confess your evil deeds. I'm only telling you to go and do something meaningful for the people you tricked." Esther's laughter faded. She stared at Franca, realizing she was serious. "Okay, I heard you," Esther said finally. "I will go to the village. I will do something for them." The next day, Esther set out on a journey to her village. Her heart was heavy, but she knew what she had to do. When she arrived, she gathered the villagers at the village square. The people, curious and excited, came out in large numbers to see her. Standing tall before them, Esther began, "I want to sincerely thank all of you for sending me abroad and sponsoring my education. I am deeply grateful." The villagers listened closely, their faces bright with anticipation. "For that reason," Esther continued, "I have decided to sponsor 5 of our village youths to travel abroad and study, just like I did." The villagers erupted into shouts of joy and excitement. Some clapped. Others raised their hands to the sky in thanksgiving. "And please," Esther added with a smile, "these 5 youths must promise that when they become successful like me, they will also do something meaningful for our people." The villagers shouted in agreement, and the village elders stepped forward to thank Esther warmly for her generous gesture. True to her word, after a few months, Esther completed all the arrangements and sponsored 5 young people from her village to study abroad. One evening, after the news spread and the excitement calmed, Franca visited Esther. With a smile, Franca said, That was very good of you, Esther, sending 5 of our youths to study abroad. For that, I have forgiven you. Franca's voice softened as she continued. I forgive you for deceiving my parents, for making them spend their hard-earned money on you, and for tricking our people. What matters now is that you have made things right. Tears welled in Esther's eyes as Franca opened her arms wide. We are friends again, Franca said, as she hugged Esther warmly. Esther hugged her back tightly, feeling a huge weight lift from her shoulders. For the first time in years, Esther felt truly at peace, not because of the miracles she faked, but because she had finally given back to the people who had once believed in her.
Once upon a time, in a small village, there lived a girl named Amanda. She had never known the warmth of a mother's love. She lost her parents at a young age and was left in the care of her stepmother, Mrs. Elizabeth. Elizabeth was a woman of beauty, but with a heart as cold as ice. She had twin daughters, Chizaram and Chidima, whom she adored, showering them with love, beautiful dresses, and the best meals. But Amanda? She was treated like a mere servant in the house. From dawn till dusk, Amanda worked tirelessly. She cooked, cleaned, washed clothes, and fetched water, while her stepsisters lived like princesses. If Amanda ever slowed down, Elizabeth's voice would ring through the house. Amanda, have you finished scrubbing the floor? No, Ma, Amanda would answer timidly. Lazy girl, do fast. No food for you until you are done. Amanda's only solace was her dreams. She dreamt of escaping this life, of finding love and happiness, of being free. But reality always reminded her that she was alone. Chizaram and Chidima would only gist, laugh, and play all day. Their voices echoed through the compound, full of excitement and carelessness. Amanda, on the other hand, would rise before the sun, dragging her tired body to the stream. After fetching water, she would go to the bush to gather firewood. Her feet often bruised from walking barefoot, she swept the compound, washed the dishes, cleaned the rooms, and prepared meals, all alone. Not once did anyone offer to help her. To them, she was not a sister, but a servant, someone to use and discard. When food was prepared, Elizabeth would serve her daughters the best portions, while Amanda was left with scraps. Still, Amanda ate in silence, not because she enjoyed it, but because complaining would only earn her more punishment. She would sit quietly at a corner of the kitchen, eat her small portion, and go back to work, without grumbling. At night, while the twins lay comfortably in their shared room, laughing and whispering about their day, Amanda lay on a thin mat inside the kitchen, using a folded rag as a pillow. Sometimes she cried, wondering if her real mother could see her from heaven. But despite everything, Amanda never lost her kindness. She still greeted everyone with respect. Her spirit remained gentle and strong. Elizabeth's jealousy burned deep. Everywhere she went, people talked about Amanda. That girl is strong. She does all the work without complaining. Despite all she goes through, she is still respectful and hard-working. God will bless her one day. Mrs. Elizabeth fumed with anger. Why must people admire this poor orphan instead of my 2 beautiful daughters? All they talked about was Amanda. I know what to do. I must get rid of Amanda, she muttered to herself, an evil glint in her eyes. The next day, Mrs. Elizabeth prepared a delicious meal with chicken. She carefully sprinkled poison into the food, making sure to mix it well. A wicked smile curled on her lips as she carried the plate to Amanda. Take, my child, she said sweetly, something she had never done before. You have been working since morning. Eat because you deserve it. Amanda's eyes filled with confusion. This sudden kindness from her stepmother was unusual. Why was she being given such a special meal when she was always treated like a slave? Still, she accepted the plate and lowered her gaze. Mrs. Elizabeth, eager for her evil plan to succeed, immediately left the house, pretending to be rushing somewhere. She wanted to be far away when the poison took effect, so that by the time she returned, Amanda would be dead. Amanda stared at the steaming plate of food in her hands. It smelled delicious, fluffy rice with rich, thick stew and a large piece of chicken resting on top. It was unlike anything she had ever been given before. Her heart pounded. Why is she suddenly kind to me? She had never given me such a meal before, but today she was smiling. Something was wrong. Her eyes fixed on the food. Should I eat it? But something deep inside told her to wait. Just then, Chizaram and Chidima returned from where they had gone. Their eyes widened in surprise when they saw Amanda holding a plate of delicious food. "Oh my God, who gave this poor girl such a special meal?" Chizaram exclaimed, eyeing the plate greedily. Without waiting for an answer, she snatched the food from Amanda's hands. "This kind of food is not meant for a worthless orphan like you," she sneered and began to eat the food. Chizaram chewed and swallowed, but within seconds her face twisted in pain. She clutched her stomach and let out a piercing scream. "My stomach! My stomach!" she cried, doubling over in agony. Chidima rushed to her side, panic in her eyes. "What is it? Talk to me," she pleaded. But Chizaram couldn't answer. Her body trembled violently, and suddenly blood spilled from her mouth as she began to vomit uncontrollably. Amanda stood frozen in shock, her breath caught in her throat. She knew immediately the food was poisoned. Chidima screamed as she watched her twin sister collapse to the ground, her body going still. Chizaram was dead. Horror and disbelief gripped their faces as they stared at her lifeless body. None of them could believe what had just happened. When their mother returned from where she had claimed to have gone, expecting to find Amanda's lifeless body, but to her greatest surprise it was her own daughter, Chizaram, who lay dead on the floor. She let out a loud, heart-wrenching scream and rushed to her side. "Wake up! Chizaram, wake up!" she cried, but her daughter's body remained still. Tears streamed down her face as she wailed uncontrollably. "No, this can't be happening. My daughter!" Chidima, still in shock, sobbed as she explained what had happened. "Mother, Chizaram took the food from Amanda and ate it, and then she just fell and died." Her mother grief quickly turned into rage. She turned sharply toward Amanda, her eyes burning with hatred. You are a witch. You have brought nothing but misfortune into my life," she screamed. Amanda trembled in fear. "I didn't do anything, Mother, I swear," she pleaded, but Elizabeth refused to listen. From that day forward, her hatred for Amanda grew even worse. She blamed her entirely for Chizaram's death, even though it was her own poisoned food that had caused it. To make Amanda suffer even more, she doubled her punishments. "From today, you will no longer fetch water or firewood in the morning or evening," she declared cruelly. "You will only fetch them under the hot afternoon sun," she continued. "There will be no more food for you in this house. If you want to eat, find your own way." Amanda's heart sank. The little food she used to get, though it was always leftovers, was now taken away from her completely. Hunger gnawed at her stomach and exhaustion weighed down her fragile body. One night, as she lay on her thin mat, her stomach growling and her body aching from the day's hard labor, she thought to herself, "Should I run away? But I don't know where to go. I would rather stay here and die." Tears rolled down her cheeks as she realized she had nowhere else to go. Her suffering had truly begun. As Amanda's suffering grew worse, she had no choice but to find a way to survive. Since there was no food for her at home, she began to feed on fruits. Whenever she went to fetch firewood, she would search for fruit trees, pluck them, and eat. It was the only way she could keep herself from starving. One hot afternoon, as she was returning from the bush, with a heavy bunch of firewood balanced on her head, a car suddenly stopped beside her. A well-dressed young man rolled down the window and called out to her. "Hello, fine girl. he said with a warm smile. Amanda stopped and greeted him politely. "Good afternoon, sir." The young man studied her for a moment. He noticed how tired and worn out she looked, sweat dripping down her face as she struggled under the weight of the firewood. "What is your name?" he asked. "And why are you carrying firewood under the hot sun? Put your firewood in my car trunk and come into the car. I will give you a ride." Amanda hesitated, then shook her head. "Thank you, sir, for your kindness. My name is Amanda, but I cannot come into your car. You are a stranger." Without waiting for his response, she adjusted the firewood on her head and walked away. The young man, intrigued by her response and moved by her condition, decided to follow her without her knowledge. He drove slowly behind her, watching as she entered a small compound. When he reached her home, he saw Elizabeth. "Good afternoon, Ma," the young man greeted respectfully. "My name is Stephen, and I am here to see your daughter, Amanda." Elizabeth studied the young man's appearance carefully. He was well-dressed, neat, and drove a clean and expensive-looking car. Immediately, she assumed he must be a rich man from the city. "Are you from the city?" she asked, trying to confirm her thoughts. "Yes, Ma," Stephen replied politely. "I came back from the city to look for a wife, and I believe I have found one in your house. Her name is Amanda." Elizabeth's face darkened instantly. She frowned in displeasure. "Listen, my son. Amanda is not a good girl. She will not make a good wife. She is my daughter, and I know her very well. She pretends a lot. She has slept with all the men in this village. She also has a sickness, one I have been treating for years, but the sickness refuses to leave her body." Stephen's face remained unreadable, but inside he was shocked. Elizabeth continued. "But I have another daughter, Chidima. She is beautiful, well-mannered, and will make a good wife. You can marry her and have peace of mind." Stephen hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right. Can I see Chidima?" Elizabeth's face lit up with excitement. She quickly called for Chidima, and within moments she came out. Indeed, Chidima was beautiful. Her skin glowed, her clothes were neat, and she carried herself with confidence. Stephen looked at her, admiring her beauty. "Oh, I will marry her," he finally declared. Elizabeth beamed with joy. "When are you coming with your people?" she asked eagerly. "In 4 days," Stephen replied. "I will return with my people to marry her." As soon as Stephen left, Chidima and her mother rejoiced. They danced around the house, laughing in excitement. "Finally, my daughter will marry a rich man from the city," Elizabeth exclaimed, already dreaming of the wealth that would soon come into her family. Meanwhile, Amanda sat in a corner watching silently as her stepmother convinced her suitor to marry her stepsister. Her heart ached, but she said nothing. After 4 days, Stephen returned with his people for the wedding. The entire village gathered to witness the occasion, and Elizabeth beamed with pride as her daughter, Chidima, was married to a wealthy man from the city. Amanda stood in the background, watching silently as the ceremony took place. She felt a mix of emotions and happiness for her sister, but also sadness at how she had been treated. When the time came for Chidima to leave with her husband, she carried her bags and walked towards Stephen's car. At that moment, Amanda rushed forward, her heart full of goodwill. "Chidima, my sister," Amanda said softly, "I wish you a happy married life. May you be fruitful in your home." But instead of gratitude, Chidima turned to her with a look of pure disgust. "Get out of my sight, you poor orphan," she spat. "Who told you I need your wishes? Take your miserable blessings and keep them for yourself." Amanda's heart sank at her sister's words. But before she could say anything, Elizabeth added cruelly, "Amanda, don't worry. Your own husband will come, but he must be a wretched and dying man." Laughter erupted from both mother and daughter as they mocked Amanda. Chidima tossed her hair proudly, climbed into the car, and drove away with her husband, leaving Amanda standing alone, humiliated and heartbroken. As Chidima arrived in the city with her husband, she was filled with excitement. She imagined herself living in a grand mansion, surrounded by luxury. But her excitement quickly turned to confusion when Stephen drove into a poor-looking compound with old, worn-out buildings facing each other. She looked around in disbelief. The area was noisy, with children running around and neighbors sitting outside, chatting loudly. "Honey, do you want to greet someone here?" she asked hesitantly, hoping this wasn't their destination. Stephen shook his head. "No, my dear, this is where I live," he said casually. "I have a lot of neighbors in this compound, and yes, it can be noisy, but don't worry. You will get used to it." Chidima's eyes widened in shock. Wait. You mean you live in a public house? Face me, I face you?" she asked, unable to believe her ears. "Yes," Stephen replied simply as he parked the car and stepped out. "Follow me, let's go inside." Chidima, still stunned, followed him quietly. Inside, the reality hit her harder. Stephen was managing a single room in a crowded compound. A small room with no chair, no table, and no bed. Only dirty clothes hanging on the wall. "Excuse me?" she said, struggling to process everything. "You stay in one room?" "Yes, my wife," Stephen said with a calm smile. Then he added, "I am a poor man, Chidima. I don't have money, the way you and your mother thought. I work at the motor park as a tout." Chidima gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. "The car and the fine clothes I wore in the village," he continued, "they are not mine. I borrowed them from a friend just to look like a rich man." Silence filled the room. Chidima's heart pounded. "Where did you get the money for the wedding?" Chidima asked, her voice trembling with both shock and disappointment. Stephen smiled casually, as if everything was normal. "Oh, the wedding," he echoed. "I sold all my personal properties, my television, my generator, even my mattress, and I also borrowed some money from friends." Chidima's jaw dropped. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. "But don't worry," Stephen continued confidently. "I will replace everything I sold. You see, I am the chairman of all the touts at the motor park. I make money every day." Chidima stared at him in disbelief. This wasn't the life she imagined. No mansion, no riches. Just a small room in a noisy compound, and a husband who worked as a motor park tout. The fantasy had shattered, and reality was sinking in fast. This wasn't the marriage she or her mother had planned. The next day, Stephen returned the borrowed car and the fine clothes he had used to deceive Chidima's family. He dressed in his usual rugged clothes and headed to the motor park, where he worked as the chairman of the touts. There, he spent the entire day shouting, arguing, and fighting over bus fares and space with other workers. By evening, his voice was hoarse and his body was tired. Instead of returning home, he went to a nearby local bar. He drank heavily, glass after glass, until he could barely stand. Drunk and staggering, he made his way back home late at night, reeking of alcohol. As soon as he entered the room, Chidima stood up and began shouting. "Look at the time you're coming back home, you hopeless man," she yelled in frustration. Stephen, in his drunken state, did not take her words lightly. Without warning, he raised his hand and beat her mercilessly. Chidima cried bitterly, her body aching with pain and regret. Sitting in a corner of the small room, she sobbed uncontrollably. "What will I do now?" she thought, her heart filled with sorrow. "This is not the type of marriage I wished for myself. Should I go back to my mother's house?" she asked herself. But the thought of facing Amanda, who had wished her well, filled her with shame. "No, Amanda will laugh at me. I will remain here and carry my cross." Wiping her tears, she whispered in anger, "I hate my mother for putting me in this kind of marriage." Regret had taken the place of pride, and reality was now her painful companion. Meanwhile, back in the village, whispers had spread like wildfire. Everyone was talking about how Elizabeth gave Chidamar to the man who originally came to marry Amanda. Little did they know the man they all believed to be a rich man was nothing more than a poor, struggling tout. Some villagers began to mock Elizabeth behind her back, while others pitied Amanda, admiring her silent strength. One hot afternoon, Amanda went to the bush to pluck mangoes from a tree she hadn't eaten since the day before. As she reached up, struggling to pluck some mangoes, she noticed another young man nearby doing the same. He climbed the tree skillfully and plucked a bunch of mangoes. When he came down, he noticed Amanda still trying to pluck some mangoes. He smiled warmly. "I see you have been here trying to pluck mangoes. Take these ones and eat," he said, handing some mangoes to Amanda. "We can share. I will eat the rest." Amanda accepted them with gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you so much. It's like you know I have not eaten since yesterday." "Same with me," the young man said. "I have been hungry too. I usually move around the village looking for fruit trees like this. Sometimes I work on people's farmlands to earn a little something." Amanda's eyes lit up with a spark of hope. "Oh, can I join you to work on farms? Please, I am suffering. I need something, anything. My stepmother stopped giving me food. I don't know how else to survive." The young man looked at her with sincerity. "I will allow you to work with me, on one condition." Amanda was desperate. "Whatever condition it is, I will do it. I just need help." He took a breath and said gently, "Can you be my wife, so that we can build our future together?" Amanda was stunned but thoughtful. Her eyes searched his face for any sign of a joke, but he was serious. "Be your wife?" she repeated softly. Then, with a hopeful smile, she added, "If being your wife will take me away from my stepmother, then yes, I will be your wife. I rather suffer and have peace of mind than suffering without peace of mind." The young man nodded. "Then I will come tomorrow to see your stepmother. If she agrees to give you to me as my wife, I will return with my people." The next morning, as the sun rose over the quiet village, the young man made his way to Amanda's house with determined steps. His clothes were worn and dusty, his slippers nearly falling apart, but his heart was full of hope. On his arrival, he met Elizabeth. "Good morning, Ma," he greeted respectfully. "My name is Christopher. I am here to seek Amanda's hand in marriage." Elizabeth looked up slowly, eyeing him from head to toe. His tattered shirt, dusty feet, told her everything she needed to know. He was poor. A slow, satisfied smile spread across her face. "This is the kind of man Amanda deserves," she thought bitterly. "Wretched and hopeless." "You are welcome," she said with a fake warmth in her voice. "What do you do for a living?" "I don't have anything big I am doing," Christopher replied honestly. "But I work on people's farmlands. I earn a little money to take care of myself. Please, Ma, don't say no because I am poor." Elizabeth chuckled. "Say no? Why would I say no? You have my full consent. You can marry Amanda. In fact, I have always wanted her to marry a poor, wretched man like you. At least now she will know what true suffering is." Christopher did not react to her insult. Instead, he smiled politely. "Thank you, Ma. I will come back with my people for the marriage rites." Elizabeth waved him off, satisfied that Amanda was finally going to marry someone below her expectations. After 1 week, Christopher returned to the village with his people. The marriage between him and Amanda was simple, a small gathering, with only a few villagers in attendance. There were no drums or dancing, no colorful canopies or grand feasts, just quiet smiles and humble blessings. Elizabeth watched with a twisted sense of satisfaction. She was not happy that Amanda was getting married. She was only happy that Amanda was marrying a man she believed to be wretched and worthless. In her heart, she rejoiced in what she thought was Amanda's downfall. When everything was over, Christopher and Amanda left the village. Amanda sat quietly beside her new husband, unsure of what the future held. She braced herself, expecting to arrive at a poor mud hut in a quiet corner of some village. But to her greatest surprise, the car drove into a large, elegant compound. The gates opened, revealing a mansion, surrounded by a well-kept garden and tall trees. Servants stood by, waiting to welcome them. Amanda's eyes widened in shock. "What is going on here?" she asked, her voice shaking. Christopher stepped out of the car and turned to her with a warm smile. "Welcome home, to where you truly belong, my dear, beautiful wife." Amanda could barely move. "Where are we?" she asked again, still confused. "You are in your house," Christopher replied. "Let's go inside. I will explain everything." They entered the mansion, and Amanda gasped at the luxury. The living room was richly furnished. She sat down slowly, still in disbelief. Christopher took her hands gently and began to speak. "I heard your story, Amanda. I heard how your stepmother gave her own daughter to the man who came for you just because she thought he was rich. I heard how you suffered, how strong you were, despite everything. That day at the mango tree was not the first day I saw you. I had seen you many times before. Your beauty and strength captured my heart." He paused and looked into her eyes. "I decided to pretend, to look poor, to test your heart, and see the truth about the people around you. I knew your stepmother would never give you to me if she knew my value." Tears filled Amanda's eyes. She wept softly. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you for loving me, for everything." Christopher reached out and wiped her tears. "You are welcome, my love," he said gently. "But now, no more crying. You are safe. You are home." And for the first time in her life, Amanda felt truly loved, valued, and at peace. One day, Amanda decided it was time to visit her stepmother. She wanted Elizabeth to see the truth, that the man she had thought was a poor, wretched nobody was a billionaire. As Amanda and Christopher arrived at the old house, Elizabeth barely recognized them. She looked at them in confusion until Amanda spoke. "I am Amanda. I know you don't recognize us, but it is me and my husband." Elizabeth's eyes widened in shock. She looked from Amanda to Christopher, realizing the same man she had mocked and insulted was now standing before her, well-dressed and looking wealthier than she had ever imagined. "You," she gasped. "You mean your husband is a rich man?" Christopher only smiled, watching Amanda. Elizabeth quickly dropped to her knees. "Please, Amanda, find a place in your heart to forgive me. I am sorry for everything I did to you. I was blinded by greed, and I treated you terribly." But Amanda simply chuckled. "I am not here to forgive you. I came to show you my new life, the life you tried to keep from me." She turned to her husband. "Let's go. We have nothing more to say here." Just as they turned to leave, two policemen walked in. "Excuse me, are you Elizabeth, Chidima's mother?" one of the officers asked. "Yes, I am," she replied nervously. "Your daughter, Chidima, has been arrested for the murder of her husband." Elizabeth screamed, staggering backward. "Oh my God! Arrested? Where is she now? Take me to her." Amanda and Christopher exchanged surprised glances. Without another word, they got into their car and left, while Elizabeth hurried off with the policeman. When she arrived at the police station in the city, she was led to a holding cell. Her heart broke when she saw Chidima sitting on the cold floor, bruised and battered from police beatings. "My daughter," she cried, "how did this happen? Did you really kill your husband?" Chidima slowly lifted her head, her swollen face filled with hatred and pain. Yes, I did, she spat, her voice filled with rage. And it is all your fault. Elizabeth's hands trembled. No, don't say that, my child. Chidima let out a bitter laugh. That man came to marry Amanda, but you pushed me to him thinking he was rich. Instead, he was a poor and a hopeless man. He beat me every day. He used me as his punching bag. One day, when he was hitting me, I grabbed a chair and struck him on the head. He fell down and died. And now, here I am, because of you. Tears rolled down Elizabeth's cheeks. My daughter, I am so sorry. Get out of here, mother, Chidima screamed. I hate you for ruining my life. Out of carelessness, you killed my twin sister and destroyed my life just like you tried to kill and destroy Amanda. Leave me alone. Elizabeth stepped back, her whole world crumbling around her. She had lost everything. Her wickedness had taken everything from her, the two daughters she loved, the respect of the village, and even her own peace. And in the end, Amanda, the orphan she despised, was the one who truly won, indeed, who laughed last, laughed best.
Very well. I shall grant you another condition. You shall be wealthy during the day, but when night falls, poverty shall wrap its arms around you. When the sun rises, you shall be the wealthiest man in your land, your wealth overflowing. But when the sun sets, poverty shall embrace you. You shall wander, penniless and humbled.
Welcome to my channel. Please subscribe.
Once in a distant village nestled amidst lush hills and whispering rivers, there lived a man named Ikenna. Ikenna was a simple farmer, toiling under the sun, and his nights were spent dreaming of a life beyond mere survival. His heart yearned for wealth, for the glittering coins that could transform his existence. One fateful day, whispers reached Ikenna's ears, a tale of a powerful goddess who resided atop the highest mountain. She was known as Noche, the ancient mother, goddess of wealth, and it was said that she could grant unimaginable riches to those who dared seek her favor. Driven by desperation and hope, Ikenna embarked on a journey to find Noche, the goddess of wealth. He climbed the steep path to the sacred grove, crossed raging rivers. Finally, he stood before Noche's sacred shrine, a stone altar adorned with offerings from countless seekers who had come before him. Ikenna knelt before the stone altar, his palms pressed together. Great ancient mother, he said, grant me wealth beyond imagination. Let gold flow like rivers and silver adorn my every step.
Ikenna, I shall grant your wish, but heed my condition. You shall enjoy this wealth for 2 years only. After that, death shall claim you.
2 years of opulence, followed by oblivion? Was it worth it? Ikenna was afraid. He said, Great ancient mother, but can wealth be truly enjoyed without life itself? Please, great one, grant me another condition. I am pleading. The goddess tilted her head, considering.
Very well. I shall grant you another condition. You shall be wealthy during the day, but when night falls, poverty shall wrap its arms around you. When the sun rises, you shall be the wealthiest man in your land, your wealth overflowing. But when the sun sets, poverty shall embrace you. You shall wander, penniless and humbled.
Ikenna's mind raced. Daytime opulence, nighttime destitution. It was madness. Yet, he saw no other path. I accept, he declared, his voice trembling. Ikenna returned to his village, his pockets heavy with gold. He built a mansion and bought luxury cars. The villagers marveled at his fortune. But at sunset, Ikenna's heart clenched. His wealth vanished. His mansion disappeared. The grand horse turned to dust. The coins slipped through his fingers. He wandered the moonlight streets, humility etching lines on his face. Yet, in the daytime, he reveled, feasted on delicacies, and danced to the beat of traditional drums. The villagers whispered and murmured at his unstable wealth, his sudden wealth at daytime and poverty at night. By day, he was the man whose pockets overflowed with gold, whose mansion had no comparison in the village. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, his wealth vanished, leaving him penniless and humbled. The village maidens whispered among themselves, "Ikenna is cursed," they said. "His riches are a mirage, a trap set by the gods." Ikenna tried to marry from his village, but no maiden accepted to be his wife. They were all afraid of his unstable wealth. He decided to go outside his village to find a wife. One fateful morning, he set off beyond the village borders. He sought a companion. Fate led him to Ada, a woman of grace and beauty. They wed under the warm sun, and Ada rejoiced, believing she had married a wealthy man. As night descended, Ikenna's wealth began to vanish. The gold in his coffers turned to dust, and his mansion crumbled into dust. Ada, bewildered and fearful, questioned her husband why their riches vanished with the moonrise. But Ikenna had no explanation to give to his wife. Ada's fear grew as the shadows deepened. She clung to her husband, wondering how they would survive the darkness. As the sun rises the next morning, Ada said to her husband, "My heart cannot bear this. I seek stability, not fleeting wealth." She packed her belongings quietly and left. Ikenna cried and stood alone. He married another woman, but the same thing happened. He kept marrying different women. Same thing kept happening. None of them spent 2 days with him. He married more than 10 women, yet they all left him. He stood alone, cried, and went into a deep thought. He decided to go very far away from his community, but this time he promised to be honest to any lady he will approach. He journeyed beyond the familiar hills, across rivers and valleys, until he arrived at a village where no one knew his name. There he met a maiden called Ogade. Ikenna introduced himself, his voice tinged with vulnerability. "I am Ikenna," he said, "a man of contrast. By day I am wealthy beyond measure, but when night falls, poverty embraces me." Ogade tilted her head, studying him. "And what do you seek?" she asked. "A wife," Ikenna answered. "Someone who will love me despite my enigmatic fate." Ogade's laughter tinkled. "Perhaps I am foolish," she said, "but I accept your proposal." And so they married, a union of daylight and moonlight, of abundance and scarcity. Ikenna built a modest cottage for Ogade, and they planted garden together. By day they tended to their crops, their hands touching earth and hope. By night they shared stories, their breath mingling in the darkness. The villagers marveled at Ogade's courage. She knows not what awaits her, they whispered. After a few years, they were blessed with a male child, and Ikenna named their son after him. He named him Ikenna. After a few months of having their son, one fateful morning, Agadi was sitting outside their mansion with their son, while Ikenna was inside the mansion. He was visited by the ancient mother, the goddess of wealth. Ikenna was afraid because he wasn't expecting to see her again. She spoke.
Ikenna, it is time. You have enjoyed your wealth for 8 years. It is time for you to meet with the Mother Earth. And when you are gone, your wealth will vanish forever. Your wife and your son will face the reality of life, because your wealth can never be inherited by anyone. I give you 10 minutes to prepare your soul for the inevitable. Your turn starts now.
She disappeared into the shadows. Ikenna was confused. He began to talk to himself.
What is wealth without life? All these years I was busy marrying different women, and they keep leaving me because of my fleeting wealth. Now that I have found someone who accepted me despite my enigmatic fate, now that I'm enjoying my wealth, why? This is vanity upon vanity.
Ikenna was still talking to himself when Agadi walked in and heard everything he said. "Who are you talking to?" she asked. Ikenna opened up to her and narrated his encounter with Noche, the ancient mother, goddess of wealth. Agadi listened with tears in her eyes. She said, "No matter the condition, I still love you, my husband, for making my days rich and my nights priceless." Just as she was about to kiss him, Ikenna passed away, and his opulence, wealth, mansion, gold, everything vanished. Agadi cried. The death of her husband left her speechless and heartbroken. After her husband's burial, she was left with nothing to take care of herself and her son. She left with her son to her father's house, where she started a trading business.
This is a story of mystery, sacrifice. In this village stood a tree, unlike any other, one that bled blood once every year, and with every drop of blood, a virgin child died. No one knew why. No one dared to question it, except one brave girl named Adaobi. What she uncovered would shake the entire village, and what she did next would change their destiny forever. Don't skip a second. This is one story you will never forget. Once upon a time, in a village called Umueze, there stood a mysterious tree, unlike any other. This tree bled blood once every year, and whenever it did, a virgin would die in the land. Year after year, the people of Umueze lived in fear. No one knew which family would be the next victim. The bleeding of the tree became a dreadful tradition, something the villagers sadly got used to. It continued for many years, haunting their lives like a dark shadow. In that same village lived a young girl named Adaobi. She had lost her father a few years ago and now lived with her mother and her brother Uche. Adaobi often sat in silence, her mind troubled. She asked herself, how did that tree come into existence? Why does it bleed once a year? And why must a virgin girl or boy die whenever it bleeds? One day, unable to keep her thoughts to herself any longer, she turned to her mother. "Mother, I want to ask you something." "Go ahead, my daughter. Ask me anything. What is it?" her mother replied, looking at her with gentle eyes. "Mother, why does the evil tree bleed every once in a year? And why does a virgin always die whenever it bleeds?" Her mother sighed deeply and shook her head slowly. "I don't know, my daughter. That tree had been bleeding even before I married your father. Nobody truly knows how it came into existence. But mother, I am afraid. I might be the next victim one day, said Ada Obi, her voice trembling. May the gods forbid. You can never be a victim of that evil tree, not my daughter, her mother replied firmly. But mother, Ada Obi continued, where are the gods? Why can't they stop the tree from bleeding? Why can't they protect us and stop their innocent descendants from dying? Her mother gasped and looked around fearfully. Oh my God, this girl, you are talking too much. Please, I don't want any trouble. Stop speaking of the gods like that, she warned, whispering as though afraid someone or something might hear them. That night, Ada Obi couldn't sleep. While her brother Uche slept peacefully beside her, she sat at the edge of the bed, staring with confusion. Her heart was heavy, her mind restless. How did the evil tree come into existence? Why does it kill the innocent? Why has no one done anything about it? The next morning, with a clay pot balanced on her head, Ada Obi left the house to fetch water from the stream. The forest path was quiet, filled only with the chirping of birds and the sound of rustling leaves. On her way, she met an elderly woman, one of the villagers, walking slowly with a basket in her hand. Good morning, Ma, Adobe greeted politely. Good morning, my daughter. How are you this morning? The woman replied with a warm smile. I'm fine, Ma. Please, I want to ask you something, Adobe said, hesitating slightly. Okay, I'm listening, the woman replied, curious. Please, can you tell me how the evil tree came into existence in this village? The woman paused. Her smile faded. She looked at Adobe closely, then shook her head slowly. My daughter, this question is too heavy for a little child like you, but I will tell you the truth. I don't know the mystery behind the evil tree. Since I was married into this village, the tree has always been there. I met it this way, bleeding and killing. No one knows its true story. Adobe lowered her head, disappointed. She thanked the woman and continued on her way to the stream. Her mind was still full of questions, unanswered questions. As she walked, her thoughts echoed louder than her footsteps. Why won't anyone speak? Why does everyone fear this tree? Is there no one who knows the truth? The mystery was deep, but in her heart, Adobe felt a burning need to uncover the mystery, no matter the risk. When Adobe returned from the stream, her thoughts were even heavier. She sat outside, staring blankly into the distance. Since no one has an answer to my question, I must go to the king. He is the ruler of this land. Surely he must know the mystery behind the bleeding tree, she said to herself. Without telling anyone, she stood up with determination and began walking toward the king's palace. Upon her arrival, the palace guards looked at her with surprise. Where do you think you are going, little girl? One guard asked, trying to stop her. You don't just walk into the palace demanding to see the king. But another guard, older and wiser, looked at Adobe closely and said, anything that made this child come here so boldly must be serious. Let's allow her to speak. He led her through the tall gates and into the palace. The king, a noble man with gray hair and wise eyes, sat on the throne. He looked up as Adobe entered. Your Majesty, Adobe greeted respectfully, kneeling briefly. How are you, my child? The king asked kindly. Come and sit down. Adobe sat quietly, then looked up at him. Your Majesty, I have a question that has been troubling me deeply. Go ahead and ask, my child, said the king. With due respect, Your Majesty, what is the mystery behind the evil bleeding tree? I am just curious, she said softly. The king's smile faded. He sighed deeply and leaned back on his throne. After a long pause, he began to speak. My child, I will tell you the truth behind the bleeding tree. He took another deep breath. Many years ago in this land, we had a powerful chief priest. He was greatly feared. Every harvest season, he demanded that the villagers bring him gifts, food, crops, livestock. He claimed the gods had instructed him so. Our people, though reluctant, obeyed. After every harvest, they divided what they had gathered and gave a large portion to the chief priest. This went on for years. But one year, the people became tired. They had worked so hard on their farmlands only to hand over half of it to one man. So they refused to bring the offerings. To punish them and prove his power, the chief priest unleashed a dark force. The skies closed. The rain stopped. The crops withered in the farms. Hunger struck the land. Fear returned to the hearts of our people. They ran back to the chief priest for help, crying and begging. But the chief, full of deceit, told them that the gods were angry. He claimed that the only way to appease the gods was to sacrifice 2 virgins, a boy and a girl. The people believed him. They were desperate and afraid. And so, the chief priest chose 2 innocent children from among us. Their parents wept and begged, but he said it was the only way. The children cried bitterly. Their parents pleaded until their voices cracked, but the chief priest would not be moved. He said the gods demanded it. The king's voice grew heavier as he continued. The parents of the chosen children ran to the palace, pleading for mercy. My father was the king then, and I was only a small boy sitting beside my younger brother. But even my father, the ruler of the land, couldn't save them. He also believed the chief priest. The king paused, then wiped his face. And so, just like that, the innocent children were taken. They were sacrificed, their cries silenced forever. The villagers buried them together, side by side, in one grave, just as the chief priest instructed. And to mark their sacrifice, a tree was planted over their grave. He shook his head slowly. Then came the worst. A few months later, that planted tree began to grow, strong, tall, and strange. Then one morning, the chief priest was found dead along the village road, his body twisted unnaturally. And the following year, the tree bled for the first time. That same year, I lost my only brother. The land wept. The palace mourned. Adobe covered her mouth in shock. As if that wasn't enough, the king continued. The tree bled again the next year. Another innocent virgin died. Fear took over the village. Our people began to seek answers beyond our borders. They traveled far until they found a powerful seer. And through him, the truth was revealed. The spirits of the sacrificed children refused to rest. Their deaths were unjust, their spirits were angry, full of pain and vengeance, and they had cursed the tree to bleed once every year, claiming a virgin life as repayment. Adeobi's heart raced. "What is the solution, Your Majesty?" she asked. The king nodded solemnly. He looked at her, his voice now low. The worst part of the revelation was this. The only way to break the curse was that a virgin must willingly offer herself, or himself, for sacrifice. Not by force, it must be willingly. He paused. A virgin must volunteer to be taken by the tree. That is the only way to calm the angry spirits and stop the curse. He sighed heavily and wiped a tear. After my father died, I got married to my beautiful wife, and my wife bore me 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, but none of them crossed the age of 10. One after the other, the tree took them. The bleeding tree made me childless. My wife, the late queen, couldn't bear the loss. She died of heartbreak. Tears now flowed freely from the king's eyes. When Adaobi saw this, she too began to cry. "Your Majesty, I am so sorry for your loss," she said through her tears. Then she stood. "I have made my decision. I will volunteer myself to die for my people." Before the king could respond, Adaobi turned and ran out of the palace. She made her way home, where her mother and her brother rushed to her side. "What is it? Why are you crying?" they asked in panic. breathing heavily, Adaobi said, "Mother, Uche, I know the mystery behind the bleeding tree. It was all a great tragedy, but there is only one way to stop the tree from bleeding and stop our people from dying." They stared at her in shock. "What is the mystery? What is the solution?" her mother asked. Adaobi sat them down and carefully narrated everything the king had told her. They listened in disbelief. Then she dropped the final words. "I have volunteered myself to save our people," Uche shouted. "No, sister, you will not die. I don't want to lose you," her mother gasped. "You cannot do such a thing. I will never allow you to sacrifice yourself." But Adaobi looked at them with calm courage. "Do you know if I will be the next victim of the bleeding tree? Or maybe Uche, my brother? I don't want to die in vain. If death must come, let it come through sacrifice, so that others can live." She stood up, wiped her tears, and walked back to the palace. The king, moved by her bravery, sent messages across the land. The elders gathered at the palace. The time had come. As the villagers assembled, Adobe stood before the evil tree. Before stepping closer, she turned to the king. "Your Majesty, promise me you will take care of my mother and my brother. Promise me they will never suffer." The king stepped forward, his voice trembling. "I promise I will care for them as my own. They will never suffer, this I declare." Adobe's mother and brother cried uncontrollably, their voices cracking from pain. The villagers stood in silence, tears in their eyes. Adobe stepped closer to the bleeding tree. She placed her hands gently on it and whispered, "Dear innocent souls, I am here to calm your angry spirits. Let there be peace in our land. No more sorrow, no more tears. Let there be no more untimely deaths. Take me and remain calm forever." Suddenly, a cold wind blew through the air, and in an instant, Adobe vanished. The ground was still. The tree stopped bleeding. Her mother and brother fell to the ground, wailing, and the entire village wept with them. But in their hearts, they knew Adobe had saved them all. The next morning, the king sent one of his guards to Adobe's home with a special message. When the guard arrived, he found Adobe's mother and her brother Uche sitting outside in silence, their faces stained with tears. Grief had made the house quiet, empty, and heavy. The guard stepped forward gently. "The king requests your presence at the palace." Without a word, they both stood up and followed him, their hearts still aching with sorrow. As they entered the palace courtyard, they saw the king seated on his throne, surrounded by the village elders. The king stood as they arrived and motioned for them to come closer. "Welcome. I know your pain is still fresh, but today I bring you news of comfort and honor," the king said warmly. They bowed respectfully, eyes lowered. The king smiled gently. "I have given your son Uche a full scholarship. He will go to school and study up to the university level. Everything will be paid for." Tears filled their eyes again, but this time it was from gratitude. They both knelt down, thanking the king over and over. But the king was not done. "Stand up. There is more. From today, this palace is your home. Go and bring only your clothes. You will live here under my care and protection." Gasps filled the hall. Adobe's mother and Uche were stunned. They looked at each other in disbelief, then back at the king, and knelt again in appreciation.
"Thank you, your majesty. May the gods bless you. May Adobe's spirit watch over you,"
her mother said, trembling. The elders nodded in agreement, smiling and murmuring in approval. The king raised his hand for silence. "That is not all," he said. Everyone became still. The king turned to them, and his voice grew firm and royal. "Your son, Uche, is now the heir to my throne. Whenever I join my ancestors, he shall be crowned king. This is my decision. I have spoken, and so shall it be." There was a stunned silence in the palace. Uche's mother covered her mouth in shock. Uche's eyes widened, unable to speak. Then, slowly, they both fell to their knees again, weeping and thanking the king endlessly. "I don't know how to thank you, your majesty," she whispered. The elders rose to their feet, clapping softly in honor of the king's great kindness and Adobe's unforgettable sacrifice. "Your daughter gave her life to save this land. We can never forget her," one elder said. "Through her sacrifice, a new dawn has come." And so peace returned to Umueze. The bleeding tree never bled again. No more virgins died. The curse was broken. The land was free, and Adobe's name was written in the hearts of all, forever remembered as the girl who gave everything to save her people. After leaving the palace that day, Adobe's mother and Uche returned to their home to pack their belongings. With only their clothes and memories, they made their way back to the palace. From that day on, the palace became their new home. They were cared for by palace maidens, protected by guards, and treated with the honor befitting the family of the girl who had saved the land. Though they still mourned Adobe deeply, they lived in peace and gratitude. Years passed. Uche was now in the university, studying under the full scholarship the king had provided. He worked hard, always remembering the sacrifice of his sister and the kindness of the king. But one afternoon, during a quiet moment on campus, his phone rang. It was his mother. Her voice was shaking. "Uche, the king is dead," she said, crying bitterly. Uche froze. "No, no, it can't be," he whispered. Tears streamed down his face as grief overtook him. He cried uncontrollably, mourning the man who had become like a father to him. A few weeks later, Uche returned to the village for the king's burial. The whole land mourned. The funeral was grand and sorrowful, honoring a great ruler who had brought peace back to Umueze. After the burial, the elders summoned Uche to a private meeting. "You are the heir to the throne," one elder said. "But the late king gave us a clear instruction before he died. He said we must allow you to finish your education before we crown you king." Uche nodded respectfully, with tears in his eyes. "I understand. I will honor his wishes," he replied. With the blessing of the elders, Uche returned to school, more determined than ever. He poured his heart into his studies, knowing the future of a kingdom awaited him. A few years later, Uche graduated from the university with honors. He took beautiful pictures with his mother, both smiling proudly, his graduation robes glowing in the sunlight, a symbol of triumph after years of sorrow. Then, not long after, the long-awaited day came. Uche was crowned the king of Umueze. The villagers gathered in their thousands to witness the historic moment. The same boy who once wept for his sister's death had now become the hope of the land. As he sat on the throne for the first time, his heart remembered Adaobi. He raised his voice and said, "This throne is not mine alone. It belongs to my sister Adaobi, the true savior of Umueze. Her name will never be forgotten." And the crowd erupted in joy and tears. Not long after his coronation, King Uche began his reign with wisdom, humility, and compassion. The people of Umueze rejoiced under his leadership. One bright morning, he gathered craftsmen and artists, and so, under his command, a statue of Adobe was molded. A beautiful, lifelike image of Adaobi, standing tall with her hands on the bleeding tree, just as she had stood on the day she vanished. The day the statue was unveiled, the entire village came out in celebration and remembrance. Adobe's mother stood beside the king, weeping quietly, her heart filled with pride and pain. And from that day forward, the village held an annual festival called the Day of Peace, to remember Adaobi's sacrifice and to celebrate the end of the curse. And the girl who once walked alone to seek the truth became the eternal guardian of Umueze.
Oh my God! Where is he? Where is this man? I want to give him food. I want to feed him. Once upon a time, in a small village, there lived a blind man. He was a stranger in the village. No one knew where he came from. He had no family, no home, and nothing to eat. Every day, he walked through the village, tapping his stick on the ground, begging for food. But the villagers wanted nothing to do with him. They saw his dirty clothes and unkempt hair, and kept their distance from him. Some whispered that he was cursed, while others simply ignored him. No one offered him a helping hand. Hungry and tired, he often sat under a big tree at the edge of the village, hoping someone would take pity on him. But no one came. The villagers kept their distance from him. No one offered him even a scrap of bread. Everyone refused to help the blind beggar, but in the same village lived a kind-hearted girl named Janet. She never liked to see anyone suffer. One day, as she was passing by, she saw the blind beggar sitting by the roadside. He begged her for food, and she felt pity for him. "Oh my God, you look so hungry. Wait here, let me go and bring some food for you," she said. Without wasting a moment, Janet turned and ran as fast as her legs could carry her. She quickly returned with a plate of food, and handed it to him. The blind man was overjoyed, and thanked her sincerely. From that day on, Janet made it a habit to bring food to the blind man, whenever she could. She would sit with him, talk to him, and listen to his stories. The villagers watched in surprise. Some whispered among themselves, wondering why she would waste her kindness on someone like him. Others warned her to stay away, but Janet did not listen to them. One day, as she was feeding the blind man, a villager approached her. "Janet, why do you help this man? Why are you wasting your kindness on blind beggar?" he asked. Trying to convince her to stop helping the blind man, Janet smiled and replied, "Because he is human, just like us. He is hungry, just like we, when we don't eat. If we were in his shoe, wouldn't we want someone to help us?" The villager nodded thoughtfully and walked away. When Janet's friends noticed her closeness with the blind man, they warned her to stop giving him food and to stay away from him. But Janet refused to listen to them. Seeing that she wouldn't change her mind, her friends slowly distanced themselves from her. Soon, the entire village began to avoid Janet, just as they had avoided the blind beggar. People whispered about her, some shaking their heads in disapproval. Despite this, Janet didn't regret her decision. The blind beggar had become her only friend in the village, and she continued to care for him. Every day, she brought him food, talked with him. "I would have brought you to my house," Janet said sadly, "but my family will not accept it. However, I will build you a small house, so that you will have shelter over your head." The blind man was overjoyed, and thanked her sincerely. Determined to help him, Janet gathered leaves, sticks, and other materials from the forest. With patience and effort, she built a small hut for him. It wasn't much, but it provided shade from the sun and protection from the rain. Now, the blind man finally had a place to rest. Every day, Janet brought him food, and they would sit together in front of the hut, chatting and laughing. Despite the villagers ignoring them, Janet and the blind man found happiness in each other's company. One evening, as Janet sat beside the blind man, he sighed deeply and said, "Janet, you are the only one who has shown me kindness. I may not see you, but I feel the goodness in your heart." Janet smiled and held his hand. "Everyone deserves kindness," she said. "No one should be left to suffer alone." Little did she know that her kindness would soon bring a great change to her life and the lives of her family. The blind beggar took a deep breath. "Janet, I want to tell you the truth, who I really am, and where I truly come from." Janet, eager to hear what he had to say. The man continued, "I am not blind. I can see you clearly. I am the only child of my parents and the prince of my kingdom. My father is a wealthy king. I pretended to be poor and blind to find a kind-hearted girl to marry, because I have met many girls who never truly loved me. They only wanted me because of my royalty." Janet gasped in shock. "What? You mean, you can see? You are a prince?" The man nodded. "Yes, and through your kindness, I have found the person I have been searching for. You cared for me when no one else would. You didn't judge me by my appearance or my condition. You showed me love and compassion without expecting anything in return. That is the kind of queen I want for my people." Janet was speechless. She had helped him out of pure kindness, never expecting anything in return. She looked at him, still trying to process everything. "So, what happens now?" she asked. The prince smiled. "Now, I will return to my kingdom and tell my father, the king, about you. I want you to come with me and be my wife, if you will accept me." Tears filled Janet's eyes. She never imagined that her kindness would lead to something so incredible. She thought of how the villagers had abandoned her, how she had been left with only the blind man as her friend. And now, he was revealing himself as a wealthy prince. After a moment, she smiled and said, "I helped you because it was the right thing to do, not because I expected anything. But if you truly want me by your side, then I will go with you." The prince was overjoyed. The next day, he sent word to his kingdom, and soon, royal guards arrived in the village. The villagers were shocked to see the once rejected blind beggar, now dressed in royal robes. When they learned the truth, they felt ashamed of how they had treated him, and even more ashamed of how they had abandoned Janet. The prince forgave them but reminded them of an important lesson. True kindness comes from the heart. Janet showed me love when I had nothing. Now, she will be my queen. With that, he took Janet to his kingdom, where they had a grand wedding. Janet, once ignored and ridiculed, became a beloved queen, known for her kindness and compassion. And from that day on, the village never judged people by their appearance again. This is the story of my life, the mistake I made, that nearly took my life, and destroyed my destiny. Watch my story, and learn from my mistake. My name is Georgina. I am 16 years old and I come from Port Harcourt, in Rivers State, Nigeria. I am an SS3 student at Abraham Girls Secondary School and the only child of my parents, Mr. and Mrs. Solomon. My father was a pastor, and my mother a well-known fashion designer. I lived a life of fulfillment and luxury, surrounded by love and comfort. However, everything changed when I met Brenda. Brenda was a student in my school. She came from a very wealthy family, and I was drawn to her charm and confidence. What I didn't realize was that my friendship with Brenda would eventually ruin my life and shatter my dream of becoming a lawyer. Brenda introduced me to a young man named Jack. He was a final-year philosophy student at the University of Port Harcourt. Jack had a way with words. He spoke of love, destiny, and affection, so passionately that I lost my balance and fell for him completely. We soon became deeply involved. I believed I had found true love. But after a few months, everything changed. I discovered I was pregnant. My world crumbled. My examination was just around the corner, and instead of preparing for my future, I was overwhelmed with fear and regret. I locked myself in my room and cried uncontrollably. How will I face my parents? How will I tell my daddy, of all people? I asked myself, trembling. The shame, the disappointment, I felt like I had thrown my entire future away. I was devastated. I considered telling Jack about the pregnancy, but fear gripped me. I was afraid he might deny the responsibility and abandon me in my time of need. Still, I knew I couldn't hide it forever. To my surprise, when I finally gathered the courage to tell him, he didn't deny the pregnancy. For a moment, I felt a flicker of relief. Maybe he would stand by me. But that relief quickly turned into heartbreak. Jack looked at me, his face serious, and said, "Georgina, you have to get rid of it. I am not ready to be a father. I am only 25. His words pierced my heart like a knife. I was disappointed in him, but even more so in myself. How had I let things get this far? In that moment, my father's voice echoed in my mind, Pastor Solomon, always firm in his teachings, always preaching about the sanctity of life and the sin of abortion. I could almost see him in the pulpit, his Bible in hand, saying, "Children of God, your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit. Do not destroy what God has created." Tears filled my eyes. I was torn between fear, shame, and the heavy weight of my mistake. I left Jack's place with a heavy heart, and tears streaming down my face. My mind was clouded with confusion and pain. I kept thinking about all the times he told me he loved me, how he dreamed of me being the mother of his children, how we would build a life together. But now, this. Is Jack possessed? I asked myself, my thoughts spiraling. How could he change so suddenly? When I got home, I went straight to my room, shut the door, and broke down completely. I sobbed until my voice cracked. In my mind, I began to imagine myself in a lawyer's robe and wig, standing tall in a court of law, defending the innocent, giving hope to the hopeless. It was a dream I had carried since childhood. That image made me cry even harder. How could I have let a moment of weakness take all that away? Days passed in agony, and the burden grew heavier with each hour. One morning, I made up my mind, it was time to tell the truth. I stood outside my parents' bedroom door, trembling, and knocked softly. "Mummy, Daddy, I have something to tell you." "Come in," they replied. My heart pounded as I walked into the room. I greeted them with my head bowed, unable to hold back my tears. They looked at me, concerned. "What is the matter, Georgina?" my mother asked. With a shaky voice and tears rolling down my cheeks, I whispered the words that tore me apart inside, "I am pregnant." "You are what?" they shouted in unison, their voices loud and trembling with shock. "I said I am pregnant," I repeated, my voice barely above a whisper. The room fell into a heavy silence. My parents stared at me, eyes wide with disbelief and disappointment. My heart sank even deeper. "Who is responsible?" my father asked, his tone low but intense. "It's Jack, my boyfriend." "Brenda, my schoolmate, introduced him to me," I said, wiping my tears. "Have you told him?" "What did he say?" my father pressed. "Yes, I told him," I replied. "He told me to get rid of it, that he is not ready to be a father." At that moment, my father's expression changed, from shock to anger. His fists clenched, and his voice rose with firmness. "You will not get rid of that pregnancy. You will have the child," he declared. "I will face my shame as a pastor, but I will not let you commit murder in this house." My mother, though equally heartbroken, stood by his side. "Your father is right," she said gently. "We will go through this together as a family." I sat there, speechless, torn between fear, shame, and a strange sense of relief. But deep inside, I was still confused. I had already begun convincing myself to remove the pregnancy. I didn't want to miss my examination in school, the very thing that stood between me and my dream of becoming a lawyer. Now I was caught between two impossible choices: protect my future or obey my parents and keep the pregnancy. Out of desperation to write my exams and escape the overwhelming pressure at home, I made a reckless decision. I ran away to Jack's house. When I arrived, I told him everything, how my parents wanted me to keep the baby, and how they refused to even consider the option of abortion. Jack was furious. "No," he shouted in frustration. "I told you I'm not ready to be a father. Why are they telling you to keep the baby, and why did you even tell them about the pregnancy? They are not supposed to know." His words cut deep, but I was too tired to argue. Then he looked at me, his voice lowering. "Do you really want to keep the baby, just because your parents said so?" I hesitated for a moment, and then, with a sigh, I said, "No, I have already made up my mind. I want to get rid of it. I can't afford to miss exams. It's my future." Jack was quiet for a moment. Then he looked at me and said, "Let's leave Port Harcourt. We will go to another city, where no one knows us. We can sort this out without anyone interfering." At first, I was scared. The idea of running away from everything, my home, my school, my parents, was terrifying. But at the same time, I felt cornered, desperate, and broken. And so, reluctantly, I agreed. That decision would soon lead me down a path I never expected, one filled with danger, regret, and life-altering consequences. When I got home that evening, I quietly began packing my belongings. Jack and I had already planned to elope the next day. As I folded my clothes and tucked away memories into my small travel bag, my hands trembled, not just from fear, but from a tiny flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, things would work out. That night, I was restless. Sleep refused to come. The thought of leaving my family, especially my mother, weighed heavily on my heart. I remembered the joyful times we shared, how we would laugh together, play games, and pray as a family. I remembered how I was admired in church for my intelligence and good character. But now, all of that was about to change. My fate would be rewritten by the next morning. Wait, Georgina, are you doing the right thing? I asked myself, tears forming in my eyes. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a troubled sleep. By exactly 5 o'clock the next morning, I rose quietly. I took my bath, got dressed, and picked up my already packed bag. Before stepping out, I stood for a moment in front of the family portrait hanging on the wall. It showed my father, my mother, and me all smiling. My heart cracked. Tears slipped down my cheeks. I quickly wiped it away, and quietly slipped out through the back door, unnoticed. When I got to Jack's house, he was already up and fully dressed. The moment he saw me, he said, "Babe, what kept you?" I didn't reply. My heart was too heavy. Without another word, we got into Jack's car and drove off. As the city passed us by, through the window, my thoughts drifted again, back to my mother's cooking, her beautiful smile, the comfort of her warm hugs. Then the pain hit me like a wave. What will the church say? What will they see me as, now? I couldn't hold it in anymore, cried silently in the car, tears rolling freely as we drove into the unknown. When we relocated to another city, life wasn't as easy as I had imagined. The reality of my decision began to settle in. I truly missed my mother, her warmth, her care, her smile. I missed my friends, my school, and the church where I was once celebrated and admired. Everything felt so distant, like a life I once lived but had lost forever. Soon after settling in, Jack and I went to a hospital to make arrangements for the abortion. There, we met a doctor named Michael. After running a few tests, he called us into his office, his expression serious. "My dear," he said, looking directly at me, "if you go ahead with this abortion, there's a high risk you could either lose your womb or your life." His words struck me like thunder. Suddenly, the weight of everything came crashing down on me. I was stuck, trapped between the deep blue sea and the devil. Fear swallowed me whole. I had no option but to keep the baby. Jack was furious. "This is not what we planned for," he shouted. I could see it in his eyes, the frustration, the regret. From that moment, things began to spiral. My life felt like it was falling apart piece by piece. My dreams, my family, my future, I could see them slipping through my fingers. Jack changed completely. He was no longer the sweet, caring boyfriend I once knew. He began to treat me with cruelty. He shouted at me over the smallest things, called me horrible names, even called me a witch. Worst of all, he started to hit me. Sometimes it was a slap, other times a shove. And all of this while I was pregnant. I was broken in body and spirit. Despite everything, the months passed. I tried to endure, for the sake of the child growing inside me. But by the 7th month, the abuse became too much. After one particularly violent episode, I collapsed from the pain. That same night, I gave birth, prematurely. The child was placed in an incubator. As I lay on the hospital bed, my heart was shattered into pieces. I felt broken, depressed, ashamed, disappointed, and completely downcast. The pain of seeing my baby fight for life was too much to bear. Jack didn't care. He just abandoned me at the hospital without a word of comfort. I felt betrayed by someone I trusted. A few hours later, Dr. Michael called me quietly into his office. His eyes were heavy with sadness. "I'm so sorry," he said softly. "Your son couldn't make it, he's gone." Those words pierced my soul. I collapsed into tears. I remembered my parents' words, "Georgina, you won't abort the baby." My heart sank. I wished I had listened. I wished I had obeyed, and stayed with my parents. Maybe, my baby would have survived. Now I had lost everything. As if that pain wasn't enough, my phone rang. "Hello, Ma," the voice said on the other end. "Are you Jack's girlfriend?" "Yes," I replied with a trembling voice. "I'm sorry to inform you, Jack is dead. He was involved in a fatal auto crash." What? My world spun. How could I lose a child, and the man I once loved, in less than 10 minutes? I wept uncontrollably. My joy, my peace, my strength, gone. "Oh God," I cried. What kind of life is this? Soon, the emptiness grew louder than the silence in my heart. I longed for home. I missed my parents, their love and affection. I remembered Jack's neighbor, Sophia. I ran to her, desperate and broken. Through sobs, I narrated everything. Moved with compassion, she gave me some money to help me return to Port Harcourt. Without hesitation, I returned to Jack's flat, packed my belongings, and boarded a car straight back home. When I arrived in Port Harcourt, I didn't go straight to the house. I went to my father's church. It happened to be a Sunday service, and he was preaching at the altar, firm, bold, and holy. I looked at him from the entrance, this man of integrity, this man I had disrespected. My heart ached with guilt and hope. Suddenly, he saw me. "You, disappointing and disgraceful daughter, how dare you show your face here?" he shouted. I fell to my knees and wept. "Daddy, please forgive me," I cried. "Mummy, please, I'm sorry." The congregation watched in silence. Then the women stood and began pleading with my parents on my behalf. "Please, sir, forgive her. She's your daughter." Moved by their words and the sight of my brokenness, my parents, soft-hearted and loving, finally forgave me and took me back home. At home, I told them everything, every detail of my pain and suffering. They held me, comforted me, and promised to help me rebuild my life. Soon, I sat for my WAEC examination. To the glory of God, I passed with flying colors. Then I sat for my jam and passed again. I was offered admission into the University of Port Harcourt to study law, my childhood dream. In the university, I stayed focused. I avoided friends and all forms of distraction. I was determined not to fail again. 5 years later, I graduated with first-class honors. I became a barrister, Barrister Georgina, a well-known and respected lawyer in the country. I began defending the oppressed and giving hope to the hopeless. And for the first time in a long time, I was filled with joy, fulfillment, and peace. The storms were over. I want to use my story to advise all the young girls out there, please, never make the mistake that I made. Don't let sweet words and temporary pleasures steal your future. I was once full of dreams, full of hope, and full of promise. But I allowed love without wisdom, friendship without caution, and emotions without boundaries, to lead me into a storm I was not prepared for. To every young girl listening to me now, focus on your studies. Hold on to your dreams like your life depends on it, because it does. Don't be in a hurry to grow up. Don't be deceived by flashy lifestyles or sweet-talking boys who promise heaven but drag you into pain. There is time for everything under the sun. There is a time to love, and there is a time to learn. There is a time to play, and there is a time to prepare. Your education is your foundation. Don't exchange it for moments of affection that could cost you a lifetime of regret. If I could turn back the hands of time, I would choose differently. But I thank God for second chances. Today, I am a lawyer. But the road to get here was filled with tears, loss, shame, and pain. You don't have to go through what I went through. Let my story be your lesson. Let my wounds be your warning. Let my voice be your guidance. Stay focused. Stay strong. And never, ever let go of your dreams. Because one day, if you keep walking the right path, you will look back and smile, not with regret, but with pride. My name is Barrister Georgina, and this is my story.
Once upon a time, in a quiet village, there lived a girl named Chiamaka. She was beautiful, respectful, and the only child of her mother. From a young age, many suitors admired her, and even while she was still in secondary school, they began to come, asking for her hand in marriage. But her mother always told them, "My daughter must first finish secondary school and go to the university before marriage." Despite this, the suitors would not give up. Every morning as Chiamaka walked to school, different men would stop her along the road, talking to her about marriage. Chiamaka, however, always responded politely. She would say with calm confidence, "I am sorry, I don't want to marry now. I want to go to the university, get a good job, and take care of my mother. When that time comes, I will be ready for marriage." Even the men who only asked to be her friends received the same kind and respectful reply. She never insulted anyone, no matter how persistent they were. She remained humble, obedient, and focused on her goals. Her mother was proud of her, not just for her beauty, but for her discipline, maturity, and the way she carried herself with grace and dignity. Most evenings after school, Chiamaka would sit with her mother under the mango tree in their compound. The breeze would whisper through the leaves as they sorted beans together. Those moments were precious, filled with quiet dreams and gentle laughter. One day, Chiamaka looked at her mother with teary eyes and said, "Mother, I can't wait to start making money and take care of you. You have suffered so much to raise me, especially after the death of father. You made sure I continued my education even when things were hard. Mother, you are my hero, and I promise to make you proud." Her mother smiled warmly, her face lined with the marks of years of sacrifice. She placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder and said, "My child, that has been my prayer for you. I want you to be successful so I can enjoy the fruit of my labor. You are all I have, and seeing you rise will be my greatest joy." Chiamaka held those words close to her heart. They became her motivation on the hard days, when the walk to school felt long, when books seemed too heavy, or when the world tried to distract her. Through it all, she stayed focused. She read her books late into the night by lantern light and helped her mother in the mornings before school. And though the suitors still came, more persistent than ever, Chiamaka never wavered. Her dream was bigger than marriage at the wrong time. It was about purpose, about lifting her mother, and about becoming everything they both hoped she would be. Meanwhile, the young girls in the village began to grow jealous of Chiamaka. It seemed that every day brought more suitors her way, men asking for marriage, men pleading for friendship, yet she turned them all down with calm grace. Even her closest friend, Chinello, began to let bitterness creep into her heart. "Are we not also girls in this village?" the girls would whisper to one another. "Why must it always be Chiamaka? Almost every man wants to marry her. Even those that are looking for girlfriends go straight to her, even when she keeps rejecting them." Chinello, Chiamaka's best friend. "She is my best friend," she would say, "but I hate her so much. The way she carries herself as if she's the most beautiful girl in the world. Sometimes I wonder, is she using something to attract these men? I am beginning to suspect her." Even the young men in the village began to grow irritated. Her constant rejections bruised their egos, and they began to speak of her with anger instead of admiration. One afternoon, as Chinello walked down the path toward the market, she overheard a group of young men gathered beneath a tree, speaking in hushed, bitter tones. "That girl, Chiamaka, has insulted us all," one said. "She rejected every single one of us like we are nothing, always acting like she's better than everyone. She acts as if no man in this village is worthy of her love," another added. "How we wish we could teach her a lesson." Hearing this, Chinello's heart stirred, not with concern, but with opportunity. She stepped toward them with a sly smile and said, "I know how we can teach her a lesson. Honestly, she has disrespected all of you. She walks around as if she's Queen Elizabeth herself." One of the young men narrowed his eyes. "So how do we do it?" Chinello glanced around and whispered, "In this village, stealing is a great abomination, especially if you steal something that belongs to the king, right?" "Yes," they agreed in unison. "So," she continued, "let's make it look like Chiamaka has stolen something from the king." Another boy frowned. "That won't work. Chiamaka is too wise. She knows stealing is taboo in our land. She will never do it." But Chinello only smiled, a cruel glint in her eye. "Leave that to me. I know how to get her to do it. She still trusts me as her best friend, and I know how to set the trap." The boys looked at each other, then at Chinello. Slowly, they nodded. A wicked plan began to form in their hearts. That night, Chinello couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned, her mind racing with envy and dark excitement. At dawn, she rose early, stood before her mirror and whispered to her reflection, "Today, Chiamaka will commit an abomination. Today she will be disgraced. The whole village will see her as a thief, and no man will ever want her again. Then maybe they will finally notice me." She smiled to herself, her eyes cold and calculating. She carried a basket and made her way to Chiamaka's house. She found her sweeping the compound, as usual, graceful and diligent. "Good morning, my beautiful friend," Chinello greeted, with a sweet voice that masked her dark intentions. "Good morning, Chinello," Chiamaka replied. "This one you came so early, I hope all is well." "All is well, my dear friend," Chinello said. "Actually, I came to ask for your help with something." "What is it you need help with?" Chiamaka asked curiously. "My friend, who works as a maid in the king's palace, was sent to harvest maize from the king's farm," Chinello explained. "But she's overwhelmed with other chores, so she begged me to help her. And now I am here to beg you to assist me. I can't do it alone." Chiamaka looked at her, concerned. "Wait, did you hear what you just said? Have you forgotten that no one enters the king's farm without his direct permission? That's a serious offense in this village." "I haven't forgotten," Chinello said quickly, feigning confidence. "In fact, I just came from the palace. My friend informed the king, and he gave me permission that I should help her. So, you see, I have the king's blessing." Chiamaka sighed in relief. "Well, as long as the king agreed then, there's no problem. I will help you, but today is Saturday, and I still have some cleaning to do at home. You may have to wait a while." "No, my friend, please," Chinello pleaded. "Let's go now. You can finish your cleaning later. This won't take long." Moved by her friend's insistence, Chiamaka agreed, and followed her to the king's farm. As soon as they arrived, they began harvesting maize. But before long, Chinello suddenly screamed, "Thief! Thief! You are stealing maize from the king's farm." Before Chiamaka could react, a group of young men sprang from the nearby bushes. It was a trap, just as they had planned with Chinello. They grabbed Chiamaka roughly, shouting, "You are a thief! You have committed an abomination! We must take you to the king!" Shocked and confused, Chiamaka tried to speak. "Please, I am innocent. I was only helping my friend." But no one listened. The men dragged her to the king's palace, ignoring her pleas. At the palace, Chiamaka stood before the king, bruised and trembling. "Your Majesty," she cried, "I am innocent. It was Chinello who asked me to help her harvest maize. She said the king had given permission. Please, I did not steal anything." But Chinello stepped forward, cold and unbothered. "Your Majesty, she is lying against me. I, along with these other witnesses, caught her red-handed stealing from the king's farm." The king turned to the young men, who all nodded in agreement. "It is true," they chorused. "We saw her stealing with our own eyes." The king's face grew hard. "Young woman," he said gravely, "as beautiful as you are a thief. Do you know the punishment for stealing in this village, especially what belongs to the king? It is death. You shall be stoned to death at the village square. I have spoken, and so shall it be." Chiamaka broke down in bitter tears. "No, please, I am innocent. My mother has no one but me. Please, your Majesty, don't let them kill me." But her cries were ignored. Among the palace maids, one named Joy was deeply disturbed. Tears welled in her eyes. Why would the king pass such a heavy judgment without proper investigation? She murmured to herself. I can see the innocence in her eyes. Soon the villagers dragged Chiamaka to the village square. Word spread quickly, and a crowd gathered. When Chiamaka's mother heard the news, she ran with all the strength left in her aging legs. There, in the village square, she saw her only child, beaten and bruised, surrounded by angry villagers with stones in their hands. She fell to her knees and wailed, "Please, my daughter is innocent. I can swear with my life." But the palace guards only barked at her. "Woman, your daughter is a thief. She stole from the king's farm, and the king has spoken. Who are you to challenge the king's word? As the first stone flew, Chiamaka screamed. Her mother cried until her voice was hoarse, and when her daughter's body finally slumped lifeless to the ground, she collapsed too, fainting in grief. Without pity or remorse, the villagers carried Chiamaka's body to the evil forest where the condemned are thrown. Only one man stayed behind. A stranger from a neighboring village. He lifted Chiamaka's mother and took her back to her home. He waited by her side until she awoke. "Where am I? Where is my daughter?" she asked weakly. The young man looked at her with sorrow. "Please calm down," he said gently. "Your daughter's body has been taken to the evil forest. My name is Godwill. I am not from this village. I only came to visit a friend, and from what I witnessed, they killed a girl without any proof. This is injustice." But Chiamaka's mother couldn't hear him. Her world had shattered. Her mind slipped into grief beyond reach. She wept endlessly, her heart broken beyond repair. "Please, let me take you to my village. You can't remain here alone. I live with my younger brother and live with us. You won't be alone." But she didn't respond. Her spirit was buried with her daughter. After waiting a while, the young man stood and said softly, "I will go, but I will return from time to time to check on you." Then he walked away, his heart heavy with sorrow, for a girl whose only crime was purity, and a mother destroyed by betrayal. Meanwhile, Chinello could no longer sleep in peace. Her heart was heavy with guilt, and her nights were haunted by nightmares of Chiamaka's bloodied face. "I never wanted her to die," she muttered to herself, tears rolling down her cheeks. "I only wanted to disgrace her. I only wanted the villagers to see her as a thief, not this, not death. Oh, my friend, I am so sorry. What have I done?" Her regret grew heavier each day, but it was too late. The deed had been done. The next morning, the young man from the neighboring village returned to check on Chiamaka's mother, but what he met broke his heart. The woman had fallen terribly ill. Weak and pale, she lay on the floor, barely able to sit up. Without hesitation, he rushed to the nearest chemist shop, bought medication, food, and clean water. He sat with her, cared for her gently, and tried his best to comfort her grief-stricken soul. 3 days passed since the villagers threw Chiamaka's body into the evil forest. Then, on the 4th day morning, something strange happened. Chiamaka's mother rose early, her body still weak, and stepped outside to get fresh air. But what she saw froze her in place. There, right in front of her doorstep, lay the body of her daughter. "My daughter's corpse! My daughter's corpse!" she screamed in disbelief and collapsed in tears. Her cries pierced the morning air. Neighbors rushed out of their homes. When they arrived, they stood in shock. There was Chiamaka's body, not decayed, not defiled, but peacefully laid out as if sleeping. They looked at each other in horror and awe. "The forest has rejected her," one elder whispered. "Yes," another added solemnly. "She was innocent. The evil forest never keeps the body of the innocent. It has returned her to us because we killed the wrong person." Soon the news spread through the village. People gathered in silence, their hearts heavy with shame. Women wept openly. Men lowered their heads. The truth they had ignored was now undeniable. Chiamaka's mother fell to the ground and sobbed until her body could take no more. When the news reached the king, he sat in stunned silence for a long time. Then he stood, removed his crown, and swore before his guards and elders, never again will I pass judgment without proper investigation. We have shed innocent blood, and I will carry this guilt forever." That same day, the villagers buried Chiamaka in her father's compound, where her spirit could finally rest in peace. The land mourned. Songs of sorrow were sung. Even the trees seemed to bow in grief. The next day, the young man returned once again to check on Chiamaka's mother. But this time, the atmosphere had changed. He arrived just as the burial had ended and heard the full story. Upon learning that Chiamaka had been innocent all along, he sat beside her mother and wept. "I knew she was innocent," he said softly. "She was pure, too pure for this wicked world. And I promise you, Mama, I will not abandon you. As long as I live, you will never suffer alone." Chiamaka's mother looked into his eyes. Though her heart was still shattered, she saw truth and compassion in his eyes. She didn't speak, but a tear slid down her cheek, a silent thank you. When Chinelo heard that Chiamaka's corpse had been rejected by the forest because she was innocent, she broke down completely. Her heart could no longer carry the weight of what she had done. She wept bitterly in her room, holding her head in shame. "I am sorry, my dear friend," she cried. "Please forgive me. I never meant for it to end this way. I only wanted to embarrass you, not to kill you. I never imagined the king would pass such a harsh judgment." But her tears could not bring her friend back. Her guilt consumed her like fire. One quiet night, as Chiamaka's mother sat outside her compound, crying softly and talking to the wind as if it were her daughter, something strange happened. A cold breeze swept through the compound, and the air grew heavy. Then, slowly, the spirit of Chiamaka appeared, her eyes filled with tears, and her body glowing softly in the moonlight. She stood silently, watching her mother with pain in her heart. "I am sorry, Mother," she whispered, though her mother could not hear her. "I never meant to break your heart. I only wanted to make you proud. I trusted the wrong person. I trusted my friend." Tears ran down the ghost's face. "I cannot rest. Not yet. Not until I fight for myself. Not until the truth is fully known and justice is done. And, Mother, I will not rest. Not until I put a smile back on your face." But her mother, though she felt a sudden coldness in the air, could neither see nor hear her daughter. She only clutched her chest and cried harder, unaware that her beloved Chiamaka stood beside her, whispering promises from beyond. That night a wind howled through the village, a warning of what was to come. For the spirit of Chiamaka had risen for vengeance. The next day, before dawn broke, Chiamaka's ghost rose from her grave. The wind grew cold, and the sky darkened briefly. Her spirit, now filled with sorrow and unfulfilled purpose, vanished into the morning mist. She reappeared in the middle of Chinelo's room. Chinelo was fast asleep when she felt a sudden chill. She opened her eyes, and there stood Chiamaka, pale and glowing, her eyes burning with quiet pain. "Why?" Chiamaka whispered, her voice like the wind. "Why did you betray me?" Before Chinelo could scream, her eyes rolled back and she fell to the ground, shaking violently. From that moment, madness seized her. She became mad. She ran out into the streets, barefoot, her hair disheveled, shouting uncontrollably. "I did it. I am the reason Chiamaka is dead," she screamed. "She was innocent. I was jealous. I planned it all. I told the young men what to do." She mentioned the names of all the young men. The villagers gathered, shocked and speechless, as they watched her cry and laugh at once, slapping herself and pulling her hair. "She was my best friend," she shouted, "but I envied her beauty. I hated how they loved her." The people were horrified. No one touched her. What punishment could they give someone, already cursed by the spirit of the girl they murdered? And then, one by one, the young men who conspired with Chinelo began to die. Some were found dead in their sleep, their eyes wide open in terror. Others were found dead along the village road, their bodies twisted unnaturally. Fear spread through the village. Chiamaka's spirit had not only revealed the truth, she had brought justice with her own hands. Now Chinelo roamed the village as a madwoman, muttering to herself in the market, pointing to shadows and screaming, "She is here! She is watching me!" The villagers lived in fear and sorrow. When Chiamaka's mother heard Chinelo's confessions, she wept bitterly in her compound, holding her daughters close to her chest. The pain of losing an innocent child burned fresh in her heart. That night, Chiamaka appeared beside her mother once again. her ghostly form standing beside the weeping woman, and watched her silently. "Stop crying, mother," she whispered. "I have fought for myself. I made Chinelo mad. I killed the men who lied against me. But I still cannot rest, not until I see you smile again." But her mother, heartbroken and weak, could neither see nor hear her beloved daughter. The spirit of Chiamaka faded once more into the night. The village, now quiet and full of sorrow, began to speak her name not with shame, but with reverence. Chiamaka, the girl who was wrongly killed, the girl who fought back even in death. One hot afternoon, under the scorching sun, a strange stillness fell along the village road. Out of the quiet breeze, Chiamaka's ghost appeared once more. This time she was not the sorrowful spirit who watched from the shadows. Her eyes were fierce with purpose. She stood by the roadside and transformed herself into a radiant, elegant young woman, her features flawless, her beauty nearly unearthly. She called herself Sandra now. She had one more person to deal with, the king himself, the man who passed a death sentence on her, without justice. She waited. Soon the prince drove past in his car. The moment he saw her, he stopped and stared, completely captivated by her beauty and poise. "Hello, beautiful lady," he said, lowering his window, unable to hide his admiration. "What is your name?" "My name is Sandra," she replied sweetly, her voice soft like honey but heavy with a hidden mission. "Wow, Sandra, you look so amazing," he said, smiling. "Please, come in. Let me give you a ride." She nodded gracefully and entered the car. As soon as she sat down, she turned to the prince, locked eyes with him, and released a subtle charm. His heart raced. The spell took hold. "Sandra, my love," he said, almost breathless, "please marry me. Just say yes, and I will take you straight to my father, the king. I never felt this way before." Chiamaka, disguised as Sandra, smiled and said, "Yes, I will marry you." The prince, thrilled and desperate to please her, turned the car around and drove straight to the palace. He rushed in to announce the good news. "Father, your Majesty, I have found the woman I want to marry. Her name is Sandra." The king, who had long been urging his son to settle down, stood up with excitement. "My son, this is wonderful news. I am happy for you. Let me see her." The moment Chiamaka stepped into the palace, the air shifted. The king looked into her eyes and felt something strange, but before he could ask further, she charmed him, as she did his son. His mind clouded, his questions faded. "Where do you come from, young lady? Who is your father?" he began to ask, but the charm wrapped around his mind like mist. He blinked slowly, then smiled. "No need for all that. If my son loves you, then I accept you. I hereby pronounce you husband and wife." And just like that, the wedding was declared. The prince was overjoyed. The villagers were stunned by the suddenness, but they dared not question the king. But beneath the celebration, something darker stirred. Chiamaka had entered the heart of the palace, the very place where her life had been unjustly taken. And now, the worst was about to happen.
"Your Majesty, stand up from your throne and follow me now."
"I hereby pronounce you husband and wife." And just like that, the wedding was declared. The prince was overjoyed. The villagers were stunned by the suddenness, but they dared not question the king. But beneath the celebration, something darker stirred. Chiamaka had entered the heart of the palace, the very place where her life had been unjustly taken. And now, the worst was about to happen. The next day, as the golden sun climbed into the sky, Sandra, Chiamaka in disguise, sat in the palace courtyard with the prince. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, though her face remained soft and composed. "My dear husband," she said sweetly, "I want you to give me your ATM cards so I can withdraw money whenever I need." The prince did not think twice. With a broad smile, he pulled out 2 cards from his wallet and handed them over to Sandra. Take them, my love. Use them any time, any day. Anything you want is yours. Sandra accepted the cards with a slow smile. Thank you, my darling. That evening, after dinner, Sandra summoned one of the palace maids, Joy. She had been quietly watching her, remembering that day when she alone had cried for Chiamaka. Joy, come here, she called. Joy rushed in, bowing. Yes, your majesty, you called me. Yes, I did, Sandra replied gently. I heard a story about a young girl who was stoned to death in this village for a crime she did not commit, that the king himself passed judgment without proper investigation. Joy's face darkened at the memory. Yes, your majesty, it's true. She was innocent. Her name was Chiamaka. Many of us couldn't believe it, that the king could pass such a harsh sentence without proper evidence. Sandra leaned in slightly. And I also heard that you were the only maid who wept for her. Joy blinked, startled. Your Majesty, how do you know that? Sandra smiled faintly. I am just guessing. Come with me to my room. There is something I want to tell you. Without hesitation, Joy followed her. Inside the royal chambers, the air grew quiet and heavy, with something unspoken. As they entered inside, Sandra said to Joy, Now, tell me everything about yourself. My name is Joy. I am an orphan. I lost my parents many years ago. I fled and came to this palace. The late queen took pity on me and gave me a job as a maid. I have been here ever since. Sandra nodded slowly. I know all of this already. I only wanted to see if you would lie to me. Joy's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you know? Sandra looked at her calmly and said, Never mind. Joy stared at her, confused and slightly afraid. Sandra sat gracefully on the edge of her bed, her eyes filled with a mysterious calm as she looked at Joy. When I heard the story of Chiamaka, she said thoughtfully, I felt deeply for her mother. She must be suffering terribly now. I felt for her too, Joy replied, her voice tinged with sadness. She must be going through so much pain. Sandra turned to her with a gentle smile. But Joy, what if I ask you to go and live with her? Take her as your mother, since you have lost your own parents. Treat her with love, and help put a smile on her face again. Joy blinked, surprised. You will no longer work here in the palace as a maid, Sandra continued. You will leave with your belongings and stay with her. Don't worry about money. I will provide everything you need. Just be there for her. That will be enough. Joy's eyes welled up with emotion. That's a good idea. I will go. But what will I tell the king? He may not allow me to leave the palace. Don't worry about the king, Sandra replied softly but firmly. Just go. I will be the one to speak with him. Joy nodded slowly. Okay, your majesty. Tomorrow morning I will go to the woman's house. Sandra stood and placed a reassuring hand on Joy's shoulder. You are doing something beautiful, Joy, and I promise everything will make sense soon. That night, as the palace slept under the hush of moonlight, a quiet wind swept through the corridors, carrying the scent of justice, vengeance, and a soul not yet at rest. The next morning, Sandra and Joy prepared quietly. With a small bundle of Joy's belongings, the two women set off toward Chiamaka's mother's house. When they arrived, they found the woman sitting quietly outside, her eyes sunken from grief, her hands clasped in silent sorrow. At the sight of the two young women approaching, especially Sandra, a strange cold chill ran down her spine. Something about the elegant young lady seemed familiar, too familiar. Who are you both? She asked, standing slowly with uncertainty in her voice. Sandra stepped forward with a soft, reassuring smile. My name is Sandra. I am the prince's wife, and this is Joy, a palace maid. When I got married, the prince, I heard about what happened to your daughter, Chiamaka. The woman's eyes widened slightly, and her hands trembled at the mention of her daughter's name. So, Sandra continued gently, I decided to bring Joy to live with you, to help fill the gap your daughter left in your life. She's a good girl, and I know she will treat you like her own mother. And please don't worry about money. I will take care of both of you. Chiamaka's mother burst into tears, her body shaking as she fell to her knees. Thank you, your majesty, thank you so much. May the gods bless you for this kindness. Sandra bent down and helped her up, embracing her softly. She then handed Joy a heavy envelope filled with money, and another for the woman. Joy gasped quietly at the amount, her eyes wide in disbelief. Thank you so much, your majesty, she said. I don't know what I did to deserve this. Sandra smiled at her. You did what no one else did. You wept for Chiamaka. That is enough. She promised to return often, then quietly turned and left for the palace. As she walked away, the wind picked up again, soft, but heavy with purpose. Chiamaka's mother and Joy stood watching her disappear down the path, both feeling that something deeper had just taken place. The next morning, Chiamaka, still in her disguised form as Sandra, the prince's wife, made her way to the neighboring village where Godwill lived, the same young man who had once shown kindness to her grieving mother. When she arrived at his compound, she found him sitting outside with his younger brother, both of them engaged in casual conversation. As she approached, Godwill stood up, sensing the presence of a stranger. Excuse me, Godwill, Sandra said gently. Can I talk to you? Godwill exchanged a quick glance with his brother, then stepped aside with the elegant young woman. Who are you, and what do you want to talk to me about? He asked, curiosity in his voice. My name is Sandra, she began. Do you remember the woman whose daughter was stoned to death unjustly by order of the king? Godwill nodded solemnly. Yes, I remember. I went to visit her not long ago. I took some food and medication to her. That poor woman. Sandra nodded. I came from that village. I am the prince's wife. Godwill's expression changed, his brows furrowed, and his voice turned sharp. Wait a minute. Are you saying you are the daughter-in-law of the same king who condemned Chiamaka to death? Sandra raised her hands calmly. Please calm down, Godwill. I am not the king. I am only his son's wife. When I got married to the prince and heard the tragic story, my heart broke. I knew I had to do something. Godwill listened, still wary but willing to hear her out. I have already helped the woman, Sandra continued. A palace maid named Joy now lives with her and treats her like a mother. But there is more I want to do. That is why I am here. She looked Godwill in the eye. I want you to go and meet Joy. Talk to her. Get to know her. If you both fall in love, marry her. If you do, I will support your union. I will build you a house, buy you a car, and give you all the resources you need. Live with the woman, treat her like your mother. Make her smile again. In return, I will make sure you lack nothing. Godwill stood speechless for a moment, then finally said, That's incredibly kind of you. Honestly, it's always been my desire to bring that woman into my home, but she refused. Still, I help her however I can. He paused and smiled faintly. I will do as you said. By tomorrow morning, I will go to the village and meet Joy. Sandra smiled warmly and turned to leave. May your heart remain kind, Godwill. After she was gone, Godwill returned to his brother and told him everything. The young boy jumped with excitement. Brother, God has remembered us today, he exclaimed. I will wake you early tomorrow so you can go meet Joy. Godwill chuckled. Apart from her offer, I have always felt drawn to that woman's pain. I wanted to help her, truly. But I do hope Joy is beautiful. I have always dreamed of marrying a beautiful woman. His brother grinned. Then maybe your dreams are finally about to come true. The next morning, Godwill set out early for Chiamaka's mother's house. As he arrived, he saw a heartwarming sight. Chiamaka's mother sitting outside with Joy, both of them smiling. Joy was animatedly telling a story, and the older woman was laughing, a sound Godwill had never heard from her before. In the past, he had always met her weary and sick, but today she looked stronger, her eyes filled with light. As Godwill approached, she looked up and smiled warmly. You are welcome, my son. Please, sit down, she said, gesturing to a nearby bench. Godwill sat down, returning her smile. She turned to him with pride in her voice, introduced Joy. Meet Joy, my daughter. The prince's wife brought her to me to keep me company and fill the vacuum in my heart. And since then, she's been a true blessing to me. Godwill nodded. Yes, the prince's wife came to me too, and told me about Joy. Now I have seen her with my own eyes. Chiamaka's mother furrowed her brows thoughtfully. But wait, she said, turning to Godwill. How did she know about you? And who gave her directions to your house? Godwill paused, realizing he hadn't thought of that. Honestly, I don't know, and I did not remember to ask her. They sat in silence for a moment, all of them reflecting on the mystery. Then Godwill turned to Joy, his voice soft. Thank you, Joy, for taking such good care of her. You are truly a good girl. Joy smiled gently. You don't need to thank me. She's my mother already. Their eyes met, and in that brief exchange, something deeper stirred between them, a quiet understanding, a spark neither could ignore. Chiamaka's mother observed the moment with a knowing smile. Perhaps fate was slowly rewriting a new story, one of healing, love, and redemption. Just like that, Godwill and Joy became close friends. They laughed together, shared stories, and worked side by side to make Chiamaka's mother smile again. The old woman's home, once filled with sorrow, now echoed with laughter and warmth. One peaceful afternoon, as the three of them sat outside, enjoying the breeze and sharing jokes, Godwill suddenly turned to Joy. His tone softened, and his eyes held something deeper than usual. Joy, he said gently, will you marry me? Joy froze for a moment, her eyes wide. Chiamaka's mother gasped in surprise, her hand rising to her chest. Then, slowly, a wide smile spread across Joy's face. Yes, she said with a laugh, I will marry you. Godwill pulled her into a warm embrace, and Chiamaka's mother clapped her hands joyfully. God has remembered me, she cried. After all my pain, he has remembered me. Back in the palace, Sandra, the disguised Chiamaka, stood at the window of her royal chamber, gazing far into the distance. Though she could not be seen, she had been there in spirit, watching her mother's transformation. When she felt the genuine happiness in her mother's heart, a gentle smile crossed her lips. I promised you, mother, she whispered to the wind, I would not rest until I put a smile on your face. The next day, Sandra came to visit Joy and Chiamaka's mother. Joy ran out excitedly to welcome her. Your Majesty, she exclaimed, you won't believe it. Godwill proposed to me, and I said yes. Chiamaka's mother also smiled warmly. Yes, my dear, they are getting married. Thank you for bringing joy into our lives again. Sandra was overwhelmed with happiness. Her heart swelled at the sight of her mother's peaceful face and Joy's radiant smile. I want the wedding to take place in 2 weeks, Sandra announced. Don't worry about anything, I will sponsor everything. Tell Godwill to start informing his friends now. It will be a wedding to remember. They were all stunned and thrilled that the prince's wife would personally sponsor the wedding. Just like a dream, 2 weeks later, the wedding took place. It was a beautiful celebration, filled with laughter, music, and dancing. The entire village came to witness the union, and for the first time in a long while, Chiamaka's mother danced with joy. Sandra kept her promises. She built a beautiful house for Godwill and Joy, and even bought them a new car. The couple moved in with Chiamaka's mother, who now lived like a queen, surrounded by love and care. Sandra opened a business for Godwill. She opened a business for Joy, and they took very good care of Chiamaka's mother. One evening, as Sandra stood alone beneath the moonlight, I have done what I came for, she said quietly. My mother smiles again. Joy has found love. Justice has begun. Now it is time to make the king feel the pain that I felt, so that, in his next life, he will never support or practice injustice again. A chilling wind swept through the air. The final chapter of Sandra's mission was about to begin. That evening, the king sat on his throne, feeling unusually restless. Sandra entered the palace hall, her presence commanding, her eyes glowing faintly with supernatural power. Your Majesty, she said in a calm but firm voice, rise from your throne and follow me." Without a word, and as though under a strange enchantment, the king stood and followed her. They walked silently to the prince's chamber. Once inside, Sandra sat at the edge of the bed and looked straight into the king's eyes. "Now," she said, "touch me, as if I am not your son's wife. Let the world see what kind of king you are." The king's hands trembled. He began to move, confused and overtaken by her spell. But just then, Sandra let out a loud, piercing cry. "Help! Please, your majesty, no! I am your daughter-in-law. What you are doing is a great abomination. Stop it!" Her voice echoed through the palace. Guards, servants, and the prince himself stormed into the room. What they saw left them horrified. The prince gasped, "Father, what are you doing? This is your son's wife." The king looked around, dazed, realizing too late what he had been led to do. Shame consumed him as the room filled with shocked silence. Word spread quickly through the village. The king has committed an abomination. In their land, attempting to take another man's wife, especially your son's wife, is not only a moral crime but a sacred taboo. The penalty was death. The villagers gathered in the palace, their faces marked with anger and disappointment. Murmurs of outrage rippled through the crowd. "The king must be stoned to death for this abomination. He has defiled the throne and polluted our land," someone shouted. An elder stepped forward, raising his hand for silence. "From the beginning of our kingdom's history, no king has ever committed such a disgrace. For defiling our sacred traditions, he must face judgment." Without delay, the villagers seized the king. He pleaded desperately, his voice trembling. "It was not intentional. I was under a spell. I didn't know what I was doing." But no one listened to him. Just as Chiamaka had been condemned, the villagers stoned the king in the village square. His cries echoed, but justice in their eyes had to be served. When it was over, his body was dragged and thrown into the evil forest, the same fate that befell the innocent girl. 4 days later, something strange happened. Early that morning, the king's lifeless body was found, lying in the palace courtyard, untouched by decay. The forest had rejected him. This was a terrible sign. The prince was shaken, confused. He turned to Sandra with fire in his eyes. "My father's body was rejected by the forest. That means he was innocent. Sandra, is there something you are not telling me?" His voice dropped. "Who are you? I am not Sandra. I am a ghost, an angry spirit who came for justice and vengeance. I am Chiamaka, the girl your father sentenced to death." The prince stumbled backward, his hands trembling. "I never loved you," she continued. "You were only a tool, a door into the palace. I came for revenge. Now that your father is dead, bury him, the way my mother buried me." With that, her form dissolved into shadows and vanished. The prince fell to his knees, his world crumbling. He had shared his home, his heart, with a ghost. Later that day, he and the palace chiefs held a quiet burial for the disgraced king. No grand ceremony, no royal rites, just sorrow and the bitter taste of truth. And from the realm beyond, Chiamaka watched, finally at peace. And Chinello still roamed the village market as a mad woman. Her punishment was madness, one worse than death. God will and joy bloomed in their businesses, and her mother, living like a queen, God will and joy took very good care of her. And within a short time they were blessed with children, and Chiamaka's spirit was happy, and always watch over them. "We are black witches from the dark world, and no good thing shall come out from us. Our destiny and our mission is to destroy, cause pains, and bring disgrace to this family. For witches from the dark world can never do good but evil." Once upon a time, in a small Yoruba village, there lived a couple named Ajorke and Olumide. They had been married for many years. Their love deepened by shared laughter, but their joy was incomplete. The couple longed for a child, but the gods remained silent, and the villagers gossips behind their back. One day, as the couple were working in their farm, Ajorque became tired, and she sought refuge under a tree. As she sat down, her thoughts wandered. She remembered her years of barrenness, the ache in her heart as she watched other women cradle their children. She had prayed to God and the spirits of their land, seeking their favor and their mercy, yet her womb remained empty. Ajorque closed her eyes, her lips moving silently in prayer. She asked for a child to fill their home with laughter, to inherit their legacy. High above, perched on a branch, two evil birds listening to her prayers. These were no ordinary birds. They were black witches in disguise. Their eyes glinted with ancient knowledge. "Did you hear that, sister?" one bird cackled. "I did," replied the other bird. "A barren woman, desperate for a child. Perhaps we can grant her wish and cause her more sorrow at the end." And so, with a flutter of wings, they descended. The birds flew into Ajorque's belly, settling deep within her womb, their dark magic intertwining with her flesh and bones. Their plan was to come to the world as twins, making her feel that her prayers had been answered. Then, after 18 years, they will die and leave her heartbroken. Days turned into weeks, and Ajorque noticed she was pregnant. She danced and rejoiced with her husband. Her pregnancy spread throughout the village. The villagers were happy for her. Wherever she goes, she was greeted with smiles. 9 months passed, a journey of anticipation. Mrs. Ajorque gave birth to twins, 2 beautiful girls. Her tears flowed freely as she held her daughters, Bisi and Bumi. The villagers rejoiced, the women danced, and their voices rising in songs of gratitude. Ajorque and Olumiede named their daughters with care. Bisi, meaning firstborn, and Bumi, signifying gift from God. They were as beautiful, and it didn't take long for their parents to notice a wild glint in their eyes. From a young age, the twins were a handful, very difficult to control. They seemed to thrive on chaos, delighting in mischievous attitudes. As they grew older, their behavior only worsened. They roamed the village like feral cats, picking fights with anyone who crossed their path, beating up children and elders in the village, causing trouble and bringing shame to their parents, breaking people's windows and doors, sneaking into their homes and stealing their properties. No matter how many times villagers came to their doorstep with complaints about broken windows, stolen goods, or bruised and beaten children, their parents never turned their back on their troublesome daughters. One summer afternoon, Bisi and Bumi cornered a group of younger children near the riverbank, taunting and pushing them around, when an older boy tried to intervene. Bisi and Bumi fought him with a ruthless intensity that left him battered and bleeding. The children ran home in tears, and the boy's parents stormed to Ajorque and Olumide's house, demanding justice. Despite the growing resentment from the villagers, Ajorque and Olumide remained unwavering in their love for their twins. Every night, they would sit with the girls, speaking to them softly, trying to understand their pain and guide them towards a better path. But the twins were relentless. They continued their reign of terror, becoming a symbol of fear in their village. Their parents' hearts ached with every new complaint, but their love for the twins never faded. Even in their school, they were known as fighters. They fought every day with their fellow students. They fought even the teachers. They have been expelled from different schools, and their parents keep changing schools for them. Yet, their love for their twins never faded. Years passed, and the twins grew into young women. Their reputation as troublemakers was well established. Their disruptive behaviors didn't stop with the villagers. The twins began to destroy their parents' properties, starting with the TV, then the chairs, pots, and all the valuable possessions in their house. They tore through their home like a storm, leaving destruction in their wake. despite the escalating destruction at home. Yet, their parents never raised a hand against them. Instead, they continued to show the twins love and patience, hoping that their unyielding support would eventually reach their hearts. On the night of their 18th birthday, as the moon hung high and full in the sky, Bissy turned to her sister with a solemn look. "Boomy, I hope you have not forgotten our agreement. We have stayed in this world for 18 years, and it's time for us to go back to the dark world, where we came from. Our mission is to bring more tears to Mr. and Mrs. Olamide, for their pains and agony bring us everlasting joy and happiness." Boomy looked at her sister, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and defiance. "I haven't forgotten, Bissy, but things have changed. Our parents' love has changed me. I don't want to go back. I want to stay and make things right. They have shown us nothing but love. Despite everything we've done, we owe them our loyalty now." Bissy's expression hardened. "We made a pact. Boomy, our purpose here is to test them, to bring them suffering. We cannot abandon our mission." Boomy shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "No, Bissy, I can't do it anymore." The tension between the twins was palpable, a clash of wills in their room. Bissy became more angry as she saw the genuine remorse and determination in her sister's eyes. She had always been the stronger one, leading their mischiefs, but now Boomy's conviction made her question their path. Boomy pleaded with her sister. "Please, Bissy, stay with me. Stay with our parents. We can find a new purpose, a new path. We have caused them a lot despite the pains and disgrace we have brought to this family. Yet, their love for us remained strong." Bissy's face darkened once more. "No, I can't. Boomy, have you forgotten who we are? We are black witches from the dark world, and no good thing shall come out from us. Our destiny and our mission is to destroy, cause pains, and bring disgrace to this family. For witches from the dark world can never do good but evil, so don't try to change your destiny, because it will not work. Our mission is too important. I must go back. I know who we are, and I know we are evildoers," Boomy replied. "But their love had captured my soul, and I'm ready to change for good, and I want you to join me. Let's make amends." Bissy shook her head, tears now streaming down her own face. "I can't, Boomy. I can't." With that, Bissy lay down in the bed, her breath growing shallow. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "Goodbye, sister." Boomy watched in horror as the light faded from her sister's eyes. She screamed, collapsing beside her twin's lifeless body. Their parents, Ajorke and Olumide, rushed into their room, finding Boomy crying beside Bissy's lifeless body. They cried out, blaming their enemies and the devil for taking their beloved daughter. But Boomy knew the truth. It wasn't enemies or the devil that took Bissy's life. It was her sister's own will, her decision to fulfill the dark pact they had made before coming into the world. In the days that followed, Boomy vowed to embrace God. She began to attend church. She repented from her evil ways and seek God's forgiveness. She worked in the house of God, tirelessly to earn the trust and forgiveness of her parents and the villagers. One day, as Boomy was on her way to the church, a figure appeared before her. It was Bissy, her late twin sister, her face twisted with anger. "Boomy, I am highly disappointed in you. The day you chose light over darkness, you ceased to be my sister. The dark world has rejected you. Never call my name again, for we have nothing in common now. I hate you from the deepest part of my heart." Boomy smiled softly, a light of peace in her eyes. "I know we are now enemies, Bissy. Light and darkness have nothing in common. I have chosen light over darkness. You chose your path, and I chose mine, so disappear and never show your face again." With a final furious glare, Bissy disappeared into the shadows. Boomy continued on her way to the church. She had made her choice, and she would stand by it, no matter the cost. Boomy became a symbol of hope and resilience. The villagers began to love her. Her parents were so happy the way she was serving God with all her strength. After 1 year, Bumi repented. Her mother, Mrs. Ajorke, got pregnant, and they rejoiced. Bumi was happy, anticipating a younger sibling. After 9 months, her mother gave birth to a baby boy, and they named him Ayordele, meaning joy has returned. Bumi loved her brother. She pampered him and took very good care of him. They lived happily together ever after.